Welcome to the pub, everybody. What's going on? It's Saturday night. Great to see you all. Cool. We already have Drone Tech, RW. Good to see you guys, man. Thanks for being here. And anyone else who might be watching, thank you for attending. I'm not thumbs up. Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. I don't know, Cup of Tea, if I get that feedback, but I'm sure I will find out from your thumb down. What do we got here? Yo, Drone, what up? Crazy day, geopolitical things going on right now. People suffering all over the place. So, yeah, it's crazy. Crazy day, and I think we're going to enter a pretty wild period right now on an international scale, and a lot of people are gonna lose their lives, sadly. Whatever side you're on, I think everybody's on the side of no war, no killing people, all that kind of stuff. But geez, couldn't believe it when I saw some of the imagery today of civilians. You know, if you're gonna fight against governments and military, that's one thing, but targeting of civilians is bullshit. And I know the United States has done it. And, you know, it's always been part of war, sadly. But it's never an easy thing to see. We used to see a lot of it on Live Leak and Ogrish before that. Best Gore, another site that used to show a lot of stuff like that, which does still exist. And it's it's never easy seeing a person die, but when they're a soldier who's there to kill or be killed, I guess it's a little different than when it's a human being who's not armed, who's essentially living a peaceful life, and they're singled out and killed because of their religion or where they happen to be living at the time. It's just crazy, man. Definitely makes you think. We live a pretty well insulated life here in the US. I know we have our crazy things that go on, but yeah, for the most part, comparatively, I think it's a pretty well insulated scenario. We have our situations that arise here and there. Obviously, things like 9/11 and the Oklahoma City bombing, things like that can transform sections of our country seemingly into a war zone. But it's not quite the same as what other people deal with on a daily, yearly, decade-long basis. And oftentimes, our soldiers are there perpetuating the war, so it isn't like we're without any fault in these situations, in some of them at least. So it's just fucking craziness. Cup of Tea weighing in. Yeah, there's a lot of talk about that $6 billion Cup of Tea, man. People in the government coming out and saying that money is only going to be used for food and medicine and humanitarian aid for the citizens of Iran. They're nuts. They're totally nuts. I hope my sound is all right. Let me know if it isn't, guys. Cool. Thumbs up. Thank you. Here's Last Dance. Jump in here, buddy. We're gonna go with the hot start because we got some able, willing beings here to chat. So no sense in me just rambling on aimlessly, which I'm happy to do. Don't get me wrong, but Drone Tech saying go right ahead. He's not in any rush. Drone Tech looking to pick up some decent content today. Went to some sort of a protest. I'm not sure what that was. I want him to fill us in on that. Maybe he got some Cup of Tea given the Metza signal. Not Cup of Tea, RW, sorry. I'm reading. I'm I'm looking. I'm doing two things at once, and I'm smoking weed, having a cold beer. All right. Yeah. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
How y'all doing?
Good start, man. Good start.
Thanks.
Yeah, very good. Can you guys hear me?
Totally. Loud and clear.
I kind of have a question right off the bat. I haven't looked into anything for what's happening in Israel right now. So I'm curious if you guys can tell me about the deal that's happening there and if the United States is going to be a part of it. And second, all of the weapons, I'm hearing a lot of echo. A lot of the weapons that were left in Afghanistan and all of that military power, that's not exactly too far away from Israel. Is any of that being used? That's just some thoughts I have. I'm curious what you guys think.
I'd say there's at least some chance of that. Yeah, I would. In fact, I would say that this looks highly coordinated, and I think specifically you're seeing there's a lot of videos out there, or at least a couple of the drone bombings on Israeli tanks and Israeli soldiers, and it looks very much like what we're seeing from Russia, right? So there's probably I mean, obviously these guys were trained to do that from somebody. What was it? Iranian forces? Was it Iranian-backed Russian? Or I'm sorry, Russian-backed Iranian forces? Probably. Yeah, I would guess. And because if you look in Russian media, they're celebrating all this today. Like, it's like how could you possibly be like? I know there are some like right wingers who are on Russia's side. I don't get it because they're like so plainly evil. It's like, come on. But yeah, I think it's very possible that those weapons are there, because if you were going to plan an attack like this, take this long to do it, and make it as grandiose as it was with, guys coming down paragliders and all that. My guess is that they probably do have some weapons, and that's going to be part of propaganda that we'll see at some point.
Yeah, it really makes those tanks look somewhat inferior when a cheap drone with some repurposed ordnance drops onto the tank, and the tank is no longer functional.
It's just like in Ukraine.
Warfare has changed forever. The tank's role has changed.
New technology trumps old technology, and
very cheap technology. Very cheap.
Right. That's right. Drones
easy to mass produce.
IEDs of the sky.
Yep. Except they're
you got the suicide drones, and then you even have some like heavy drones that they're using that can drop like some really heavy stuff. It's crazy. Drones make like it's funny to me that at some age in my younger times, I actually thought there was something almost like not cool about war. That's not the wrong word, but just like you could go to war and you could be a hero. It's like, no, you pretty much just go in, you're a meat shield and you're going to die. Especially now. Like you're going to die horribly.
Something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to have to change some of their tactics and weaponry for sure. Thing that's on the side of some of our ships, I think it's called a phalanx. It's a spinning a Gatling gun that'll shoot down missiles to within like 50 feet of it's incredible how fast these things are. They're going to have to figure out something like that with the drones, because there's jamming technology or physically disabling these things. I don't know.
Seems like it should be relatively easy, and I'm surprised there hasn't been anything. I'm with you. It seems like
I'll tell you what I would suspect is that they'll use drones against drones.
Right.
Well, that's already going on.
That's the only way to do it, because drones are too cheap to effectively defend against. So you need a similarly cheap technology to defend against them. And you will need the close-in weapons system like a phalanx gun on heavy equipment. Well, I mean, you'll certainly want it on, it's the whole thing with the military is it's layer after layer of defense and offense, and it's all integrated now. And if you can't do that, you're going to lose out to those who can.
Like the Bradley can handle grenades and like AK rounds, maybe not much more than that.
You're right.
So it's not going to be hard to bust that thing open with just a decent sized drone, like you were talking about, drone tech, that could drop a 50-pound bomb instead of a 2-pound bomb is probably going to.
Big ass mortars and
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the Bradley was designed to move troops, quickly into position. It was just designed to move meat from one spot to another so that the meat arrives at the second spot alive and not dead. Nowadays, there really aren't traditional battle lines. It's not like, there's a front so much and you need to move fighters back and forth. You do need to move fighters, and for that reason, you do need secure transport. And the Bradley was designed to be fast, not well armored, or it was designed to trade weight for speed, and the weight is in the armor.
which none of that matters when you got a drone just following you the whole time.
Exactly, none of that matters with a drone.
Right. And the thing about the drones too, another aspect is, which is actually benefiting, I think, Russia right now. Well, it benefits Ukraine as well and Hamas, but you get these cheap drones, and then you can put cheap munitions on them, like old stuff that you have sitting around. Just throw that on there. That's maybe you can't even fire it, but man, you drop that thing, and you're gonna be able to use it.
Right.
And you're seeing that, and especially when it comes down to Russia and Ukraine, where it's a war of attrition, and who's got more money, who's got more manpower, and that really matters.
Yeah.
And I think you're going to see that. Anyway, I think we got on this topic because of Hamas using them, and we should talk about that. Like, does everybody agree? Probably Russia's involved in this, Russia and Iran.
Yeah. I honestly don't even know what happened over there yet.
I would suggest Iran would be first and foremost, and maybe Russia.
Iran backed by Russia.
Iran backed by Russia. Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, but the first thing I might have thought of was, is that come indirectly from Ukraine, or indirectly from Iran to Russia, and then with the war, and then somehow slipping down to Hamas as well.
Well, my guess is Russia trained Iranian forces. Iranian forces went and trained Hamas.
Yeah, I think that
makes sense to me.
That's
probably
the most
Wagner
likely.
Forces.
It's the most likely scenario.
Because you are seeing this tactic used a lot now, like all over the place in different conflicts. Like you're even seeing it in this. Myanmar.
Yeah.
Myanmar. Yeah.
Really?
You're seeing that right now. Or is it Myanmar? Am I saying the right place? Or Burma?
Yeah,
Burma, where they're having right.
Yeah,
and
that's Myanmar.
Okay, yeah, and you're seeing the rebels using it even. So everybody's using this now, but I just suspect, and because they were really well done. I mean, they were good hits and stuff. They took out, I think they took out at least one tank, right?
Oh yeah, you saw that.
They were too close to the tank, though. If you looked at you watch the Ukrainians or the Russians do it, they keep their distance. This thing was rather close. Yeah. So I think they'll learn to keep that distance a little bit. It did fly off. I think doesn't really matter though, does it?
Do you guys think this will spread into a larger conflict? I mean, and I feel like Israel's got full right to go after Iran at this point.
I mean, specifically, are we going to get involved?
I don't think it will, but it has a high. Once again, it's one of these things that has a real high risk of spreading.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's not blatant enough from Iran for them to justify it. But I was telling Courtney, I'm like, my wife, I was like, Israel's going to do some map wiping. Like, I feel like they have at least
they're gonna
some leeway Gaza there to go crazy on Gaza. I mean,
Gaza,
they're going to level it.
They've said it.
They were bombing buildings today without warnings. So, like, who knows how many civilians were in those?
Well,
that is not acceptable. By
Do you know where in Israel this attack happened?
Gaza.
Well,
or no, I'm sorry, not in Israel. The attack happened in, I believe, southern Israel. Isn't that where it was mostly going on?
From the Gaza Strip.
Gaza. Yeah, Gaza's southern.
They came in from air, land, and sea. They came in. They came in from paragliders and from the water.
They had like 5 paragliders. I think that was a publicity stunt.
Right. Yeah. But still, that's wild. And they attacked a music festival and got a bunch of people. They rounded up a bunch of people there. They were going around suburban neighborhoods and just shooting into houses and going in and taking people and killing people.
Have you seen the slaughter rooms?
Yeah.
It's just like
a bunch of stuff I wish I hadn't seen already. Yeah.
It's civilians.
There's just rooms where they shot civilians, the bodies. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, just basically piled on top of each other. I think one was even still alive, and they popped another couple into him.
Yeah, they mowed down a bunch of old people at a bus stop.
Oh yeah, and cars on the motorway or whatever.
Oh yeah, cars. Oh yeah, they were just unloading on cars. Just people drive. Can you imagine that? You're just driving down the road. You come around a corner. There's a dude with machine gun. He puts a bunch of bullets through your face.
The worst one I've seen is an Israeli couple got separated, and she got taken off on a bike by 2 animals.
She's like screaming. Yeah, she's like screaming for somebody. It looks like somebody.
Her boyfriend was there, but he was being held. If you look at the angle, they
killed some girl, some 30-year-old German citizen who was there for the concert. That's the girl you see. They got her in the back of the pickup.
Oh, right.
Is that her?
Yeah.
Right.
With the
I saw a picture that she posted a picture at the festival.
They originally said she was an Israeli army member. That's what I always reported.
I could be confused, but I could be confused. But I could
no, there's 2 girls. You're thinking of the one that was naked and her arms were broken and she was being paraded around. I think that was the German girl.
Face down on the back.
Face down, right? Yeah, I think that was the German girl. Then there's another picture of a woman who
the girl being moved into a car.
She's being moved into sort of a Jeep or a car, and she's obviously been tortured, and she's bleeding raped from her bottom, and
right.
It's just,
I know it's enraging. You're like, Jesus, man, I hate this fucking world, man. What the fuck is wrong?
And everybody is screaming Allahu Akbar as loud as they can.
Yeah. Where did you find these particular videos?
I found them on Twitter.
Twitter?
Yeah,
Twitter.
Oh, here. Wow. Here's the girl on the pickup right here. I'll show you right here.
Yeah, if Steve, if you put in just Ukraine and then Gaza, you'll just get lists and lists of and basically everything I've seen on Telegram has been on Twitter.
Yeah, I found probably 50% of what you guys are talking about, but I think, for some reason I was reaching my limit fairly quickly with it. Usually I can go for hours with that shit, but I don't know, it's just like when it's really happening,
innocent civilians.
It's something, man. It's challenging, dude.
Like the people at that country music festival, that hit me different too, because it was just like, man, these people just hanging out at this concert, and then somebody unleashes machine gun fire on them from a building. Like, what the fuck? Like, you're just getting mowed down out of nowhere, like dying on the ground. I can't even imagine.
Would you be taken hostage? Because I don't think I would.
I would never let anybody take me hostage. They would, because I know I'm gonna die. Like most likely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's go the quick and easy way, not the shitty.
I'm at least gonna fight back. At least we all say that, but I guess all of us probably in that situation might have that. We're clinging on to that hope that maybe we'll make it through.
I'm sure that I would surrender like a coward. And
we probably all would.
I've seen couples in an industrial size skip, and there was like 10 people in there. They weren't even covered up properly. You could hear stuff going on in the background. I wouldn't want to be those fucking cunts waiting for the inevitable. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, I saw that.
What the fuck are they thinking? Jumping in a skip.
I know. I'm like, that's your grave right there.
Yeah.
They're just gonna find you and mow you down from outside.
Yeah, but like Drone Tech, we're in a scenario also where we have kids, and if that scenario happens, our kids are most likely going to be around us. So hostage situation isn't even an option.
Right. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I don't know. It's like, that's why you got to be armed, to be honest, at least so you have a fighting chance.
I thought a lot more people were armed in Israel. I was completely mistaken when I looked up their gun laws today, dude.
No. They in one of those videos where they're going through the suburban neighborhood, somebody's shooting back. Like, because they're going all like super tactical at this like obvious like backyard of a neighborhood.
Yeah, I saw that.
And somebody, I'm pretty sure, is shooting out. Yeah.
There's always one Chad, isn't there? There's always one Chad.
shooting out with like a
Yeah, but,
Man,
but
if that happened in America, you can guarantee
Yeah.
there'd be a lot of them.
depending on the state.
There's no
depending
doubt.
on
There's
the
like no
state.
doubt.
Can you imagine the enemy not being Hamas and being your government and being American without guns?
Yeah.
Yeah, when it happens in America, it'll be much more murky, and you won't know what's going on.
Do we know the
Well,
ideology for why they attacked in the first place?
Well,
Well,
of course.
they want them to stop being.
They want
the
right.
the Israelis. They want them gone.
Okay.
It all goes back to World
removing the
War II.
nation.
It
The
all
Hamas
goes back-
charter calls for Israel to be wiped out completely.
Israel has been mistreating the Gazans for decades at this point.
I mean, they've been mistreating each other, and the Gazans indoctrinate their people with like literally like Nazi propaganda. It's like it is the same shit.
The biggest enemy to Palestine is Hamas.
Right. Palestinians' biggest enemy is Hamas, and is Fatah even a thing anymore? I don't even know.
I mean,
Yeah, but they
the reality-
Shank.
Sorry.
they somewhat fake like admiration or friendship with Hamas. When you say it's the worst thing for them,
Well-
they're not out there saying that.
But because they don't put any money into the community, that's all they're doing is prepping for war all the time. Right? What money
then they
do,
use them as shields.
What money they do get doesn't go towards their their people. That's for sure.
Nope.
But
What do you guys
that-
think about the $6 billion? I mean, I'm pretty sure.
I think
It's-
it works
it's
like
pretty
Black Lives
coincidental.
Matter. I think it
When
works
was
like
that
Black
given?
Lives Matter, isn't it? You know what I mean? 6 houses, £30 million in houses, and we work for the community. Yeah, all right.
Well, there's
Oh, yeah,
about
same
the
thing, right.
$6 billion. There's two aspects to that. One is that none of it has been spent yet, but the other, which is on the other side, is that cash is fungible. So when you have $6 billion available for humanitarian need, you no longer have to spend $6 billion on humanitarian. You free up $6 billion for
Yeah,
something else.
exactly.
So cash is
my
fungible.
argument.
So
Right.
it doesn't matter that particular $6 billion hasn't been spent yet, or
It's
will
like-
only be spent on humanitarian supplies. They will now have $6 billion more for something else.
Exactly. It's like ask any person, like just ask them, be like, if you had a bunch of money, right, and you didn't know exactly what you wanted to do, and then
Holes.
you had $6 billion that you just had freed up, you'd be like, huh, maybe I can buy something now. Like everybody does that. Like when you have a
Right.
bunch of free money, you're like, huh, what am I gonna spend? As soon as they knew that money was coming back, boom.
Right, mortgage
They're like,
payments
boom,
covered.
launch
Let's
it.
go party, whatever.
Exactly. It was just they had money available. They knew they did. That's what's so disingenuous. When there's so many people arguing that. And also, I want to just quickly bring up: have you guys seen how the media? A lot of people in the media have been acting, especially on MSNBC and CNN, like a lot of like blaming Israel, saying calling Israel far right extremist, a lot of that kind of thing.
They won't even show some of the atrocities or describe them even. So I mean, we know where they stand.
Well, no, I'm
the
surprised.
legacy media.
I'm surprised with the Russia angle here. I'm waiting for that to like get a more prominence, but
Well, there's competing narratives that have to struggle on places like MSNBC. So one of the narratives is that Netanyahu is a far right maniac,
Yeah.
and now that narrative is competing with that he's rallying the country that's just suffered a massive attack, and their citizens have been killed in terrorist attacks. So there's sort of the pro-Israel narrative that's competing with the anti-Netanyahu narrative on MSNBC, and it's funny to see it play out.
How that works.
Yeah.
From what I've seen of MSNBC, is they've overtaken the crowd of CNN. Haven't they? They've taken that crown of CNN. That's what I've seen in the last 6 months.
I'll tell you this.
Wolf Blitzer did a decent job covering it with a lot of live people there today. I mean, CNN is not horrendous and horrible all the time. Sometimes with breaking news, they have people on the ground,
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
they've changed a bit, I think, in six months. I think they have changed since they got taken over or sold out.
not terrible, but
yeah, liberal hive mind. I'm sure you guys are familiar with him. He posted, and I agree, on Twitter. He said, "It looks to me like Palestinian men are just kidnapping young Israeli women to rape them." I've seen at least 3 or 4 videos where it really gives off. Yeah, me too. Every video with the women involved. Oh man, I just saw a picture I wish I had not seen.
put them in the private, so I can screenshot them, please.
What will what will be what's his name? That leftist guy that always is on your chat. I always miss it. I never watch the live somehow. I always miss the live. What's
the guy who you are always yelling at? That guy?
leftist cuck. Is that what his name is?
Oh, liberal cuck.
He's talking to Trump. Yeah,
liberal cluck. Yeah.
He's got.
What about him?
I mean, he's got balls, dude. He'll go on up against.
I like liberal cluck. He's a good guy.
Yeah, I've listened to him a few times. He's all right.
I don't agree with him, but
he played ball nice in our last debate. He came in and it was a good conversation.
What would he say though when like I said, with all this going on in with the women being raped and stuff, which seems to be clearly happening. I mean, I could see it on her clothing.
I mean, I don't think it's liberal to. There's no liberal or conservative when it comes to rape. It's a horrible, horrendous crime.
Yeah, I do agree that my example of leftist cluck was maybe not the best, but I know some leftists will be screaming to defend Palestine at all costs.
That's a tough stretch for me. Like, if they have a fundamental disagreement with Israel being there,
I can try and bring them in.
They should fight the fucking war with the soldiers and with the government, not rape and kill civilians. It's fucking wrong, man.
It's the first thing they did.
It's terrible.
And this is what's, like I said, just a little switch from is when we get all these young males coming into Britain, and they say they're leaving war and stuff and persecution. Well, they've left all the women there.
Fuck.
Well, you know what I mean? And we all know what happens to the women in war. They're like the booty, isn't it? Over disgusting it all is and all that. They rape and pillage and steal. It's the first thing they do, isn't it? And that's what they basically doing here. But somehow all the ones that arrive in the UK have left their women there and their kids and their,
That's kind of amazing.
Yeah.
It seems to be mostly men arriving.
86% on boats are men.
And you would think if it's humanitarian, we might see some women and children instead of just men.
Yeah, and under 35, I think it is 86% are men. The rest are either children, old men, and women. So that gives you, the rest.
What are they getting? What are they gaining entrance under? Is it asylum or refugee status or little of both? What is it based?
I think it's a combination, to be fair. And well, basically they go straight into hotels in the UK, and it's the same in America now. I've seen enough the ones in New York. So there was a famous viral clip from this week from New York where he's a YouTuber. His name's Ely, ELY, and he released a video, and he innocently said he was innocent about it. He just walked up, so what's this? And they all jumped down his throat about filming outside the hotel. We get that all the time in Britain, and the reason why they stop even filming is they don't want you to publicize it or advertise it. Staying in New York, because they're saying they go, fucking shirty as fuck with him.
Yeah, and also in that New York video, someone was asking, who are these fucking security guys? Are they feds? Like, they're awfully serious looking for just some hired guns from, Acme Security or whatever. These guys were, I don't know. For
sure.
Yeah, very. The channel name is Ely, but in the UK, it's slightly different. In the UK, we've got new British in the hotels, guests of British taxpayer, and then new British securing those hotels. So it's like a new British takeover. So the people staying, the new British, and then like obviously the people that maybe did stay there 6 months ago or in another hotel a year before, and now securing and running the hotel for the new British in the first place. It's like a whole new system. It's like I know people might call it an army.
There's a picture I just posted in the chat there It's of a celebration. There's a little girl. You can see people holding up what looks like American M4s.
Bottom one.
The last one, yeah, it's from celebrations on the West Bank today.
She's firing it off, and you're not firing it.
Man, that is an expensive rifle.
Where'd that come from?
Ukraine.
That's the short barrel one too, right? That's the
that one is, yeah. That one, yep.
Can you put it on the screen? Can you put it on the screen so we can see it?
I think I can, can't I?
Yeah, you can share screen. Put it on one of your monitors and.
Welcome to the party, Ren and Dembot.
I've got confidence in you, Steve. I've got confidence in you.
I can. I just have to make sure I do it in the right order.
You also have to make sure that it includes the sound.
Yep. I'm on it. Okay. Back to the beginning. Am I sharing?
I'm getting failed message sends also, Steve.
Yeah, if you mention certain words in it, dude, they're not going to put it up.
It's Hamas. I can't say Hamas.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah,
what, on chat, you can't say Hamas on chat?
Yeah, I tried it twice already. I'm on the channel owner, obviously, and it stopped me.
Try it with a double M, just to see how that works.
Yeah, or write hummus, the food that we all love.
Yeah.
No, double M doesn't work.
It's not.
I don't want to do it too many more times.
I'm up, right?
We see it. Yep, I see it.
That's some dangerous shit, dude. If that thing's loaded.
That's a fat stack, bro.
Yeah.
The guy behind her's got one too. Him.
Yeah.
You know they say a third of the stuff.
Sorry, there was more than there was like.
There goes his neighbor.
Full auto.
There goes his neighbor's scalp.
Yeah.
Yeah, full auto. Well, it's an
full
import.
auto.
So.
I've seen so many of those video clips where these fucking parties and weddings thing.
Oh yeah, we see them too, Steve, on Live League.
You're not even trained to shoot full auto, right, Drone Tech? You're not trained to shoot full auto. It's 3-round bursts at the most.
Yeah, we didn't shoot full auto when I was in the Air Force though. So yeah, we did single and 3-round.
Yeah, because there's no accuracy whatsoever. You're just
there's reasons why you'd want to shoot full auto though, like if you're suppressing.
Right, like in Vietnam.
You're just like firing over a wall to suppress.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
So real quick, get this one. Like, we have some migrants or whatever they're called coming out to Massachusetts, my state here. So the governor is going to spread them around, right? So where the New England Patriots play, they have a hotel there. It's called Patriot Place. There just so happens there's an Army-Navy game coming up, and Kraft gave a bunch of free rooms to veterans. And fucking Maura Healey came in and said, you're going to give 70 rooms in this complex to migrants. Like, can you believe that shit? And like, these guys were going to basically have tickets to the game but not be able to stay there. On national outcry, DeSantis was going after her for that. So she immediately backed down and said, we'll find lodging someplace else in the state for them. They'll still be covered. But bad optics on that one, man. Jesus. Yeah.
In the UK, they're making people, they're evicting people from their houses to fill up with migrants.
I'm going to relocate. I'll be back in a second.
And in the hotels, it's every week a hotel gets closed down. You hear about the reports of weddings, christenings, all functions are now cancelled. Jobs are gone. It's crazy. It's
kind of like see the. Were you talking about the school where they brought in the football players from the school to protest it? I didn't hear everything you said there, but like I think it's New York, where they were clearing out this athletic center to use for migrants, and they were going to kick out this. It's like all black. It's like a black neighborhood and all black football team, and they're kicking all of them out to make room for the migrants.
Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, did you guys see that? And they brought in the football players and everybody. They're all protesting it. And it's not just that. There's been a lot of these, mostly black protests against the migrants.
Bigots.
Have you guys seen those?
Bigots.
No.
Racist.
Americans.
I mean, even the
protest.
mayor of New York, Eric Adams, said
I
that
know.
the migrants are destroying the city.
He's
I
going
mean,
on.
he fucked
He's
up.
go-
He fucked up, but he's owning it. He's like, you could blame every goddamn problem right now on me. He's not.
Yeah, virtue
backing
signaling
down.
has and he deserves it. They all deserve it. They wanted it,
Right.
they got it. So, and it's so infuriating the way they act. Like the border towns and everybody else has been feeling this forever, and they were fine with it. That's why they were fine with it, because our media are located on the far, west coast and the upper far east coast, and that's pretty much it. And they're very liberal, and California you can't explain because they've been affected for it, by it for forever. But yeah, it's now that it affects them, now it's a problem, and that's infuriating because how long have the border towns been dealing with this shit?
Right.
Well, Martha's Vineyards, wasn't it? When they did Martha's Vineyard,
that was another one.
That was like that's what changed things, and people were going, "No, it's outrageous, really." And I know, like, they had them out within 24 hours, waving them in the bus in their £50,000 watches. Woo, bye, wee. But it was brilliant, and like you said, just stick them in loads of blue states, isn't it? Loads of Democrat states, stick them in loads of blue states, and see how they get on. And New York is now bitten the bullet. It's a $10 billion a year in New York or something crazy.
Yeah, the people there are like, wait a minute, we're now losing out. We were already losing out. We're already scraping, and now you're pushing us aside for these people. Like, what the hell? Yeah, I can send you, if you want, I'll send you a video of the one I'm talking about in particular.
But Ryan, when you say that in the UK, you're called racist virtually immediately. They put
it's
nothing.
Not true. It's not racism.
I know, but like you said, they say they've put nothing in the system. They've turned up. They've committed a crime to get into the country, and then they go into hotels, and then my niece and nephew. Well, in Wales, what they do, they try not to put them in hotels, and they try and put them straight into social housing, which means anyone else, like your relatives that working class, and they try and it's terrible around around work to get houses around here, and they're getting pushed back, and they're getting pushed back every time. Now, it's nothing against the person, the migrants, it's against the system. But you cannot just allow that, because that just causes the animosity between the indigenous native people and the people coming in, and you don't need to do that, right?
Yeah.
One thing
I just posted a link. Yeah, and I just posted a link there in the private if you want to show it. But yeah, it was this community, and it looks like mostly black, and they're protesting against it, and you're seeing it all over the place.
Welshman, can you hear me all right? Does everyone hear me all right? Yeah. Did you see the story as well? This makes me laugh. It must have been about a good 7 or 8 months ago. There's an immigrant that's come over, female, 14 years old. Anyway, she's a maths genius, and she genuinely is. She's going to go to Oxford or Cambridge to study maths. She's just like an absolute genius with figures. But the report was, this is why it's good to have them coming in, because look at the talent we're getting. And I'm like, what, 1 in 100,000? It's like unbelievable. Just propaganda crap from the BBC. Unreal.
Yeah, and it's the same thing they say with like still of Braverman and stuff, and what's the other one, the Home Secretary one, where they say, well, you're migrants, your families came in on the boat, and they say, yeah, but that doesn't mean that's a, that in this day and age, the way it's happening, that's a good thing, and we've got to control it. It's because they're a product of migration, so they say that they can't have free thought, when the situation changes.
I was quite amazed with her this week, actually, because there was the Conservative Party conference up in Manchester, and she's got like half a standing ovation from half the party, and the other half of the party just stayed in the seats, because she turned around and said, "Look, hurricane of migration." Yeah, even my parents, she said, came across. She said it was a mere gust of wind. She said what's coming is an absolute hurricane, and I think she is trying her best to try and curb it. But then she's got her own party members, probably in highly populated areas where and they want their vote and they want to stay in power, going, "Oh, she shouldn't have said this. She shouldn't have said that." No, she's telling the truth. But Wake up.
Lee, nothing will happen until we pull out of the ECHR, the European Convention.
100%.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's what, and she didn't mention it in the speech. So once again,
No.
there could be a lot of smoke and mirrors.
Probably, mate. Yeah, absolutely.
That's all we've been served for the last fucking 13 years.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean this protest that you sent me, Drone Tech, it's interesting. A lot of the people are pointing out that the votes for these people in Chicago, their votes are causing this to happen. So maybe they'll start to make the connection and then vote appropriately.
What was there was a news story this week on the UK news saying that Biden had made an announcement, we got to get the wall done, which made me laugh. That's funny because you were really against it when Trump was in power, and now you're saying we've got to get this wall done.
It's different.
He's a literal Nazi for wanting to build the wall, but now it's all
different.
Good.
It's different when Biden does it.
Yeah.
But guys, this pattern has been going on for as long as I've been paying attention. Like going back to the Clinton years, it's like it just keeps going. It's crazy.
Well, the diversity hire that spokeswoman, what's her name now? That diversity hire, what's her name?
KJP.
Yeah, she was asked the question by Peter Ducey, wasn't she? And she just got all proper shirty with him straight away. Just got a straight face.
You gotta cut the spokesman some slack because they have to lie. That's their job. You never know what they really believe because they're sort of.
But at least the copper top, he could lie well. I mean, this diversity hire is crazy. And I would with the copper top. I would with the copper top. I would, definitely.
Okay, so that's fair. That's fair. I agree with you there.
Have you seen her show? It's fucking crazy biased, but she admits it's like her opinion, so that's fine. Have you seen it, Last Dance?
What is it on? MSNBC?
More than likely, yeah.
No, I haven't seen it. I don't watch Fox. I don't watch MSNBC. I don't watch CNN.
She lied with personality. She had a bit of personality about her in the sense that she was quite a good liar and she came across much better than this diversity hire they got in now. She's terrible.
Yeah, I there's not much coming from the new one. I'll give you that. The redhead definitely provided more content.
Yeah. Well, she was very slick. I have to. She could move. She knew when to move on because it wasn't going well.
And circle back.
And circle back. We'll have to circle back on that.
Yeah.
That's her thing, man.
They all have their ticks, don't they? In the end, because that diversity hire, she blinks like when she tells lies. She's like super blinks. And it's been pointed out to me, and I've looked at it, and there's a channel I watch where they point it out, and she does. She goes, "Here comes the blinking." She starts lying a bit under pressure. She's thinking like, "Fuck."
Not much of a poker player, I would think.
No, it's worse because it's the tells are so big. Like when they're pointed out to you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Welshman, have you seen? It's kind of been around for about 4 weeks now. When the BBC do a report, because obviously most of the population don't believe anything they bloody say, and they've got this new desk now where it goes, "Oh, we've had this report, say, of a bombing somewhere or an attack in the Ukraine or something," and they go, "We're going over to the Verify desk, which has got its new BBC Verify logo," and then they go, "Right. We've got it from this source, and this source, so it must be true because we verified it." It's like, for fuck's sake, what are they going to think of next? It's just ridiculous.
No more Walter Cronkite up there where he told you and you believed him. They have to have a graphic, a desk, shiny logo.
Yeah.
Such fucking horseshit, dude. And a lot of people are eating that shit right up. Like,
oh yeah. They're loving it.
Calling in Maud. Come on, Maud, from the kitchen.
Lee, I don't watch the BBC, so what you're saying, I think I know what you're saying. They say breaking news, something's happening, and then they go, "Oh, we're going to verify this with Associated Press, the Press Association, and it's been reported by the Washington Post." And
witnesses as well.
Right, got you. Right, that's terrible.
Mate, I generally watch the BBC News because I just find it a comedy, and you can kind of read between the lines. It's like they did a report. You're talking about migrants, right? They did a report I think it was about Thursday last week, of two separate incidents in Brighton where one girl had been raped on the way home from out clubbing or whatever, and another girl had been sexually molested. So yes, they've covered the story, but they did happen to mention the roads in which these two men lived, and of course their names are completely foreign. And so I thought, I'm just a little bit suspicious, so I'm just gonna look these roads up, which I was able to do with Google Maps. And you just know by the look of the building, mate, it is
was there push bikes outside?
I think there might have been, actually. Yeah.
Because they get them donated to them by charity, see, so there's always bikes outside migrant hotels.
I think there was on one of them, but you can just tell by the building it is housing more, a load of people. And I just thought you haven't got the balls to say you've reported it, so you've got a tick there, but you're not going to go as far to say that they might, because it's obvious that they bloody are. Do you know what I mean? It's just
Lee, there's so many examples, and I'm sure you could say the same in America when it comes to the race bit, where they change the color of the people's skin and call it white crime, and mugshot of a black guy's there. But because I've seen that, but what was my point in the UK? In the UK, legacy media, they report on these sort of crimes that seem to be committed, and you look and you think, I'm looking for a name now. I'm looking for a name.
Yeah,
and then they give the name of some Mohammedan, and they'll call him British, or they'll say a British man if he's born in the UK. But if he's not born in the UK, they'll call him a Chester man that's living in a hotel. And you're why don't you? And the headline will say Chester man or British man, right? But it'll rarely say 3 months arrived migrants raped woman.
We definitely, I feel like we get that information here. If it is an illegal migrant or whatever, that definitely gets out, and that is often used as a reason to argue against it by Republicans. Like, look at what this guy did. He's been here for 3 months illegally, yada yada. But you guys are talking about people that have been let in legally, and they're doing this stuff,
No, they arrived illegally. They commit a crime to arrive, and then they're going through the process, of course. Then
it's bullshit. Yeah, I'm of the mindset here that we need to change our laws regarding refugee status and asylum. It might sound crazy, but I'm going to say I think this stuff needs to be applied from ahead of time and set up by appointment using a computer, and there might even be a phone interview before you get allowed to come in for an appointment. You know what I'm saying? Well, everyone else who shows up, no entrance.
Well, I know someone who's married a Chinese woman. And she came over here on a work visa. It went out and she went back, even though she's now married in the UK. And they are in love. They're a proper couple. And he can't get her back over to the UK because they're going about it legitly. Now, she just turns up on a dinghy and claims asylum, right?
Yeah.
She's in.
She's in. I mean, literally, And
she's the one you want, probably.
Yes, because she's a worker. She was working. She only went back because the visa had run out, if you know what I mean.
Of course she's a worker. The Workers' Party. I mean, she's probably...
Yeah, but like I said, it's crazy. You get people like that clearly would be an asset to society, and obviously mostly a productive couple. And the result in the end is that they're allowing some guy called Abdul, who's going to see his second cousin in Birmingham and get into the grey economy, which I mean you don't want. You know what I mean?
I do, and
that's the worst thing. That's the worst thing. They disappear into society, and you don't know who they are, where they are, and what they're doing.
Right. Like, my idea wouldn't include like Trump's expression when he said what the shithole country thing in Norway. I'm not saying no, only Norway, like only those ones I didn't know. I'm saying like if a guy in Mexico puts together his statement and puts a purpose to it and says, I want to come to America. I'm a good carpenter. I want to start a carpentry company, and he can prove things. And like, that's fine. That's great. We need carpenters, like totally into it. But like the fucking wave, the swell, the tsunami is fucking outrageous, dude. And it's just out of control for us and for you fellas down below.
But it's very much mirrored what I'm seeing in the UK, and I've been quite close to it for a couple of years now. What I was hearing from residents of New York, and like I said, a lot of them were Black Americans. I call them Black Americans. They might call themselves African Americans, but whatever.
That's an old term now. It's out of style.
Right. So, but all the things they were saying were all like identical to things we were saying. Well, why are they getting all this and we're not getting it? They're moving us out to some places. They've block booked others. The money's crazy. Everyone's struggling.
Well, that's a good Welshman. That's a real good point, because I know for a fact, this is factual. I'm not making this up. That these are the little things that people don't see within their local boroughs and councils and stuff. Is that so? Where I live, I know for a fact, due to the fact that one of my friends' wives owns a school clothing shop. Yeah, so where you're gonna have to go buy your uniform, this, that, and the other. So, I mean, she's quite happy with what's happened from what I'm about to tell you, because it obviously benefits her financially. So we've had, obviously, migrants, illegal, whatever, move into the area in hotels, this, that, and the other. And they've got children, and I don't wish anything bad towards the children whatsoever. But you've also got a group of people in certain areas of where I live that are up against it, and really struggling with the cost of living and everything else. Now, these kids that come in with these families, her clothing shop from the local council award each child for the year £2,000 towards school uniform and equipment. So they'll have their blazers, their trousers, their shoes, socks, everything, sports gear, tennis rackets, hockey sticks, this, that, and the other, whatever it might be. Yeah, £2,000. Now, for a family in certain areas where I live, where they're struggling, there's no way they can. Literally, the younger brother is wearing the older brother's school uniform. He's a hand-me-down. And that's when people start to get a little bit pissed off that they come here and they seem to have everything. And other people that are taxpayers on minimal wage are doing their best, paying their taxes, and they're finding it difficult to feed their children, let alone spend £2,000 a year on school equipment.
Check this one out, right? I've seen a social media clip, and I've seen more than one, where you'll get a guy, and all the electric boxes in the same place downstairs in the communal hallway. Well,
right.
When you fill it up and all that nonsense, poor people. Well, he's filmed it, and one of them says free. You know why one of them says free? Because it's for the migrants. They get it free, taking their electric free. Oh my
God!
Yeah, it says on their smart meter, free. How blatant!
How terrible is that, though? It really is.
It's crippled.
I just want to make a side note. I know we're not talking about Hamas attack anymore, but I'm not sure how many people know that the fact that they attacked Israel on the Sabbath, which is a big deal.
I did find out that today. Yeah.
It makes tactical sense.
Yeah, if you're going to make an impact, then I suppose you're going to do it.
Major state.
Big time.
And they've done it at 5 a.m. as well, which is sort of the traditionally the best time to start a war. They reckon, between the night shift and the morning shift.
Yeah, I think haven't Israel attacked with planes and taken down a tower block?
Yeah, they took down a building, a big building.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they've been attacked first. I get it, but I still think if it's funny when the Soviet Union and Russia or whatever you call them do that. It's out fucking rage, and when the Israelis do it, Americans are going, well, we stand right behind you. That's
right. It's outrageous hypocrisy. It's
exactly.
All it is. There's no other way to say it. There's no way to finesse that. It's just hypocrisy.
But one thing I've never known before is they give like 10-minute warnings. They use, I've heard these warnings before. Get out of the building. We're going to blow it up in 10 minutes. And you're like, fucking hell, that's just a new one on me.
Yeah.
I know they don't do it at the moment, I'm told.
I don't know that they did that for this case.
No, I don't know.
I think they put what they did was they put out a word that everybody in Gaza needed to flee. Well, where are they going to go?
I think it's 20 miles long by 5 miles wide.
There's nowhere for them to go.
Is it 5 miles wide? It's really short in that one direction.
I don't know how wide and I don't know how long it is. It's pretty small.
Yeah.
Hey, just
what
like
if you're
just
in the shower, or if your phone is on silent and they give you the call and you miss it?
Right, exactly.
It's not Steve.
just to educate me a minute, because I'm not totally au fait with everything to do with this situation. Like going back in history, you know where the Israelis live. Obviously, is Israel. I'm right there, aren't I? Yeah. That was created after World War II. Is that right, or was it about 1954 or something? So it was created for them.
After World War II, yeah. 46, 47, 48. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember the year.
So the Jews basically have had quite a rough time throughout history by the looks of things. But what I don't understand is every whether you're whatever religion you are, whatever people you are, that land was created. But where did Jews originate from? What is their original land? Is it Jerusalem? Is it?
Either way. So when you go back, I'm not 100%, but it's not. It doesn't. It's not from 1948. Really, it goes back even hundreds and hundreds of years before that it was Israel. But it was called Palestine, I think, in biblical times. But it was full of Jews, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, it's not like the world was very big 2,000 years ago. So, but you know,
but like,
they did live in that area next to the Mediterranean with a lot of other people.
Yeah, but what I'm alluding to is that every sort of population, whoever you believe you are or whatever, seem to have always had a homeland right from the beginning of history. Do you know what I mean? So I just don't. How come the Jewish population have never had like a proper homeland? That's what I don't understand.
They fled, and to escape, like every people, to escape war and persecution, wars they fought and wars they lost. It's just like everybody else. They survived by moving, by emigrating,
that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of, right?
And many stayed.
Yeah, but right. So that's what I'm trying to get the answer to my question is that. So were they originally from that area anyway? I mean, when you look at biblical times, it's like you get the feeling that obviously Jesus was Jewish, so he was living in his. I always got the feeling that was his homeland, and then all of a sudden they vacate, and then after World War II, it's like, oh, we're going to give you this piece of land back. That's why. Where can they officially say this is has always been our land? This is where we've always lived. Is it Israel? Is it? I don't understand.
I mean, it's just not that simple because people, by 1948, people were already living there, and you can't just say, well, look at the Bible. It says I live here. That just doesn't work.
You're right. Okay.
But there are different kinds of Jews. There are Mizrahi Jews, there are Lebanese Jews, there are Jews who are from the Middle East, and there are Sephardic Jews who come from Europe, but they probably emigrated from the Middle East. And then there are Ashkenazi Jews who come mainly from Eastern Europe, and I bet they just were converted, 1,000 years ago.
So the thing is then, what's the point I'm trying to make? Is that when they decided that you're going to have this land and it can be your homeland, the Palestinians or whatever, they had to give that land up at that point of negotiation. Listen, we need to house these people. They're going to take this land. Was it by agreement? Oh, so they were like forced out for the Jews to be able to move in. Yeah,
more or less. That's correct. They were forced out.
And hence, that's why now that makes sense why there's always been, because I don't know much about it, so that's why there's been trouble ever since. It's like, well, you're actually occupying the land that we should have had.
The blood feud between the Palestinians and the Jews is very, 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 very old. Biblical.
Well, right. The Philistines. Philistine is basically a Hebrew word for Palestinian.
Right.
And David and Goliath. I mean, it's basically. You go anywhere, it's not unique to the Jews. You go anywhere in the world. You pick a mountain in Eastern Europe, and the people on one side of the mountain were always fighting the people on the other side for thousands of years. It's just the nature of humanity. And it's no different in Israel. It's the same. People who are a little bit different by religion have been fighting each other without any reason. They don't even know why they fight each other, because they fought each other yesterday. Therefore, they fight each other today.
Here's a fun fact for you chaps, right? The biggest terror attack against the UK was committed by who?
By Begin, Menachem Begin, in 1948.
Was it 48?
I don't know when it was. It was the King David Hotel.
Yeah, that's right. It was the King David Hotel. There was 92 British deaths.
Mm-hmm.
And it was basically Mossad agents. And one of them, I've just come to mind now. One of them, you might know this again. And,
it predates the Mossad.
Oh, right.
It was a group called, I think, the Haganah was their name.
Yeah. What was one of their members? It
was Menachem Begin.
Yeah. And
who became the Prime Minister of Israel.
And what's the Prime Minister of Israel today?
Netanyahu is a different guy, not the same guy. He's too young.
No, Netanyahu was, I believe, well, wait there, is his age there?
I think he's too young to have been in the Haganah.
No. Google it, mate. I'm sure that Netanyahu was a member of that squad.
Well, I'll take your word for it. You seem to know what you're saying.
No, cross-reference it for me. If I try and do it now, because I'll lose connection.
Now, let me just throw it in here. The Lockerbie bombing, no?
Yeah, I remember that.
The amount of deaths, British deaths, maybe it was an international flight and there wasn't a lot of Brits on it. I don't know.
Yeah,
but I know it was a massive plane and it was a terrorist attack. So you said 98.
It was 92, I think. It was killed in the hotel, the St. David, or the King David Hotel. But yeah, that is still, I believe, because I only checked it not long ago.
Yeah, Netanyahu was too young. He wasn't involved in that.
Would it have been his dad?
No, different names.
He was born in Tel Aviv to secular Jewish parents. He was raised in Jerusalem and then in Philadelphia in the United States. He returned to Israel in 1967.
Okay, 11 residents of Lockerbie and 43 British citizens on the plane. So that would have been 54. Wow, okay. 190 were American citizens on that flight. Wow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
Well, how many Germans and Europeans was there? Just like a sprinkle?
Yeah, a sprinkle, a dash of German, a smidge of,
we blamed Gaddafi for that. It's not clear who did it. It might have been Iran.
It was a bone box, right? A shoulder carry.
That's the story.
Amazing. They could fit. See, that's the thing with the bomb on a plane. It doesn't take much.
No.
It's already pressurized cabin.
Exactly. You know? It's already at a high altitude, and the depressurization is pretty traumatic to the plane's structure.
It was supposed to blow up over the Atlantic, wasn't it? It got delayed.
Yeah, I think it did. It delayed. It blew up very late.
So it was coming from the U.S. to Scotland? No?
No, it was leaving, I think.
It was leaving, it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it blew up early.
Blew up early then, okay. I understand.
Yeah, I don't know why they actually went that way, because I know that the normal way to fly to America is basically straight over Bristol and Cardiff, which is where I am.
No, sometimes they go to Amsterdam first and pick up passengers there, and then fly over to the States.
Yeah, but they would still go over, I would suggest, Southern Islands and South Wales and Avonmouth, which is generally the route they take.
Yeah.
If you're going out like from Bristol or London, but I know some flights go for some reason go to, and for some reason they go to Amsterdam, Schiphol or whatever it's called, and then they arc right up over the top then and go over Iceland and then
they go over Iceland and Greenland and come out over Nova Scotia and Canada and head back down.
Yeah, because isn't it like the maths? It's the same distance to arc as it is to go like in a straight line or something, isn't it?
Yeah, I do want to say hello to Lee. I haven't seen you in a while, and it's good to hear you.
Yeah, it's good to see you as well. I tried to get on last week, to be honest, last dance, and then I was having some technical difficulties, so I did type a couple of messages. But yeah, it's good to see you all. It's been a while.
Loud and clear today. Loud and clear.
Good.
Today.
Oh, man.
So
Yeah,
real
well,
quick, the flight
Go on.
originated as a feeder flight in Frankfurt, West Germany.
Ah, right.
Okay.
That's
and
an
that was
airport I've actually been to.
okay.
He's the Google monster tonight. So that's the
Okay.
one. He's the right.
It was a feeder flight going. It says it was bookable as either single Frankfurt to New York or Frankfurt Detroit itinerary. Not sure what all that means.
Right.
Frankfurt, London, New York, Detroit was the entire route. So you could have gone the whole kit and caboodle on that sucker all the way to Detroit. So Frankfurt to London is obviously on that trip is where it blew up.
Well, no.
I worked with a guy whose brother was one of the guys that had to go up there, and he's some technical boffin. And he said it was amazing. There were some people in the ground that had gone in like spears. So their ankles had like come right back up to their shin, and they were like halfway in the ground up to their tummy where they'd landed.
Well, I doubt they were even complete bodies because it's.
They had to dig them out.
Yeah,
You're
right.
It looks like you might be right. I heard you mumbling there, Welshie, that it had landed and then was taking off from London to New York.
Yeah.
Bound for New York.
But maybe, like I said, they went close to the lands because I know they do. They do like to stay close to the land, and depending on what part of America you're going to land, will determine whether you go east or whether you go northeast. If you know what I mean. Not northeast, northwest, or just west. If you know what I mean. So yeah, I can see why it goes high. It goes mostly skirts Iceland, skirts Greenland, and then comes down from there.
Yeah,
it's confusing because when you look at a map is a 2D thing, and it looks like, why are they going way up north? But evidently, and I don't really know why, but if you looked at a sphere, a globe, you would see that that's actually the
same
shortest
distance.
route.
Yeah, same distance.
Well, I think it also has to do with wanting to be near airfields in case of an emergency. There are airfields in Iceland. There are airfields in Greenland. There are airfields in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, there was a famous case, I think it was back in the 80s, where there was a Concorde pilot who, I think he wanted to land at Reykjavik in Iceland. He was a bit unsure. I think there was something he was unsure about with the aircraft, and they denied it. For some reason, so he flew over the Reykjavik airport full blast and caused a bit of damage, I think, and he got fired for it as well. But then again, you got to remember when Concorde was first released, there was protests in America. They didn't want it. They didn't want it landing in America because of the loads of Americans out going because of the boom from the plane. It was like
they just didn't want the British to have it. That's what it was.
That's what it was. The Americans were jealous because we built Concorde. Yeah,
because Boeing was trying to do the same thing, but they failed miserably, didn't they?
Yeah, and the Russians. Do you remember they built their equivalent and it crashed or it blew up?
Copy.
Oh, it was terrible.
Conceptually, it's amazing. It's so much faster, but in practice, I guess it wasn't really. It was too expensive, right? But then
I don't know. Well, I don't really know the economics. People paid.
People paid like $7,000 a flight and stuff. But
right,
what it was I think in the end, from what I learned from it all, it was when the crash happened. They couldn't put it. They couldn't. It couldn't. It couldn't be. It wouldn't be allowed these days.
Well, I think they were facing.
It would have to.
They would have to make changes, and those would be expensive.
Massive changes, internal changes. They
very expensive to reinforce the fuel tanks.
Yeah, that's right. So it became like an engineering nightmare.
Right, exactly.
Plus, it would lose all like its buzz and its speed and lots of things that
Right.
and it just become like they couldn't really do it.
Do you
Game over.
remember? Do you remember? If for those that are old enough, the days of when Phil Collins played Live Aid in London, and then
Yes.
was sent to the airport, got on
Yeah.
Concorde, and was playing in America like 3.5, 4
I
hours
do
later.
remember that.
Yeah, I do
Yeah,
remember
me
that.
too.
And it was like 3.5 hours later, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he's like, he's there. He is.
I
Was
don't know
it
why 3.5
Seattle?
hours is stuck in my brain, but it was like 3.5 hours, wasn't it, in real time
Yeah.
or whatever.
I will say this: that plane was so beautiful. I'm so sorry that it
Ah,
it
Yeah.
isn't finding some excuse to continue to fly.
It was devastating, really. I thought because like what you got to remember, chaps, is we've gone backwards. We haven't gone forwards. That was released in like the late '60s.
Right.
And from that point now we're going slower in the air. We're not going higher. There's lots of things we're now going slower. It's like we're going backwards, like cars and
Well,
everything
yeah.
else.
a lot of ways the price is the most. It's like the most important thing everywhere, and so it's cheaper
Yeah.
to fly. We fly at the cheapest speed using the cheapest but still safe.
Not in Europe
Airplanes
anymore. I don't know what it's like in America, but
Yeah.
Europe's really expensive on flights now.
I mean, I probably
It's-
it probably shouldn't use the word, but I do think the Concorde was actually sexy. It was so beautiful.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it was
It
a
had
beautiful
the curves. It was
I had one problem with it. The skinny nose, the skinny little
Brilliant.
that bird nose thing.
Yeah.
It's tilted. It's
I thought that
tilted.
was awesome. That was
It
just
was
awesome.
retractable. It was retractable. It was
It's
just
like a
on the
beak.
sleeve.
It was
It's
like
like
a
a-
beak. Yeah, that's what bugged me out. These two
It
birds.
just freaked you out.
Yeah, but it's like the sea
Talking-
harrier. Like the sea harrier that could take off vertically. I mean,
Yeah.
that's
Sure.
just the bollocks. That is. I mean,
Oh yeah, you mean the Harrier? What they call that? The
harrier
jump
jump
jet?
jet.
Jump
Yeah.
jet.
The
Jump-
sea
I
har-
got a
it's
story
gotta be
for
a
that.
sea one. It's got to be a sea harrier though. They're the ones. They're the real
Right.
deal ones.
They're the ones that helped us win the Falklands War.
They did.
I remember
Cool
when I
idea.
was at the beach in Chicago in 1978, and I was watching these planes, and I was watching this one plane, and I said, "What the hell? It seems like it's hovering." And I hadn't heard of the Sea Harrier then, but I looked it up, and they said, "Oh, they had Harriers. It was an air show that they were having, and there was this plane, and it hovered. It was amazing.
The
How could a
stretch-
plane
talking
hover?"
Talking about fast planes, is the Blackbird still in service?
Nope,
No.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
wow.
don't think so.
not officially.
No,
Oh, right.
not anymore. Yeah.
Because
Oh.
that is a fast plane. Jeez.
Okay, Lee.
Firefox.
I've got a mental block at the moment to know what plane it was, but in the Falklands War, there was I recommend everyone watch this story. I'll find it, and it wasn't
A Vulcan?
Vulcans. That's what it was. There was
Yeah.
That's another beautiful plane.
18
Millennium
Vulcans.
Falcon?
Check this out. Well, there was 18 Vulcans, and they had about like 12 available at the time, and they were on their last legs, and they had to make another 6 up. So they went
Falcon
around
or Vulcan?
Vulcan. So they went around like the country.
Beautiful plane. Beautiful.
And this isn't during the Falklands. Started picking up bits of Vulcan, just to try and patch up a couple of Vulcans.
Well,
And that's
Yeah.
how fucking dire straits we were in. And we took them all to Ascension Islands, which is
Sure.
our little islands, which is like 1,000 miles away from the
Right.
Falklands, so
Yep.
some crazy distance. So what actually did, this was the plan, right? They all would feed the one plane, and every
Yeah.
time
That thing is beautiful.
there it is.
that plane,
That's cool.
every time that plane had filled up the one plane, it then circled back to Ascension. So they had to have enough diesel or fuel to get their plane back, but it was all to feed one plane. That plane bombed. I think he bombed one bomb or two. He bombed 3 bombs and one delivery. I think it was one sweep. He dropped 3. He hit the airport, and then he landed it in fucking Chile. Right, just landed it in an airport.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He got picked up and all that, and he got released. But it was one of it's full on one of the most craziest rescues that has been done in any time in the last 40, 50 years. I got to find out the name of the operation.
Yeah, I know. I do know that, and I also know that the I don't know when it was developed and then released. I think it might have been the 50s or something like that.
Sounds right.
But as much as it was beautiful looking, the pilots that were on those missions were like, they like it was like wires and cables to operate stuff. It was so old, and that's what they were most worried about was the technology. Yeah, and but it did the job. It did the job in the end. But the pilots were very nervous because the technology was so old.
I'm sorry. What's that?
Yeah, I can imagine. It doesn't look old. It looks fairly timeless. Those wings are massive. I imagine they provide a massive amount of lift, which would mean that maybe
I've been lucky enough to see
it can cruise along for long distances without burning a shitload of fuel. That's clearly what that design is for. Very cool.
But I've been lucky enough to see it at an air show, and it was really impressive. It was beautiful.
Huge or small, medium? How would you say?
Huge. Yeah. Big plane.
Yeah.
I mean, just the thought of it, though, the operation of actually having 17 Vulcans to feed one Vulcan to get and
mid-air fueling. Yeah,
mid-air fueling. They had hardly anything to spare. It was like all done off the cuff. They had about 6 weeks to put together the operation. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I thought the Vulcan was at one point the UK's...
And the other controversy thing, but going back to... Go on, last time.
Oh, I thought that was your main nuclear long-range bomber at one point.
I'm not sure.
I think it was at one point, yeah. But I also remember during the Falklands War, the Sea Harrier, or the Harrier as we like to call it, I remember there was a bit of controversy because I remember the United States were supposed to be a bit neutral, but they ended up giving us... There was a refitting done for the armaments, for the missile launches off the wings, which came from America. So they were refitted to be able to fire these certain missiles, which I think were to take ships out. And Argentina weren't happy because America was supposed to be neutral, but they found out that this was going on. Yeah,
I think we did give you Sidewinders.
Yeah,
for anti-aircraft missiles.
The French supplied them. Well played there, Steve, with the old searches.
Yeah, you're right on, Johnny, on the spot.
Yeah, just bring them on, man. I don't want to see our ugly mugs. I prefer to see something like that.
What was the Exocet? That was the French anti-ship missile.
Yeah,
it was French. Yeah, that would take ships out.
The Archies had them too. That they hit the Sheffield with one, right?
Yeah.
And it didn't explode, but it caught fire. The fuel on the missile caught fire and damaged.
One of the crazy stories was they fired a missile at a British ship, and I think it was a cargo ship or something, and it missed, and it went off, and it targeted a ship like fucking 10 miles away, like miles and miles away, and it sunk that instead. But
wrong ship, the old wrong ship. Routine.
Yeah. It wasn't
a big
blue.
mistake.
It wasn't blue on blue though. It was just they got a fucking big target, but not the one they were aiming for.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
I mean, this thing's not the world's biggest missile, but that'll put some hurt on you.
Well, the Harriers were taking off and taking on and off like supply ships. That's how fucking good they were. You know, they could go to the supply ship, fucking, pick up men or whatever, and fucking then vertically take off.
I think there was a lot of controversy though, wasn't there, over the fact that we sank the Belgrano, which was because there was a 200-mile zone around the Falkland Islands, and it was like we said, if anything enters there, it will be fired out and
210
sunk.
miles, 220 miles.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. It was war.
It was zigzagging, wasn't it, in and out of the zone? And Margaret Thatcher said, "Sink it," and 300 lives were lost, I think, at sea. They sank the fucking thing, big time.
Well, she's right. She just got a timing wrong because they were ready to zig back, weren't they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I mean, there's
I
no
see.
there's no
You could have waited
rules
an
like
hour
that.
and they go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. You're the man. You go.
No, I'm not. I finished. You
Okay. I don't think anyone's absolutely sure, at least I haven't seen it, about exactly where it was when it was hit. But it was close to the exclusion zone. It was a warship,
It wasn't.
and it was
there for
obviously
any other
there to
reason.
support the Argentinian forces. It was totally a legitimate military target. It's a shame. War is terrible. It's not a joke. It's not something to cheer on. And I'm sorry the Argentinians invaded the Falklands, but I'm sorry that ship was sunk. It's sad.
I spent 5 weeks in Argentina, 2 different ships, 2002, 2003. And
you were in the Navy?
No, I was importing classic vehicles from Argentina to the UK.
Of course you were.
I was.
No, I believe you. I could see you with the plaid jacket and shoes, dress pants, bringing ships.
I was in the streets trying to do deals and stuff, mate. I wasn't in anywhere. But yeah, in Argentina, it's a big thing out there, the Falklands. It really is. I don't know why, because no one in the Falklands wants to be Argentina. They've done referendums. I think it was 98.6% or something.
I mean, hardly anybody lives there. It's
the Maldives, as the Argentinians call it.
Yeah.
The funny thing, the Falklands cost the UK every year since we had it, right? Lots of money. And after the Falklands, it now makes money because of tourism. And it's made money every year since. Isn't that crazy?
The other thing is that if you look, the Falklands is not that close to Argentina. It's not like Martha's Vineyard in the United States. I mean, it's pretty far off the coast of Argentina. It's closer to Argentina than it is to the UK, but it's still not that close to Argentina. So
it's a bit further away from Gibraltar to Spain, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Let's not bring that up, because I think the Spanish have a point there.
They're a bit sore on that one. What splits Spain and Gibraltar? Is it the airport runway, basically?
I think so. It's
yeah, it is. Yeah, I've been there, and when I went the top of the hill, mountain, or whatever you call it, the guide was saying that because the USA have presence there as well, they've got some great listening channels, buildings that are there, and he was saying there's no way the British will ever give this up, no matter what Spain say. And maybe he was saying it in a bit of jest. He said even if Spain had tried to take it back, the USA would come in and just claim it. But one of his interesting facts he told us, he's like, see those buildings over that on the hill there? I was like, yeah. He said, like, those buildings there have got listening devices where you can hear a conversation going on in like the Middle East. He said they're so sensitive and they're listening in all the time. I was like, wow, that's just amazing. He's going, yeah, the technology is just phenomenal. So it's like, wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, I don't know how big it is. I think it's mostly like 3 miles by 2 miles or something like that. I don't know.
It's very small. But what it does have is it has a Morrison's, Welshman. Big Morrison's is the major supermarket.
8,000. There's the distance. You guys didn't exactly have an ownership on it. 8,027 miles. That's pretty good.
Oh, yeah. But we claimed
yeah, well, there's supposed to be, lo and behold, shock horror. There's supposed to be like quite a few oil fields in and around which we can tap into at any time. So once again, the world protects and countries protect and go to war when it comes to oil.
Right.
I mean, I think we visited 150 countries in all, and currently 52 of them still want to be part of the Commonwealth.
Exactly. That's because we're such an amazing country, Welshmen.
Well, we were.
Back in the day, yeah.
Is all hope lost for you guys?
No.
Well, we're in the same predicament as you, so it's very much mirrored. We're gonna end up losing our people and our culture, unless something happens. It's just inevitable. It's just a matter of time.
Oh God, yeah. It's all, but I think it's all orchestrated.
Of course.
What do you think about Poland and the Polish policy regarding migrants?
Zero.
Now, this is a dicey
Zero.
subject, but so
Zero.
let's tread
Well,
lightly.
What is the question?
Poland and their policy regarding refugees and migrants.
I don't even know what
And
Their policy is
Hungary.
no fucking way.
That's right. Well,
And
they have
Lot like Hungary's.
But
It's-
they have allowed in between 1 and 2 million Ukrainian
Ukrainians. Yeah.
displaced by war.
yeah.
Which is noble. That's admirable.
So Poland is advertised as the far right country of Europe, including Hungary. But
Mhm.
people fail to realise, and when interviewed, their foreign secretary Dominic Travawski, his name is, that's how I pronounce it. He mentions the word zero. He said we have 0 terrorist attacks. We have 0 Muslims. The reason why we have no terrorist attacks is we don't have Muslims. He said we've taken 2 million Ukrainians. He was speaking back in 1918 because of the first war in 2014. He said that's what they took. That's what they took then, and I think they've taken a bit more now. I mean,
I was going to say, saying that sounds like a good way to get your name on a list somewhere.
what's that? What he said? Well, yeah, that's what he said. I mean, the reality is, they haven't got the problems that we've got in the West.
And you know what he said when she said, "People call you racist. Why do you do that?" And he said to her, "Because this is what the Polish people want."
But this is what they voted for, wasn't it?
I'm like, holy shit, he's doing what the people want.
Exactly.
Apparently, he didn't hear the rules of being a politician.
Right.
His
Generally
name,
doesn't be not the motivating factor, you know.
yeah, Steve. That's Dominic Travawski. That's the chap I'm on about, and he's very true and eloquent and straightforward. He said, like Steve just said. He said, but that's what the people voted for. That's why we're in office. That's why we're running the government. Is because that was what the people wanted.
Yeah, I have the video. I think it might be a little too controversial for this.
No, it's on YouTube.
Hey, that's true. But let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, find it, mate. Put down Dominic Zero. If you put Dominic Zero Polish, I bet it comes up. Because he's very famous for saying the word zero and then doing an OK sign at the same time.
I can't remember. Did I find it on Instagram? No.
I bet it's on YouTube because there'll be a soundbite on it. Just
I'm
put in
Polish, and my grandfather at work used to have a little trinket on his desk that had a flat bottom, and it was a little pole, and it had a padlock through it, and that was symbolic Polak. I always appreciated that whole thing.
Outstanding.
Which country this week?
I have Polish blood.
Which this week was it? Was it someone like Finland or Estonia or Latvia? Well, there's some country this week that's announced that it's not prepared to send armaments anymore to the Ukraine because they're so depleted that they're worried about their own national security. It's almost and it almost like there seems to be some cracks are beginning to appear. I think with this bloody war.
What's up with Dembot's comment about the boat people? Is that something that just has started to happen recently? Because that's a pretty strong comment.
Well, which comment? He has a bunch.
The last one.
Boat people.
The horde of violent gang rapists in the UK from boat people.
Is this something that's like popping up more now, or what's going on?
Unfortunately, we lost Welshie, or Lee can maybe speak to that.
What's this? Sorry, say that again. Sorry, I didn't hear that. Sorry.
So Dembot, strong in the force, says the horde of violent gangs rapists in the UK from boat people.
Oh yeah.
Ring a bell.
So there certainly are cases, that are cropping up in the news. But as I was saying earlier, they're not willing to really say who it is. You know, they report it, but a very dumbed down version. Because they don't want the local populace getting irate, and because they're already peed off. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Why would that cause them to be irate? That's strange, right?
It's already well.
Yeah,
they're all. Why would that cause them? What's the problem? Come on.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem they've got is that where they're coming in over the channel, then they're then mostly, not always, but mostly being housed in these seaside towns that exist on tourism, and of course people are then getting put off going there, so the local economy starts to really suffer, and therefore go on.
The basic question is, why don't you just take them, put them in a boat, and drive them back to where they came from?
Well, yeah, it's a good question, but the problem you've got is that the minority seem to be heard more than the majority. So you've got these human rights people going, you can't treat them like that. They're running away from a dangerous situation. And
well,
they
are you asking? Is he asking? Dance? Are you asking the question for the people that are causing offenses?
No, I'm asking, how does the politics work? That, for example, the human rights people, win the argument. I mean, you'd be taking them from a rickety boat they came in, putting them on a nice sturdy boat to drive them back to where they came from.
Exactly. But the thing is, then you, like Welshman was saying earlier, and it's quite right, if you start to protest about it, you're deemed to be racist.
No. See, Last Dance wants to give them a nice boat ride. That's
yeah. I mean,
the fuck back where they came from.
What I also don't understand is that the British government is paying France millions and millions of pounds to help police this, to guard the beaches, to find out who the people are that are taking the money, supplying the boats, etc., and to stop them coming over. But there's been many videos on that exposing the fact that you see French policemen on the beach and they're watching them get into the boats and they're doing nothing, and yet we're paying millions. So I'm thinking, from a personal point of view, okay, let's put the English Navy into action. Let's drive them out onto the sea halfway across the English Channel, and then pick these people up and then put them straight back on the beaches of France. But, for some reason they can't do it. And if France are annoyed and want to cause havoc about it, then let them do it. Do you know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. We can't. Isn't it amazing that these people, not all of them, admittedly, but a lot of them, travel all the way through Europe to get to the French coast to get on a boat to come to the UK?
Yeah, I know.
Unfortunately, I think they hear stories that you get houses, you'll be looked after, and that's why they make a beeline for the United Kingdom.
It's the same
and
thing.
Also,
it's the same thing here.
I might add as well that it is well known that when you come across the Mediterranean and you might be landing in places like Greece and Italy, that they are ferociously racist compared to, or against these people. So they want to move out of these countries anyway because they're not welcome. And yet the UK is under this banner of, we're multicultural, we're so accepting. It is just ridiculous because it's not true from the point of view of we probably are tolerant, but when they come here, they don't integrate. And that's the biggest problem. That's my big annoyance about it all, is that the government tried to portray that these people are moving into communities, they could be beneficial, this, that, but it's not true. They stay to themselves. And not only that, the most worrying thing is they also arrive here and they don't like the way we live. They don't like the fact that girls wander around with skirts on. That's their freedom if they want to do that.
I personally appreciate when they have short skirts on.
Whatever. But you know what I'm saying? Or the religion that we have, and it's just like, well, hang on a minute. So when in Rome, live as Romans, as the old saying goes.
Every day I get certain people either literally looking petrified that my dog's walking down the road, right? And they either cross the road completely or
trigger.
Yeah.
I've seen
Trigger.
that with dogs that I've had.
Trigger's fucking tiny, dude.
Near enough
I mean-
every day. Near enough every day.
When I lived in Chicago,
And get a load of this.
I'd walk
Get a
the
load of
dog,
this.
and the Muslims would look at this little dog like it was the devil
The
himself.
devil. The
Oh,
devil.
okay.
But
Maybe it isn't
that's
fear,
just their
it's just
religion. They regard dogs as unclean. It would just be like,
Unclean, yeah.
Especially-
I
no,
mean,
the
I
black
perfectly understand that.
But it's the
There's
black
a lady
ones
I
don't
know.
like.
Hey,
In
Aphids
terms
here?
of
Hey!
in terms
What's up,
of
dog?
cost. Hey, hi, Aphid. How you doing, dude?
Good. How you guys
In
doing?
terms of cost as well, you hear about all this money being spent. You just don't realize. Do you know? And Welshman, you'll relate to this even more. There's a lady I know. I don't know her that now, but a couple of years ago, she was working at Liverpool Hospital as a translator. And because they were so short on being able to speak various languages, because these people, she was on £600 a day. Day as a consultant because she knew various languages to be able to speak Urdu or whatever they fucking speak.
Oh yeah,
and it's like she was like, I'm loving it. I'm getting paid so much, but you know what? That's all coming out of our taxes.
absolutely.
I mean, the amount of people who have left the NHS to work back at the NHS as subcontractors, earning 300% more than they were earning with the NHS. You know, there's a lot of that going on. I don't know.
See, here's one of the problems that I hear people say the U.S. is a rich nation. The U.K. is a rich nation. The West are rich. But not everybody is rich, and everybody's works, people work hard for their money. They don't want to, they don't want to see it being wasted without their consent.
Yes.
That someone is telling them that if they disagree with this, they're racist. They're telling them that they have to shut up or they're racists.
Yeah.
And, that's
when
what I see as a big issue.
And it causes animosity and tension because it's obvious. It's obviously not fair that someone who's been on like the social housing list for many years keep on getting pushed back. And the reason why they keep on getting pushed back is because they're slipping these new British in, and of course they're not going in the queue. As soon as they get them out of a hotel,
they go to the front of the line.
They go in the front of the line. And when people look at that and they say, that's racist, I'm thinking, are you fucking stupid or something? Are you not fucking clued up? Or is something wrong with you? Have you had a whack on the head? Because
every single year in this country, at the time of children entering school age, every single year, it's reported. You get parents on TV going, "I live within the I don't know if it's the same in the US. You've got to live in a catchment area to be able to go to a certain school, and certain schools will have better reputations than others. And then you've got parents going. Some parents will even sell their house to move into an area where they can get their kid into a certain school, and then they're getting told they can't come here because we've got to have 30 spaces available for any migrants that are coming in. And they're like, what? But I'm a British person. I've been here all my life. I want my child to go to this school. They're like, hard luck. And it's like, and that causes a great deal of animosity as well. It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. It's also ridiculous, as someone who has been to the UK several times, to ever suggest that they're a racist country. They are the least racist country I've ever been to.
Yeah.
Period.
Absolutely.
And like I say, it's not about race. It's about the system, and it's about numbers. That's what it's about. If numbers are racist and mass are racist, then the system that's allowing this to happen, like I said, it's not about colour to me. It's just about, people want to better themselves. I get it. It's a normal human reaction. What you want to do. I blame the system.
Exactly.
I don't blame the people for trying to take the piss out of the system. If I was in their situation, I would say all sorts of shit.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't blame them, but everyone goes, "Oh, you're racist," and I'm like, no, I just don't fucking think it's suitable.
And it's not just the fact that you don't want to use the resources. I mean, let's be honest. These migrants are dying trying to get across, and for this illusion of a land of milk and honey. It's everywhere you go. It is, whether it's these rich countries, everybody has to work. There needs to be jobs. It's the same everywhere. It's the same as it is in the Middle East, basically. There's no magic, la la land where food grows and money grows on trees. It's not like that in the UK. It's not like that in the US.
That's why.
You still have to work hard, and you still have to struggle your way forward. And these migrants certainly are willing, for the most part, to do that. But I think they're, in many cases, better off staying a lot closer to where they came from.
Oh yeah, big time.
Are we doing any type of what's the word? Sanctions? Are we doing any type of sanctions on countries that are sending all their migrants to us?
I don't know. Most of those countries don't even have they have barely functioning governments, like Libya. And
What about our South American friends?
No,
that's a good. Oh, so you mean to the U.S. now, not the UK?
Yeah. Well, I mean globalism on a scale, but personally, it's more personal for us here, for me, because I'm from here. But I'm just curious why we don't go that route if it's their fault.
Well, let me say this: we do have sanctions on Venezuela. A lot of these people are coming from Venezuela, but we're
not because of that.
Not because of that. No, that's true. Although,
I guess it would only make it worse. I don't know.
I don't want to cross the streams, but this gets into another issue of the U.S. Constantly being at war or in hostile relations with countries like Venezuela just because their governments are arguably atrocious. We should always, for a long time we've pretended that the government of Venezuela, the official government, is this guy named Guaidó or something. I don't even know. He doesn't even live in Venezuela. We pretend that he's the legitimate elected leader. I mean, that's just stupid. It's not true. I don't care how undemocratic the elections were. He's not the guy in charge. You got to deal with whoever is in charge. It doesn't matter whether they did that legitimately or not. They're the ones who control the country.
We haven't been doing that. What's the dichotomy of liberal to conservative to the guy who is fake leading now, or the guy who won the bastardized election?
The guy who won the bastardized election is a communist.
He's ultra liberal.
He's actually
one's a
communist.
One's a communist.
And the other guy is not a communist. I don't know. He's probably more left wing than anybody, in the U.S., but he's not a communist.
I see. Okay.
Steve, did you check that video in the back, Mace, in the back chat?
Back chat. It's in the back chat.
That wasn't the same one.
No, but he said this. He said it this week, and it's brutal. It's the same pattern. He says the same pattern is just as good.
What do you guys think? This Polish. What is he in Poland? Is his title?
I don't know if he's foreign minister, but he speaks good English, and he says it as it is. It's only about a minute long. It's good.
Any pestilence this week? Anybody have the pestilence?
I was just giving you shit.
The
just
hell
for the
does
last
that
couple
mean,
weeks.
dude?
I do
That's
have
like
an invasion of ants
scale.
in this rental house I'm occupying on vacation, but that's
big ants or little ants?
Little ants.
You get that? You won't even kill a fucking ant, probably. You're probably having a big ant party, feeding them all kinds of sugar.
I'm actually reading them speeches, trying to convince them to leave.
What part of the world are you at, Last Dance?
I'm in Bethany Beach, Delaware.
Oh wow!
It should be starting to get cold there, so maybe they're coming in for a little bit of
cold.
The temperature dropped 10 degrees today, from 73 to 63 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, we're both wearing sweaters, man. I'm surprised. I mean, your garage must be pretty warm there, Steve, because you're Boston.
Well, we got a tropical storm coming in off the ocean, so we still have the wicked humidity up here. It's been foggy and warm, and
it's wicked cold.
How'd you do with Ophelia?
Great. It's a great song by the band.
How about the tropical storm?
Don't remember it.
Good. That means you did well.
Yeah. I'm going to just say real quick and then play this video. The passageway for work for these migrants who are getting here is so flawed to get these people to contribute. It's ridiculous. The whole thing is, I mean, this is a subject we can definitely address. The government now just picking clusters of them and throwing them in states like, you know, like Oprah with cars. It ain't fucking working, dude. Like
You get the
You get an
migrant.
immigrant.
And you get some migrant.
that ain't
Right,
right,
right.
man.
Wherever the train goes, that's where the migrants end
They're,
up.
they're, they're not quite new cars, though, are they?
No, I mean,
No.
it's crazy. It's like some get Alaska, they're like, shit, man. Other ones get Florida, they're probably psyched. They don't know which is better or which is worse, but I don't know which I'd take. Alaska might be kind of cool. Maybe they've been too hot their whole lives. They want to go cool off a little bit. I don't
Instead of a cell phone, they'd have to give them like a sidearm for Alaska.
Yeah,
know. Hey,
or at
Yeah,
least
give me a
bear
choice.
spray.
44 or an iPhone
No.
10. We're not
Yeah,
going to
right.
go iPhone 14. No
Yeah.
fucking way. iPhone 9, maybe 10. Good enough. All right, here we go. Let's see here.
I think they have to give them sidearms for Chicago too, but you know it's a different story.
Well played.
St. Louis.
Yeah.
When I went to Poland, I went there twice on their Independence Day. Antifa turned up and they got beat up both times.
In Poland?
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
they have got a far left contingent, but compared to the nationalists out there, it's quite embarrassing.
Nice to see it happening on a world scale.
Did you see a group of them put in a light bulb?
Soros bought the light bulb, I'm pretty sure.
Sorry.
I'm glad that's your first entry addition to the pub. Aphid lit.
Apparently, it takes 3. 1 to hold the light bulb and 2 to spin the ladder.
Right.
Pardon me.
All right, here we go. 111. Let's see if we can make it.
Interesting
lowest
solution.
unemployment in European Union is Poland. The highest GDP after COVID in European Union is Poland. One of the lowest debts in European Union is Poland. So don't give us this rubbish about the need of educated immigration, as we heard yesterday. We don't need your doctors. We don't need your engineers. Take them all, and pay for them. We don't need them. You know
Where's
why?
this Polish joke going?
There's zero terrorist attacks in Poland.
Zero.
Why? Because there is no illegal migration in Poland. So don't give me this look. Don't give me this arguments about the populism, because this is a fact. This is your data from Eurostat. So we don't need your engineers. We don't need your doctors. Take them. Do not teach us. Do not teach us about democracy.
Do not come.
Because we know what the democracy is. So learn from Poland. Be like Poland.
I just want to throw in a little Masonic love here. The
Jesus, you got loud.
The
I
hand
did
signal
that.
for zero. He put up a hand signal for zero as a very
Uh-huh.
unique hand signal for zero.
Yeah, I know, but he's renowned for that
Is-
because he's given.
Is that supposed to be some right-wing signal now?
Well, no, I don't.
666.
I don't. Well, I don't think it is for him.
I thought it was
But-
white supremacy.
Yeah, it's all bollocks, isn't it? He just does it because he's Polish, and he's done it on near enough every time he says zero terrorist attacks. Every time he says zero terrorist attacks, he doesn't. He
Hey,
does,
Biscuit's here.
but like I
Yay,
said,
hello, Biscuit.
Hey,
Good to see you, man.
it's quite based
Biscuit's
though, isn't
here.
he? What do you think of his speech? Do you think it was quite based?
Oh, I thought it was awesome.
it was awesome. Does anyone know who Boss Rutan is?
No.
Now, like, this is a deep cut, but their accents sound similar. But this is totally random. I think that guy had a really. It would be a fun accent to impersonate. That guy was. It's
Yeah,
pretty funny shit.
yeah, he's good though, isn't he? He said it as it is.
Where am I? All right, I'm failing.
You're gonna get it. You're gonna get bombs now. You are. You're gonna get bombs with a big ashy sort of cock or something.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it's possible.
Oh, yeah, you are. I know it.
All right, let's see if he does. Does Boss Rutan
Jokes on
sound
you.
like?
I'm into that shit.
Does he sound like that Polish guy?
In Japan.
Oh,
I was
wow.
with all the fighters there, and it was against American military. And they were claiming that they were Navy SEALs. They had Navy SEALs tattooed on their bodies, but they were Navy SEAls. 100% guaranteed they're not, because I train SEAls, and they're.
All right, so they sounded alike, right?
Oh, very, very similar. He must be Polish.
He's a badass, I'll tell you. Deliver.
What country is badass from?
Pretty solid.
Yeah, he's one of the
He must
baddest
work out.
guys ever.
Is Bass Rutten Polish for badass?
I don't know what he is, but he's one of those European guys that like would be a bouncer at like a techno dance club in the 90s. That someone
He does look that way.
And he would just destroy people.
He looks like he's made of iron.
Little collar, tight, little clothes, as the girls say, little clothes, short sleeves, tight little,
Can't grab it.
around. Just
Can't grab those shirts.
He's the sort of guy. He's the sort of guy that doesn't throw 4 punches. He just throws one.
And the guy behind him gets knocked out by the airwave.
In Pancrase in Japan, he ruptured a guy's liver with a kick. He broke his liver. It was not internally very.
That's not good. That's murder.
That's gonna hurt, isn't it?
No, Pancrase is a sanctioned fight. That was some of the greatest martial arts ever, man.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
I just realized the comparison of Aphid shirt and Steve shirt. It's the same symbol.
You and your symbols. Let me have a look.
It is same pattern.
Mine's a guitar.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's a tree actually. I think mine's a tree.
Okay.
It is.
It's other than the fact that they're totally different.
Well,
They're the
actually,
same.
it's not a tree. I don't know what it is. I mean, it's Element is the name of the skateboard company that the shirt came from.
That looks like some sort of Aryan sort of.
Yeah.
Some,
Right.
Yeah,
vaguely swastika.
Yeah, it looks a bit Nordic. Should we say Nordic?
That's better. Nordic.
Nordic.
It's all of the elements in one symbol.
And that green color looks very suspicious.
Really?
Mm.
Well, I just got back from my rally, so.
Is that Northern European?
me and the boys were diving through some mud.
How you doing, man?
Good. No, I mean him.
You passed all your terrible diseases?
Yeah, I think so. Just funerals and stuff like that to go to.
That's not good.
But we got my mom's birthday to celebrate tomorrow, so that'll be good.
Oh, that's good.
Hopefully, it's a good experience, right?
A birthday?
Yeah, your mom's birthday is going to be a good experience.
I hope so.
How's
the point.
How's your dog?
Chip.
My dog? Chip, he just waddled over here. He's been jumping up on the couch lately.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's.
I didn't think that would get any better because it's been like 6 months since he blew out his ACL.
Yeah.
We're going to start calling you Job.
Because he's almost 10. We were realizing he's 9.5, so he's getting up there. I don't think of him as an old man, but I mean he's almost 70 in dog years.
Hoorah!
Yeah, I noticed him getting old after about 4 years of age or something like that.
Right.
You just notice it, don't you? You notice from puppy to like adult.
Yeah.
And now he looks at puppies, and instead of being the puppy, he looks at puppies now. And he ignores them. I'm thinking, what are you doing? Why are you ignoring a puppy?
They're beneath me.
Yeah, that's the look he gives. Like, there you go. It's age, isn't it? They get older.
Will you get another dog, Aphid?
I have 3 already, so.
Okay.
I mean, I'd like to replace them because, well, the Cinnamon, I love her to death, but this one that he said puppy, and she must have overheard it, and she came running.
Mm-hmm.
But this one just pisses and shits everywhere.
Nice.
I had to go with my girlfriend and have her dog put down a few days ago.
That's such a horrible experience. It's just the worst.
The dog, I think she had a stroke.
Was the dog like past 10 years old?
It was like 16.
Holy.
A little dog. They live longer, but
yeah, they do.
She was really suffering, and you know.
Hey, Last Dance. Just rewind back a little bit. You just mentioned. Did you say your girlfriend?
Yeah,
How long's this been going on?
for about 4 years.
Oh my god, I didn't know that. Right. Okay. I thought you were like still
she's one of
single or
five.
something. Don't
Well,
say that.
I was. You know,
I've never heard you mention that before. So
I've mentioned it.
Well,
haven't
that's
I?
because
he's
he's got the hots for you, Lee, and he didn't.
Yeah,
want to
exactly.
go.
Yeah, when you're
I don't want to turn you off.
Hold it back.
yeah, I'm really disgruntled now. I'm pissed off.
Last
when
time
you're
was
around, he
Lee.
keeps it on the DL.
Okay, on a happier note, what's your views on the Ukraine, Russia, and do you think that, well, more importantly, do you think the Ukrainian offensive has been successful or not?
No, of course it hasn't. Not at all.
It's a sad situation because I don't want to seem like I'm pro-Russia at all, and I don't want to ever come off like that. I fucking think they're fucking bastards, and I hate what they're doing over there.
Agreed.
What I am is against war and people dying, and I have a strong suspicion that this thing's gonna go on for fucking ever, dude.
Yeah.
So we gotta do something.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
But Steve,
Start talking.
Yeah, but I know that wasn't Steve's opinion a year ago. So, it's
that's true.
It's good that you
Good.
Because it really is terrible that we're talking to maybe 250,000, even more on both sides. Some of the sides saying 500 on the one side, but like 250,000 on each side just being slaughtered in for like nothing, for no grounds. They've taken back 1% of the 20% they lost. 1%. They've slaughtered about maybe 50, 70, 80,000 men in the last 2-3 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if I was to look at this like a sporting event, like say there's 4 quarters, I don't think I'm crazy to say that we're not out of the first quarter yet.
We are. The
reason. I mean, if it goes on forever, what the Ukrainians say they want. If that's allowed to continue, I don't think we're a quarter of the way through this.
Steve, they're running out of men. So unless NATO or America get involved, it's going to be game over. I would suggest by summer next year. By summer next year, it'll be game over because they'll run out of men. They'll be all dead.
Right. So, but despite the money we're sending, they don't have the bodies.
Yeah.
You know what hasn't changed?
And they're all new. They're all new now. All the experienced ones are dead.
You know what hasn't changed is that Russia controls these eastern provinces and Crimea. That hasn't changed since the day after the invasion.
Yeah.
And that's not going to change.
Have you all heard anything new though for what's actually happening on the war front? Because I haven't paid attention for weeks.
Yeah.
I don't know if the line's moving. I don't know.
It's all
I'll tell you one thing I've heard, which isn't being reported on. It is being by Middle East news channels because I like to tune into them and see their opinion. Thing is, if you start watching every news channel, you kind of read between the lines between everyone, and you kind of get a little bit of the truth. But I think it's Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan. They're kind of fighting as well. It seems to be orchestrated by the Russians due to religion again, and there's ethnic cleansing going on. Now, it would appear that the reason that's happening is because it's causing refugees, which, lo and behold, are traveling to Europe. So it's like Putin's taking advantage of making the problem even worse. So
where are you saying this is happening? Where in the world is this happening?
I think it's to the south of Russia, over towards the Chinese border, where it's like I think it might be Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan, something like that.
Yeah. RW, I've got 2 links for you on YouTube if you want to catch up on like what goes on the war front itself.
Is it like less than an hour each?
Oh yeah, the one does 10-minute videos, and then the other one does 30-minute videos.
Yeah, sure, man. Throw them at me.
So one's called Weeb, Weeb. I can't remember the second name, but if you put that in and you put Ukrainian, it'll come up. And the other one is the other one is called Willy, WILLY, and it's OAM or AOM. Don't ask me why he done it like that.
AM.
Yeah, it should come up as well. They both do really, really good in-depth thing, and they're not pro either. They really not.
I know I heard recently this past week a supermarket appears to have gotten attacked. 50 people were killed.
Yeah, and a cafe at the same time, wasn't it? A cafe and a supermarket it was, got obliterated.
Now, if that was a direct attack, purposefully shooting missiles at that, that's definitely a war crime, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how could you know? Weapons aren't, especially GPS guided weapons. They just
That's
aren't.
why I said if they were shooting directly at that thing.
I know you said that. I'm not saying you suggested otherwise, but I hear this every time there's an attack by Russians that injure Ukrainian civilians, that it's like another war crime, yada yada.
Yeah,
I just remember all the things we did in all of our attacks against in Iraq and Afghanistan, against terrorists with our drone war. It's not like we have a better record than Russia. I'm not saying that it's okay for Russia to do it, but we can't be the ones that point the finger at them, because we've yet to point the finger at ourselves.
Yeah.
Last dance. That's a really interesting point, right? Little history lesson here. It was I don't think it was the Maastricht. It might be the Budapest, but it wasn't called the treaty. It was called the Accord. Now, if we go back as far as when the wall came down in Germany and Germany became unified, you had Helmut Kohl, I think it was head chancellor of Germany. I forget who the French president was, and Bush. And the UK were involved very slightly in terms of signing up to this. So the wall comes down, Germany becomes reunified. Poland's now worried about Ukraine because it's like Russian held in terms of nuclear missiles. Part of the agreement, and the Russians were good here, by the way. Putin was a very young politician at the time and thought Gorbachev was giving too much. But anyway, so the wall comes down, and part of the agreement was that the Soviet Union would remove all the nuclear missiles out of the Ukraine.
Right.
That's what they did, on the basis that the agreement that was signed was
Wait. And Ukraine agrees to give them up.
Yes, they did. Yeah. But on the agreement that there would be no NATO interference at all, because and what happens is that they renege on that agreement.
Was that the agreement? I didn't see that. It wasn't in writing.
Yeah. I'll find the links for you, and you can read it because it's really interesting. That's
how I remember it too. It was,
and there was there were lots of other agreements with it, but part of it was that we'll take the nuclear missiles out of the Ukraine based on the fact that you're not going to come forward. And years later, the US renege on that, and there's mentions of NATO bases being built, nuclear missiles coming into Poland, then onto Ukraine. And this is why I always say that, in 2011, you're as in your country and your relationship with the Soviet Union in certain countries were doing combined flight combat missions, practicing this, that. So everything seemed to be pretty cool. And Russia was like, oh, we're kind of getting on with, after the Gorbachev reign and this, that. And then all of a sudden, you just building NATO bases, and the Ukraine are up for this. Now, is it not understandable that Putin goes, whoa, hang on a minute, we're not having this?
Yeah, but Lee, the one thing
I do want to make one point of order. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but you keep saying the U.S. reneged on there. The U.S. did this. This is NATO.
Oh.
You're in NATO.
No, last dance. You're being naive there.
Yeah.
The United States of America rule the world. Come on.
Okay. I don't disagree with that.
Nation. You're the most powerful nation in the world.
Why do you let us do that? Why don't you have your own independent foreign policy.
I'll tell you why we let you do it, because you're the most powerful nation in the world. I'm not just talking about military. I'm talking about economically. If we don't agree,
you are a very strong economic power.
No. The pressure that can be put on from the United States onto the rest of Europe is immense. If you get threatened with the economy in terms of, maybe we're not going to order so much from you, or this, that, and the other, whether that's France, whether that's Germany, whether it's the UK, then we will buckle. You are the most powerful nation in the world. Don't think for one moment that you don't have any influence over our governments and the way that Europe runs.
What I'm saying is that you let us dominate, and it's bad for us and bad for you that we dominate.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I'm mixed about that, to be honest, Last Dance, because there's going to be, whether you like it or not, you guys, as much as us, fear the way China's growing. Throughout the world, there will always be whoever's got the most money, who's ever got the biggest military, there's going to be the most powerful country in the world, whoever that happens to be. In some ways, I'm very glad it's the US, because we've got a good relationship with you. Our culture seems to be the same, this, that, and the other. So you will get criticism for the fact that you are policing the world. Whether you like it or not, that is your standing in the world. You look to the US and
I think it's a disaster that we're policing the world. I know other people disagree, but
I disagree.
I mean, let's start back in Vietnam.
What would you prefer then? Iran to be the most powerful nation in the world?
It doesn't have to be. That isn't the only other choice. I mean, you didn't go with us into Vietnam. Thank you. You probably should have talked us out of it, but you didn't. But you did go with us into Iraq. You shouldn't have. You should have talked us out of it, and if we didn't listen, it should have been just like Vietnam. Let us go alone and we'll be fools.
Well, you got to remember, the reason we went into Iraq with you is because whether this is true or not, I don't know, but Tony Blair was convinced by the United States government that there were weapons of mass destruction, and
he never believed that. I guarantee you, he said that, but he knew the truth. The reason he went is because he wanted to be a good ally.
Exactly. Of course he did.
Because after 9/11, he wanted to be a good ally.
In the same way.
And I appreciate that. But an even better ally would have talked us out of it.
No, because how are you going to do that when the people that are going to profit are the people that are making armaments? Your whole country is dependent upon how many missiles and bullets you sell to countries around the world.
I respect your opinion and your claims that our world dominance makes us. I just wish that you would be more nationalist and less.
I'm not demonizing the US. Honestly, I'm not.
No, you should.
All I'm saying is, if you're going to take on the role as the policeman of the world, because due to your wealth and your power and everything else, unfortunately, you're going to make mistakes and you're going to get criticism. Of course, because it's not going to agree with everybody. But ultimately, when it comes right down to it, I'm still glad that the US I know they make mistakes, and I know that obviously there's corruption and power, but I'm still glad that the US are the policemen of the world rather than some other country. It's a double-edged sword. It really is.
Okay, the typical thing about the US is if they don't like the democracy that's in a foreign sovereign nation, they'll put their own democracy in there. Just to make sure, you know what I mean? Even if it's a dictatorship, but it generally is.
Look,
a democracy, no problem, we'll topple it and we'll put our own type in.
Well, look at the Middle East. I mean, it's probably not worked out the way that the world wanted, but you got rid of Gaddafi and, of course, create complete mayhem. Saddam Hussein, who was a dictator, and sometimes you realise that some countries need a dictator, otherwise it comes into complete mess, as it has. You've got bad relations with Iran. You're trying to always court Saudi Arabia and UAE or whatever they are. It's just a complete and utter bloody mess created by you guys because you want regime change.
That's exactly the truth. It's a disaster.
The ones who have money and organized oil, where totally, bro. What up? The other ones, bang, bang, shoot, shoot, baby. You know what I'm talking about? Like, that's pretty much how it goes with this.
The thing is, when Lee's had a big monologue just then, and what I was going to say was, if, for example, you don't keep your ear to the ground when it comes to like proper news instead of just a narrative, you wouldn't know basically near enough very high percentage of what Lee was talking about, because you only just see the narrative and you're pretty much closed down to anything. But that's the reality. What he said is basically all true.
Yeah, and the other side of that is the more that you guys get immigrants that assimilate, the more percentage of your population isn't going to understand what Lee's saying, and they're going to say the opposite of what he's saying, that a Middle Eastern country would be great to be the leader of the world.
Well, that's true, especially when they haven't had a chance to live the oh, thank you, sweetie.
Do you think the United States is policing the world the same as it was 5 years ago?
No, not at all.
No.
I think I think what's happening is that you're meeting major resistance from the likes of the Soviet Union, from the likes of China, Iran, South Africa, Brazil. I mean, you just get the feeling there's a bit of a turning of the dial here.
They're making a lot of money in this term out of war. They're making a lot of money.
Because Lee also made a comment.
Underlying factor in all wars, doesn't it? And like as the world police here, thank goodness there was like one time a body cam footage came out from our world police, and Julian Assange is still a fugitive, fucking an international fugitive, because he released video of what we did over there. So like, it's funny. That's like one video. Imagine the tens of thousands of hours of things that we're never going to see that we have done.
Right. Just like that video.
Just like that, or worse.
Yeah, but
worse, right.
I also feel. Sorry, go on.
Well, no. What I was going to say, he released thousands of
I'll
documents.
Mute myself
He released
You're
thousands.
crunchy for sure.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm
Doc-
getting
no,
jealous.
no,
Like,
No, he's talking to dance.
Sorry. Julian.
I think the other.
Sorry, let me just. I can't get it out. He released thousands of documents in the end, but everything he released was correct and true. Everything was true.
Well, the footage that he had that then was somehow got to Chelsea Manning or whatever that person's name is, and then she released, whatever. I don't know what it is. I'm old. I'm confused.
I tell you what.
That was the footage of them killing the Reuters reporters who had cameras, and then not only that, some people came in to rescue them and save them with medical stuff, and then we started killing them too, and still people started waving them off. And then our own soldiers.
I think the other thing is the biggest danger to your country in particular, and this affects us.
There's a delay going on here. So Lee, you got a delay, and I think I got a delay going on. There's definitely a delay going on.
I just want to call out the comment from Lee where he said that the United States is the biggest world power right now, and I really don't think that's true anymore. I think that we might be saying that, but when you look at debt and power and some other countries in the world and their debt and their power, I don't know if that's true anymore.
It's definitely changing.
Debt doesn't lead to being the world power, though.
No.
The thing is, though, I think. Sorry, I cut out just then. I think the biggest danger to the US is, and this will affect us as the UK and Europe, is the. I think wars sometimes are being created because I think US are getting nervous about a different currency and that the US dollar will not rule the world. And you've got things like crypto emerging. You've got the other countries in the Middle East as well as China.
Crypto emerging.
I think
talking about maybe, but the thing is there's still these other countries wanting. Colonel Gaddafi actually touched on it when he said, we're going to make gold the actual currency of the world.
The African dollar, wasn't it?
and lo and behold, he gets assassinated and killed, or there's a coup or whatever. And I think that's the biggest danger, and that's why I think America, in some ways, are looking for wars to put this down and to stop it from happening. Because if the dollar doesn't rule the world, if the dollar doesn't rule the world, America will collapse, absolutely collapse, and so would the rest of the Western world as well.
Yeah, but that's like the plot from Street Fighter the movie, where the guy wants to create his own.
No, America's been in perpetual war now with some country around the world for a very long time. I mean, what if America's involved in some sort of warfare, supplying or guerrillaing or destabilizing governments? America aren't happy. You can just look at your history. I mean, you can see what they've done to Central America and South America just alone. But it's all about keeping the population now either in fear of a pandemic or fear of war or fear of something else. It literally is. That's what I feel. Not one thing; it's another.
Lee, there's like, no. Oh, sorry. Go on, Smokesteve.
I was just going to say, it looks like our GDP now is slightly lower than our debt, which is not a good thing.
No.
That used to be a really important thing that was talked about with countries, the GDP compared to the debt. You wanted the GDP to be like significantly higher. And now ours is completely thrown off. And that's a comparison they don't use anymore because now...
It's not good news.
It's bad, bro.
Well, I'm curious about China in that sense, where they're at on those same numbers, if they're giving us real numbers.
That's a fair point too. The numbers they're giving true.
China giving honest numbers.
Exactly.
Doubt on that one. Yeah.
Right. I'm scared of auditors personally.
I mean,
Lee, I don't think there's a path, Lee, from concern about the dominance of the U.S. dollar to actions that the U.S. does. It's so indirect that it can't even be detected.
Okay. Yeah, but Gaddafi said we're gonna turn all African oil, and it's all going to get sold into our new African dollar. And it was a serious threat by him.
And that caused the UK to attack Libya?
Well, no, it caused you to make regime change.
It didn't. It was never part of the calculus.
It certainly was. So there was reports of Hillary smiling with him with a broom handle stuck up his ass. Dead.
Well, yeah, I know he didn't fare well. But that.
I mean, he said, I'm the thing stopping the flood. I'm the plug stopping the flood from Africa. And,
he did. It was all in he called it the Green Book, didn't he? Which was his vision for the future.
He made a big UN speech about it, and guess what? He was right. As soon as he was gone, the country was destabilized, run by tribes.
Of course, he was right.
And now we got black Africans in the market being sold as slaves. It's like this is going on every day over there. It's crazy out there.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not suggesting that Gaddafi should have been deposed. Not far from it. I'm just saying that it wasn't deposed because he threatened the U.S. dollar.
I was told they were free electric out there. I don't know if that's true.
They were what?
Free electric, free schools.
That's possible.
Yeah, there is. There's free schooling, free healthcare, and if their hospitals couldn't perform their operation that because they didn't quite have the technology, they would pay for you to go to Europe and have it done. Free university education as well.
What's it like now?
Just war zone.
Just tribes.
Yeah, I mean, it was strange how we all got the video of him when he was pseudo-conscious, standing, eyes closed, seemed as though he had been beaten severely, but it seemed
wasn't there one film clip where there's an American soldier standing there and not doing anything?
I don't recall that one, but it's possible.
Yeah, it's famous. Yeah. The camera swings and you see like an American Marine there.
Whoa.
Yeah. How would that be?
His directive might not...
One guy just fucking denotes all American soldiers, doesn't he?
They were present,
Don't
and
be
they did,
naive.
and they weren't. They just stood on the sidelines and did nothing because they wanted him dead.
Because you saw one guy in a video. Yeah, sure.
No, it's possible though that's the directive. Or they might have just been told not to interfere.
Okay. If you just look at, like, the history, is it something you think could be possible?
Oh yeah.
What could be possible?
Well, they could have special forces out there working with the Libyans at the time, or that faction of the Libyans, and they could be using all their technology. They could be shadowing it.
Absolutely possible.
Yeah,
absolutely possible.
Probable.
It's not a million miles away.
There's no doubt that there would have been some there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean it's, but it doesn't mean that they were. That doesn't, everybody. Every time there's an American somewhere, people think they're pulling the strings. I mean, I wish it were that easy.
Well, the conspiracy theorists sure think that it's an easy conclusion.
Somebody said my name.
We do seem to have a lot of guys in a lot of places, and back in the day, it was even wilder with this amount of infiltration.
I think I checked up the other day. You got 700 bases around the world.
All I can tell you is my own experience, and that is that everything is a negotiation. Every arrangement with another party, you don't tell
I'm married. I understand.
You negotiate your way in. You have what you want, they have what they want, and you reach an agreement. That's how it is in everything. It's not just about what you want. It never is.
Can you talk more about your experiences?
No, I can't. That's that much detail, which doesn't sound like much, is the most I'll give you.
It's cool.
I want to swing back to something Goon said. He said that cryptocurrency is dying, and I'm curious if by that thought you think that digital currency isn't the future of currency.
Of course it is, yeah. But it will be government run, not like these independent little companies. Well, not little in some cases; they're worth millions. But it'll be government run. They'll have control.
I mean, we have the Fed coin now. The Federal Reserve is ramped up and ready to go. I think that's probably going to be the path. I just don't know how.
I don't know if there's any stopping to there being a. Well, go ahead. If Goon's gonna answer that question, I don't know if you heard you or not.
Sorry, no, I just got back.
Yeah, he asked you a direct question, but I think I'm the one that said it was dead. I don't know if Goon said it was
okay.
dead.
I thought
Goon might have said it.
Cryptocurrency is dead or dying, and I was curious if by that belief you believe that digital currency is not the near future or the future of currency.
I don't think so, because the way I mean, it could be, but I don't think it is because of the way that there is so many crypto tards, as we call them. They're so stupid that I don't think it can hold water, because you've got so many idiots believing in this thing. Until you get actual people that's intelligent and investing properly, yeah, it's probably fine. But
that's true.
Yeah, but you can make short-term money.
Yeah, but you've got people like Elon Musk going, "Oh yeah, Dogecoin is the next big thing, bro. Believe it."
Right. Listen, I'm not exaggerating here. When Dogecoin in particular, right? I've had a dabble, had a bit of a play, and I put some money into Dogecoin. Must have been about 2.5 years ago, and Elon Musk made a comment, and I put about, I don't know, it must have been about 200 quid into it, and by the end of that night, it was £3,000. I took it straight out. Thank you very much.
How was it?
Now I'm jealous of Lee.
But how was it the week after?
I promise that's the truth. I'm not lying.
I believe you.
How did that coin appreciate though after that? Like a month afterwards.
It was right back down.
I want to. Since this topic got brought up, I remember that there were several countries that changed their currency or something crazy to just
Ecuador.
nothing but
El Salvador.
El
Jamaica.
Salvador, yeah.
Were they the
think it's
only
that-
ones? I thought there was the other country that did it too. Maybe not.
Maybe.
But
Jamaica has
what's
opened
going
up
on? What's
government
going on there?
cryptocurrency.
What's
Did
going on there
Venezuela
now?
do it? Was it Venezuela as well?
I thought it was Ecuador.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I
Actually,
mean,
But yes,
how much
governments
of a
are
nightmare
starting to
situation?
phase.
What happened to the country? What El Salvador? Is that who you said it was?
Well, it's
I don't know the details though. I just know there was a big,
I just wonder
there
how
was
they're
a big
doing right
government
now.
push.
That's a good question, Aphid.
I mean, they would have to be just a nightmare situation.
Put down Central American companies can
Yeah, I'll work
cryptocurrency,
on
see what
that.
comes up.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
see what comes
it's
up.
not related, but last week I put up the stats that show that El Salvador went from having the highest murder rate in the world to having the lowest murder rate in the Western Hemisphere.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
And how have they done that?
Hey,
Yeah.
They had-
Salvador.
President
They stopped
ran on a
keeping-
law and
they
order
stopped keeping
platform.
records.
Yeah. The president ran on a law and order platform. When he got elected, he followed through. He jailed everybody, and a bunch of those who he jailed were guilty, and some were innocent. And he doesn't give a shit because the crime rate. You know, he found the gangs. He used the intel. He arrested everybody, and the crime rate, the murder rate, the violent crime rate fell to like nothing.
That was like Poland.
No, it sounds like that Asian country. What's that guy's name?
Singapore.
No, the one that called Obama son of a whore. What was that guy's name?
Kim Jong Un.
No. he was killing all the drug dealers and stuff.
Yeah, I
He
thought that
just
was
would kill 'em.
Thailand.
Oh,
think
dude,
that's in Thailand.
Tarte, do Harte?
Yeah, dude, that's it. That's
Oh,
it.
Philippines.
Arte.
Yeah,
That was the same
Philippines.
situation. They had it horrible.
Yeah,
But
it was
I
very
mean,
similar.
Like,
That
do
guy
you want
went
that? Do you
hard.
want that kind of like if you live there? Is that the kind of to clean up the system? Do you want? Is that what you?
Yeah, I want that. I do. I want that.
It's a good question. What if you have only two choices?
California or clean up all the shit.
What's the
No,
worst
it's much
crime
worse in
rate?
California.
What's the worst crime rate in the U.S.? Which state?
I think. Well, St. Louis is I think the worst city.
There's always a few cities that are always up there.
Philly,
Baltimore,
Philly's up there.
Baltimore,
Baltimore,
Philly, yeah, a lot of us represent
New Orleans,
they're
St. Louis.
shitholes.
Let's
Yeah.
not forget those summer nights in Chicago's rat-a-tat-tat, baby. And I'm not
It's
talking
only
about
it's yeah,
tap
but
dancing.
if you do the whole like population of Chicago, it's not that bad. But if you just seclude the southern, you know,
Yep.
You know,
Half.
for all you
It's a lot
American cousins out there, irrespective of which state you live in, do you live in an area where there would be certain areas you just would not drive down?
Well, yes.
Not for me.
Walk
Not for
down.
No,
Like-
not in my area. No.
There
like,
is areas that people won't, but I
Like,
don't feel that way.
I'll say about
What about walking down?
I'll say
No, I
about
don't feel that
No way. Walking would be a disaster.
I would say like 30 plus miles for me to get to Shadyville. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So if that makes sense, I don't
Do you
know.
know-
Aphid, would you say you're in
I've-
that ballpark? 30, 40,
I've-
50?
Yeah. But I've
it's
worked.
not,
I've
it's
worked.
not like hundreds of miles away, but it's close enough.
Do you know
I've
this-
worked. I've worked in the worst areas in the United States, and I've stood on the sidewalk and used a drill gun and put some screws in, and most people wouldn't dare step foot in there. And my wife made me quit doing that. Actually, I will not accept work in those areas. But at the time, I didn't worry about it because I felt like a guy in a work truck, and he just goes there. And but then there were several. she showed me articles. Oh, this guy was doing the he was just a worker and he was in a work truck and he got killed. So she made me swear I wouldn't do it.
I still love the way that last time when he was like, "Nah, walk down, nah, bro," and then just grabs some more chips.
Do you know the safest? Do you know what the safest city in America is? I know what it is. Do you know what it is?
This goes to the next subject. This is a good segue.
you hear me?
Go ahead, buddy. What is it?
Sorry. Yeah. Do you know the safest city in Portland? Oh shit! I give it away. Portland is the safest city in
You
America.
gotta say,
Is it Portland?
Is it Portland?
Do you
Is
know
it
why?
Portland?
Do you know why? It's Portland,
No.
Oregon. Do you know why? It's because they've turned crime into non-crime.
Right. So there's no crime. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just me making it up. But it's about
Love it.
right. It's about
Love
right.
Nobody gets arrested.
Yeah. It's a non-crime.
Oh, you made it, that guy. Good on you. Well done. Well done. That must. Have been
I heard that
difficult.
joke's popular in
Good on
Poland.
you.
All right. So like
This is a great group. I got to say that.
in certain neighborhoods now, like in certain
So
neighborhoods,
diverse.
we've seen all these videos of like excessive, like unbelievable shoplifting and mobs of people simultaneously stealing shit together. And some stores are starting to fight back. Some stores, Target came out recently and said, you know what? We're going to keep like a lot of Targets open, but in certain targeted, no pun intended, areas, we're going to be shutting stores down because it's not safe for their employees, and they're losing money. Just frankly, people are stealing everything and getting assaulted.
In the UK. Same in the
So
UK.
they're gonna start closing stores down in these areas.
San Francisco.
There's like 8 different specific locations. So
Yeah, it's like Walmart.
my question to you is this a move that it does make business sense for the small guy up to the big guy? Is there going to be a market for some kind of like appointment shopping, possibly, where people have to like get pre-approval?
I'll tell you what, Smokesteve. I'm going to be a little bit controversial. I'm going to be a little bit controversial here, so I'm going to keep it kind of coded. I've watched those videos, especially in America, and they all have one thing in common, and that's all I'm going to say. They all have one thing in common.
No, I agree with you.
They all
I hear
take
you.
trolleys. They all use trolleys. They all use trolleys.
Yeah, that's right, Washwood.
It's
know
all
what I'm
young.
saying,
It's all
Washwood?
young people.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
They're-
that's it. Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
all stealing. They're all
No
stealing.
baskets for
That's-
them. No baskets for them. Don't bother with
You
that.
can fit more things in trolleys, can't you?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I mean,
Smokesteve, I've been around for a long time. In case you haven't noticed.
Yes,
We all have.
Thanks. I know you guys would support me. And these things come and go in waves. And
I'm still listening.
crime goes in a wave. Then people react in a wave to crack down on it. And then things become safe. And then liberals come in and they say, you guys are too harsh, too many laws, you're putting people in prison, and it all starts over again.
That's true.
And so what you're seeing now is that part of the wave. But on the other side of it, cities like San Francisco, they will hire more police because the people there want to be safe, and they will crack down, and things will get better, and those Target stores will reopen. So
yeah, but
I don't see a permanent change here.
Well, don't you think it's a new wave of ideas coming through, or not ideas?
It's always new. Nothing's the same. Yet the big picture looks the same.
It's more like a pendulum.
It's more like a pendulum. It is a lot like a pendulum.
And we've got the same in the UK. So there was a viral clip in the UK recently where Tesco's detectives and sort of squad, they were doing a training session in a Tesco's, and a couple of people had done the old trolley dash, the old supermarket sweep, and they and they went into a BMW and they opened the doors, and it was funny because there was an old man with a dog, and he started getting involved, but he was all right, and they basically, it was obvious what they were doing. It's the same MO as you see in America, and all of a sudden these guys turned up, like 6 guys, and it was a big physical scuffle and all that, and it turns out they were there. They were Tesco's undercover, like, major team, and they were doing a training session just randomly in this branch. Tesco's is like not Target, but like supermarket out there. What's that?
Grocery store, like
Aldi.
Aldi, yeah,
like Aldi's. Or what's Asda's in America? What's that called?
What's it called?
Walmart, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, Walmart.
Same by Walmart.
It
Yeah.
could be like your Walmart.
I got a Walmart story when you're ready.
Yeah, so yeah, they nicked them, they got them, but they looked like they were undercover. But I noticed they didn't say. Thing is, they are all ex-police in this squad of all accounts, but they never said you're under arrest. They just physically stopped them. It was good, like, but you know, you do that as a member of the public, and you'll be in trouble. In the
Well, Welshman, right? This is no Welshman. It was 2 weeks ago. I went into my local store. It was a Tesco Express. It's like a real, for you guys in America, it's like a real miniature little store of one of the.
A small Walmart. Do you get small ones?
Yeah.
Walmarts.
Yeah, real
We
small.
call those
You know,
Walgreens.
right? Yeah. So it's like that. So I'm walking in there with my wife, and I noticed this guy is like stuffing stuff down his jacket like you wouldn't believe. So, and I know this store. I know this store well. I go in there virtually every night. I know all the staff, this, that, and the other. So anyway, I stopped by the door as my wife went wandering around, and I went, "Oi, mate, come on, don't be." He's like, "Oh." What? So he starts to have a bit of a debate with me, to put it politely. And I was like, "Do you know, it's people like you that put my grocery bills up because you're stealing all the time." So anyway, he pulls out this block of cheese and goes, "Oh, there you go then." I said, "Oh, come on, you've got more in there." Anyway, he starts pulling all these 8 blocks of cheese he pulls out. Meanwhile, my wife's gone to get the manager because like I said, we know the stuff. He comes out. Off he goes. He's well pissed off with me. And then this guy's called Steve, who's the manager. And he turns around to me and goes, "Lee, I appreciate what you've done, but mate, don't get involved." And I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "He could have had a knife or anything." He goes, "Our policy is just let him walk out." And I'm like,
he could have had a cheese grater.
Can you imagine?
I'll grate you bad.
Oh, bring out a cheese grater. Oh, fucking get
that's the fucking that's the policy though. You can walk in, stuff your jacket with everything, and they're all right to walk out. It's just fucking really made me.
Yeah, but the thing is, they need to record the crime. Once the crime's recorded, then they can arrest them. It's the same in America.
He must have had chronic diarrhea to get all that cheese. That's all.
I know. He was making excuses, going like, "Oh, mate, I'm starving. I need food." I did actually turn around to him and say, "What? With fucking blocks of cheese? Jesus Christ!"
I can't believe you shamed some homeless guy into not shoplifting blocks of cheese.
Guy, this guy was not homeless. Believe you me.
He's okay. Well, that's pretty amazing. That's a great story.
Oh, Jesus.
Jesus.
He was Jesus.
Mr. Kill. Give me the double horns. Mr. Kill. I'm going to say that's Mr. Kill.
Yeah,
Hey, Mr. Kill.
Who else is gonna have that light shining on his roof?
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Kelsey, good to see you, man.
Was it having a few problems here? Need to figure them out.
Well, we can hear you.
Sound good.
Yes, Steve, check the back chat, mate. Are you fit?
Oh man, I will. That's all you need to tell me.
I eat grilled chicken any man ever seen. I'm a back chat man.
Yeah, it's basically the one where the undercover squad raid them as they're getting away.
Aphid, to answer your question earlier about which countries were running their digital currencies and how successful they are, I'm having a lot of trouble finding updated articles. All I can find is articles from a few years ago that say which countries have initiated a digital currency, but not
because they got their internet shut off because they got no more money.
I don't know. I thought it'd be easier than that, so I'm gonna actually back off that for a while.
They all got scammed, basically.
Man, I will tell you that every person that approached me that supposedly like knew what was going to happen with the cryptocurrency and knew the NFT bullshit, because the first time the NFT bullshit was explained to me, I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And they were, this guy, everybody that talked to me about the NFT bullshit, it was the same people that, like, before it all happened, you would be like, okay, write down the people that you know that would fall for the stupidest bullshit in the world and think that it was going to be the next biggest thing. And I would have wrote every single one of those guys' names down.
Right. There was a video game. Well, video game. Let's say they're trying to release called Earth 2. And it's all a huge cryptocurrency thing. It's just basically like, oh, they're selling NFTs of like places around the world.
Yeah, there was
people. They're buying
Logan
it.
Paul.
They're also saying like,
Pond.
oh, this game is going to be like Red Dead Redemption 2 graphics, and they've been saying this for the past like 6 years or something. Oh, when crypto come out, it's just like
The crypto I can almost grasp, but the NFT bullshit, like I swear to God, people must have tried to explain that to me 100 times, and it still never made sense why something was selling for $1 million as an NFT. It never made sense.
They skyrocketed downwards now. NFT.
Yeah, they crashed in a hurry.
Yeah, there's people that bought them for like 100,000. It's worth like 1,000, maybe.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
You know,
that's
Logan
ridiculous.
Paul's
It's
getting
worth
sued.
1,000. I'd sell it and be like,
yeah, but it was
at
still,
least I got 1,000 out of it.
But they bought 100,000.
I know, man.
Fools.
Into
But hey,
it,
never
and then
never
only
forget
getting 1,000 out.
Never forget the GameStop wizard, the guy who fucking worked the market.
That
beat
movie,
the
I kind of want to see that movie that's coming out.
beat the hedge funders.
Yeah.
With basically YouTube videos and followers. Like, that's all it takes. We could do it if we had half a fucking brain between the, 7 of us plus the rest? I mean, come on, let's go. But, yeah, not going to happen.
I mean, it's like me, I've got a spare PC. Oh, yeah, I could crypto mine on it. And I probably earn $80 a year.
Those original monkey faces that really were at the beginning of the NFT market, you know what I'm talking about? Where that computer. I think that some of those are going to maintain their value, but everything that branched off from there, I just think it's going to disappear.
No, they've gone down. The Ape Club.
I'm just saying, like, whatever are the original ones, I think will have a value based just on historical value. But all the stuff after that, I think, will just be a wash.
Yeah, but the problem is they bought them for like tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars, and now they're only worth, like fucking tens to hundreds of dollars now.
Do you know
they're not worth anything anymore.
Do you know Logan Paul conned a load of people? He's being sued currently. So honestly, if you're into crypto and all the scams on crypto, there's a channel called CoffeeZilla.
Yes,
Zilla.
He's brilliant. Yeah.
Now you wanna watch him and watch his programs on Logan Paul and all the other scam artists. He done a thing called Crypto Zoo, and it was like there were eggs hatching, and you get like NFTs or some fucking nonsense.
Yeah.
And he robbed like the money is crazy what he got out of it, and it's crazy because he was robbing his own followers, he was robbing his own disciples as such. They were, it's just sickening. The guy's worth maybe $1 billion, and he's robbing people that have got like 10 grand in the bank. What the fuck?
Did you see there was a thing where they were like, okay, you can buy like these eggs, and they're worth like so many. Oh, not crypto. What is the thing? Ethereum or something?
Ethereum.
Ethereum.
Yes. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, but what they were saying,
like tens of thousands. And these people were buying eggs before they hatched.
What
and when they hatched, there was like derpy looking characters like half dead in the ground and stuff. And they were like, what did we just pay for?
So what it was something. The eggs you couldn't sell, but you could trade, and that's what would keep the money in the pot or something. But the whole thing. If you look at it, CoffeeZilla, there's loads of it. Honestly.
Yeah, no. I mean,
this channel is well worth checking out.
You want to check out Kira TV as well.
There was a brilliant documentary. Is there like you download it? Is it Virtual World, something like that? And you can create your own character. You have to pay a subscription. But the amazing thing about that documentary, there was this there were various people being interviewed. One was a lady that within that virtual world, she had to pay rent. She bought a shop and she sold shoes. Now the shoes were obviously graphic, so you'd walk in as your character into the shop. You walk down the street, but you see this shoe shop. You walk in, and what she was doing was limited edition shoes. So you could buy a pair of shoes, and you knew that in that virtual world, you're the only person that owned those pair of shoes.
Wasn't that Second Life?
Was it called Second Life? It might well have been. And she was making $250,000 a year, where people. It was like, oh my god, it's just graphics. It's not even real. And then there was like other people with businesses within this second world or whatever it was, and they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. It's unbelievable.
What happened to the good old days where we just used cryptocurrency to buy black tar heroin on Silk Road?
The FBI ruined that.
Oh, those bastards.
That guy got one of the longest prison sentences for
30 odd years.
non-violence.
Ross Ulbricht.
Oh my god!
He used his Gmail account under his name, didn't he?
I don't remember what tripped him up.
I'm just gonna say it. I think the guy was kind of a fucking legend, But I know
Mr. Loophole.
He probably killed some people along the way, which I don't like. But.
Well, it was the FBI kind of put out the word that he tried to arrange a hit of somebody. He denies it. They never charged him with it, so we really can't credit it. But who knows what the truth is? He just seems like he got a very severe sentence for somebody who was at least a pioneer, if as much as he was a scumbag, and I don't know how much he was a scumbag.
That kind of seems to happen. Was that in America?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was.
That seems to happen a lot of the time in America, where they're giving harsh sentence to people that don't really. You don't have the evidence against them. It's just like they're bad people. The government's like no.
$1 trillion.
Silence them. Silence.
We have
generations.
We have a jury system, and sometimes juries are easily swayed. Unfortunately.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever? I'm just in terms of technical ability. I mean, it takes me all the effort to just work this and get on with you guys. But I had a good mate of mine who came up to stay one weekend. He was an absolute IT boffin, and he was like, "Have you ever ventured into the dark web?" I was like, "No, I wouldn't even know where to start, what to do." So he said, "Oh, have a look at this." So anyway. He was in it showing me. Have you ever ventured there? It's unbelievable. I mean, you can buy drugs, you can buy guns, you can buy credit cards that have got limits on certain where you can use it for a couple of weeks. I was shocked, absolutely shocked.
Lee, if he showed you on your computer, I hope you have a VPN right now.
VPN, got a VPN. Yes, I have.
Good.
Well, I'm sure
those are real.
I'm sure he fired up the Tor browser.
Get the Tor out.
Right.
And
No one knows where he is right now.
I don't know.
That's how you access the dark web.
Oh, right. I don't know that. So.
I tried www.darkweb.com the other day on the Microsoft Edge tab. No luck.
That's the FBI, not the dark web.
It just had photos of 12 three-letter agencies on the screen saying we're watching you.
Ever since then, my screen pauses and clicks every minute or two. I don't know.
There you go.
Pay no attention to that. That's normal.
Right, exactly.
Did you buy that monitor from the dark web?
Anyway.
No, those are the dark web addresses are called onion addresses.
Right. It's just another layer.
And you access them through the Tor network. Easily with a Tor browser.
It's funny that Tor browser's been available for years, isn't it?
Decades now.
Absolutely traceless.
How do you spell that?
Search whatever you want.
TOR.
All right.
TOR stands for the Onion Router.
Download link for it.
Right, the Onion Router. I see.
I'm just writing down a cookie recipe. Don't pay any attention.
Hash 6 pounds.
Right.
It's not really that complicated. Basically, there's volunteers that let their computers be part of the Onion network. And the typical route picks 3 of them at random, and your traffic passes through these three computers, and it's no computer in the route knows the computer that was at 2 before it. You always know where the traffic's coming from, but it's also encrypted, so you can't really read the plain text, and so it gives you a lot of anonymity.
Seems like you know a lot of information about this, Last Dance.
Yeah.
Well,
He owns one of the computers.
Possibly, I knew something more in a previous life.
Oh, is that right?
Possibly, yeah.
But it does also depend on how encrypted that data is. I mean,
well, it's encrypted. It goes through 3 layers, and each layer is encrypted.
That's where your name comes from, actually. Last Dance is the last computer in that 3-computer chain.
Yeah.
Well, I once tried to be it's called an exit node, which is the one that is the last one before it gets to the destination.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't do that, it sounds like it's a good thing to help out anonymity, but there's so many criminals that use it that your IP address gets identified as a dangerous IP address, and you can't go to Netflix or anything. You're shit out of luck. I had that happen once.
You can't Netflix and chill as a criminal?
Oh my God.
Wow.
It's actually, they don't care that you're a criminal. They care that people are stealing Netflix through your IP address.
Right.
So if you were committing murder, the Netflix wouldn't care at all. It's that you're stealing Netflix that
But
they
you're
care.
sharing your Netflix.
That's exactly right. That's the biggest crime they can think of.
Yeah.
Tell me this: can you put somebody's IP address in some kind of list like that?
It's not an IP
Are you
address.
asking for a friend?
Oh, you mean like
No.
to blacklist them?
Yes, because
That's what ends up happening. Your IP address
that happened to
gets
me.
blacklisted.
That happened to me, and I thought it was, maybe some people that didn't like me that did that to me in some way.
Sure.
I was unable, and I wasn't doing. I mean, there was a time when I was searching like main video sites for uploading graphic videos to LiveLeak, but I didn't think that would put me on a blacklist.
Probably not. I mean, IP addresses are spoofable; they're not really secure. So, if someone went through a lot of trouble, they could have.
I was threatened that something like that was going to happen to me, and something like that did happen to me.
See, I would say all that stuff is so hard to do that it's unlikely. But the people who
I didn't think that people would go through that.
The people who targeted you were so obsessive that there probably was no hurdle they weren't willing to jump over to get to you.
That's true.
It's like, we got to take this guy down now.
Exactly. It was
relentless.
And I'm thinking of one particular user.
Well, that. You're right.
Was it Grande?
No, it was.
No, it's Nuke a Gay Whale.
Something about a whale.
You know who that person is.
Because he was.
Remember that person.
He was
Nuke a Gay Whale.
That was his username. He was very technically adept at computing and
he sure was.
And networks and security, and he combined that with obsessive hatred of certain people.
Hours of hatred towards me. Like he had to spend hours on me. Hours.
Honestly, it's not that hard to find somebody's IP address if you're talking to them over a network where you.
I've got to say goodnight, guys. I'm off to bed now.
Hey, Lee, thanks for showing up.
Lee. It's always good to see you. Lee.
See you soon.
Take care, man.
Take care, guys.
All right.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I'm sorry for the way that Random Goon treated you tonight.
Yeah.
Go ahead, continue, guys.
Well, I also want to acknowledge my cat name. My cat name is Heroin because some of us live leakers remember a user. My cat name is Pedroia was his username, and I thought he was a cool guy. I loved his content, but he was apparently he was a very troubled man. I guess he might have been a heroin addict based on that, and he did take his own life, which was, I thought,
Yeah, I heard he
Pretty
died.
As far
sad.
as I know, he was never. I knew him personally, and as far as I know, he was never a heroin addict.
okay. Well, that's
He did shoot himself in the ass on accident one time, though,
okay.
and he got arrested for it and put in jail because of it.
What'd
He
you
gave
get
him
in
the
jail
old- he
for?
gave himself the
Shooting
old-
myself in the ass.
Aggravated assault.
Yeah,
We
well,
call
it was
that the old Plaxico Barres treatment.
It was something to do with
And that guy got a raw deal, if anybody ever did.
the possession of the gun that shot him in the ass was his downfall.
How long was Burris put in jail for shooting himself?
I don't think it was that long, but I do believe he missed a season.
He missed a season, and that was it.
That was it. And that could have been a multi-million-dollar season. He was
Yep.
a good player. And he was fumbling with a 9mm in his waistband?
Waistband or something. And he, he ended up shooting himself in the leg. And somehow that wasn't punishment enough.
Yeah.
They sent him to prison for illegally possessing illegally possessing a handgun, and that law might have been declared unconstitutional since then.
And apparently something was going down where he felt like he needed to draw
Yeah.
some kind of conflict, and then he goes and shoots himself, and then the place turns into like a panicked riot of people charging in all directions.
Yeah.
He's writhing on the ground from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the ass. Oh,
But I mean,
he just deserves a Darwin Award, basically.
I mean, people have it. If I was the judge, I would say, well, you kind of broke the law here, but on the other hand, you instantly were punished for it, by getting your ass shot.
Have you seen this graph of?
I think that's about equal. I'll suspend your sentence. Go about without guns for the rest of your career. But no, he got put in the slammer, and that was his career.
Wow, it is an old live leaker.
Yeah.
Definitely. Okay.
This is going to bore the non-live leaker, so let's move on.
Yeah, you're right. That dildo guy fucking carved some sweet canes, though.
He was a carver.
Yeah.
And, well, let's not get into that.
Exactly. It's so funny. It's like this mini history from a thing that used to exist on the internet to a small group of people.
Well, it just shows that there were so many characters there that we got to know. Some got to know and love, some got to know and hate. But
I know Vice has turned to shit with a lot of their political leanings, but I think Old Live Leak would make a great half-hour or hour-long specialty piece on Vice, investigative journalism type.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, there was nothing like it.
I mean, it made it into some movies, it made it into some commentaries and some shows.
Yep.
There was one time in some show or movie where a guy was like, "Yeah, that's the type of thing you see on Live Leak or whatever."
Right.
I heard it said, but not in the most favorable of ways. It's just like, that's something from Live Leak.
Oh, it's always negative.
And it's that's what I mean.
I brought it up amongst the extended family, like the teenagers years ago when it was open, when it was still around. And one of the kids was like, "Yeah, that's the place where people go to die, man." I was like, "Holy shit, this is like a 17-year-old kid." His impression of it, this would have been about probably, 10 years ago or so. So, yeah, that's what the perception was from most people that weren't in on it, that it was gore purely. Boom, that's it,
A bit like
it was a lot more than that, though.
Back in the day.
A lot more than that.
But a bit like Rotten.com and stuff,
It wasn't though. Rotten, I feel like, was purely fucking gore, and best gore.
Oh no! It had other things. It was like Live Leak. It was known for the extreme.
Of course, sure.
Live Leak had Hayden Hewitt, who was an outsized character who was present in, which was unusual. Kind of the one of the founders and
And
an
probably
important
he's
character.
pretty sure that he wants to move on from that, though.
Yeah, but I mean, it's how many.
Oh, he's proud of it.
With one of the things interesting about Twitter is that Elon Musk is all over it, who's the owner, and Live Leak was, interesting in that way too, in that Hayden Hewitt, who, I'm not sure how much, if any, he was actually owner of it, but he was a founder and he was in principle, and he was there all over it, offering his opinions and mixing it up with people and participating. That made it, more interesting than any typical website.
It did.
I think Joe Biden's popping off here, people.
Yeah.
On Twitter.
What's going on? Who is? Joe Biden?
Yeah.
Yeah,
so as of
RW's.
3 minutes ago, I'm looking at Israeli news pages, and Biden's been commenting on X, and it sounds, from what he's commenting, it sounds like we have more care packages heading out.
Well.
Oh well, nice for you to pay for another war, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with American politics.
A lot of our money, I would guess a lot. Our interest would definitely go away from Ukraine and go into this Israeli situation.
I still love the people that's like, yeah, no, Ukraine will pay us back. Yeah,
With
sure,
what?
Bro. We've been waiting since World War II to pay us back. Get in line, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
I guarantee you, no one in the Biden administration believes that Ukraine will pay us back.
No
way, dude. No way.
Yeah,
there was a lot of wheat, man.
I mean,
I'm
we
still
spent
kind
about
of
6-7 billion in this country.
I'm still kind of confused that Joe Biden paid a hell of a lot of money to Iran, and they used that money to attack Israel, and now they're going to step in and apparently save Israel.
Well, we kind of covered that earlier, but
Go ahead.
I mean, money is money, right? I mean, the actual money that Biden administration reached an agreement with to give back to Iran, that's actually in an escrow account in like Qatar, and the only way you can take money out of it is if it's for humanitarian supplies. But money, of course, cash is fungible, so that doesn't really matter. That fact is not relevant.
Sounds
Okay,
like
are you saying that Biden paid another payment to Iran that Obama already paid to Iran before it became the caliphate state?
Before? No, not before. I mean, Iran became the Islamic Republic in 1979.
Okay, yeah, all right. Let me rephrase it. Okay, the USA promised Iran a whole load of money before it got taken over by Muslim extremists. Eventually, Obama created a whole load of crates of money to Iran to settle that debt. And are you now saying Biden has just done exactly the same thing?
I mean, I'm not sure I would summarize it in the way you did, but yeah, Biden has. We froze a huge amount of Iran's money that we had access to in 1979. Or, I'm sorry, 1980, when they took our diplomats hostage. And over various periods, we've released some of that. And Obama released, some number of billions. And Biden has released some more, like $6 billion of it.
Okay, so basically, America has funded. America has funded
Yeah.
the what's it? The killings of completely innocent people.
Well, I mean that's you could say that, and I mean, if you looked at the deal, it was to get. They had 5 or 6 hostages, American hostages, and Biden paid them $6 billion to get the hostages back.
Whatever happened to what's it? Never negotiate with terrorists.
Uh,
Yeah, it's gone.
That's
Well,
gone. That has
actually-
been that's
actually-
obsolete.
No. Apparently, that never happens.
Right.
Like they people
Exactly.
always negotiate with terrorists. That is
Just-
a bullshit thing that people.
That was a
say.
slogan.
Quick
Nothing
update.
more.
Yeah,
Israeli
that's it.
military has just released. They're about to launch strikes against Hamas again. They haven't provided more details, but they're basically ramping up for the morning, so it's going to get pretty hot here.
Good on them.
Well, airstrikes are one thing. If the real big thing would be a ground invasion, that would.
There's already holes in the fence.
That would be
To be
the
honest,
only thing that would be effective, and that would be very costly.
to be
on both
honest, I
sides.
think the biggest effective thing that could happen. I don't know what country would do this, but a coup, and just.
That was in Russia.
Somewhere.
I would say airstrikes is a great start.
There's going to be a lot of civilians
basically-
taken out that way, though.
They don't work.
Yeah, well,
No.
I mean, they've already attacked one's population, civilians, so therefore cannon fodder.
Well, they're
That's
plus
civilians.
they're +8 on us RW for hours, so that puts them right about
5:31 a.m.
sunrise.
Yeah,
I
they're
mean,
still days ramping.
I have literally seen more videos on what they have done in 2 years of what's happened in Ukraine.
Interesting.
I have literally seen the bodies on the floor, the bodies in the cars. I've literally seen more of those videos than what I've seen in Ukraine, but they seem very, very adamant. We need to keep sending billions of dollars over.
Oh, I've seen a lot of footage from Ukraine. Tons of war footage.
I got a question about this whole Israeli thing. I noticed an unusual amount of blocking out of blurring out of people's faces, and I don't notice that in other wars. So what's going on with that? Why are
I
they?
didn't notice
Is it
that.
a Muslim
What are you
thing?
talking about? On what channel? Or
Yeah.
what?
Like the
platform?
because the main mainstream media, outlets.
Oh, yeah, well,
Because
fuck
I haven't,
that. You should
I
be
haven't.
going to Twitter, bro.
I know,
Well-
but I haven't had time. I've been really. It's been a really crazy, busy week.
I mean, some of the videos come from Hamas sources, and they're gonna blur out the faces of their fighters.
Of the soldier.
Others, the mainstream media will blur out the gory pictures of bodies.
Yeah, but this isn't that. It's obviously it's surrounded by the faces of, and I'm talking about like real, because I haven't had a chance to.
Oh, I think I know
don't
the
know much
answer.
of what's going on.
Aphid,
So
I
I've
got
only
you.
caught this on real mainstream type stuff.
I got you because this Hamas is recording a lot of this themselves and posting it on Telegram, which is getting through eventually to media here. Hamas is pre-editing the videos to make sure that none of the identities of any of the guys
It
that
seemed like it was more the Israeli people because it was like that
Yeah.
that tank situation that I saw. Like they every single person that was
I
dragged
saw
out
that.
of that tank.
I
and around
actually,
it.
I actually want to back up Aphid there. It's kind of like the videos I've saw is kind of like Israeli citizens showing the destruction that was done.
No, I have videos. I saw the guy pulling the tanker out of the tank. The Hamas guy's face is blackened over, and then the dude struggles a little. The Jewish guy, and the soldier kind of gives him a jerk, but the blur only stays over the Hamas guy's face.
It was the opposite what I saw.
Oh, actually, what's it? I saw the soldier you was talking about, and it wasn't blurred. when I saw it. That
The
I don't know what
tankers.
I don't
that
know what
guy's
news
face
outlet I
was
saw it at
effed
because it
up.
wasn't at my house.
The Hamas guy. I didn't see the Hamas guy. I couldn't see him.
No, it wasn't a Hamas guy. It was an Israeli soldier that was being dragged out of
Regardless,
the
any
vehicle
there's never
by
blurring
Hamas
of
soldiers.
I couldn't
how
see
much-
the
how much
Hamas
in
soldier. I could see the Israeli.
It was
Go ahead,
not.
Nathan.
and
It
you're
was not a
when the
Hamas
Syrian.
soldier, it was
I've
an
never
Israeli.
remembered any Syrian footage, whereas anybody's face was blurred.
Well, it could just be we live in a time of censorship where not everything is necessarily ideological censorship. There's just a censorship mentality, and where you blur the faces to protect the identities for whatever reason, because they're innocent or because they're victims or whatever. But there's it's hard to get untouched video through the process from the source through the media that presents it to you to where you see it. Any one of those people can blur it out. Hamas can blur it. If they don't blur it, the mainstream whatever network putting it on can blur the faces for whatever reasons they think. And
we're already being censored here tonight. Can't use the word Hamas in chat, and I wouldn't be surprised if when I watch the stream on YouTube later, like all these bleeps are happening. Wait, what?
Yeah.
What?
It won't be bleeps, but the entire chat's probably not going to be replayed.
If I type out Hamas, it won't come up. Is that
Give it a
It'll
try,
block
buddy.
your chat.
Is it HAMAS?
Careful,
You can
you'll
misspell it if you want
disappear
to.
down a
We'll
trap
do it.
door.
No, I mean, it just means the chat's not going to be played, so it doesn't really matter.
I'll try it. Hamas.
It's going to be FBI.
Ah! What happened to our stance?
I'm back.
Oh, thank God.
Did you do
Special
it?
effects, huh? Pretty good.
I just want to know if that was the case before yesterday.
Well, the iMac.
Nathan, did you do it, Nathan? Did you do it?
Yeah, I typed it. You don't see it?
I don't see it.
Really?
Yeah.
Now
Wow.
now
It
misspell
shows
it.
up on. It shows up on my.
Wait, when did you type
All
it?
right, hummus.
Let me pull up
Is that how you
Wait.
spell hummus?
I love
see that?
hummus band.
I'm not seeing it.
I
Oh,
don't
there it
see
is.
last. I don't see
There it is.
HUMMUS.
spelled it?
Oh,
On
That
my
shows
end,
me that you do not eat healthy.
I
There's
Aces.
a
s- no.
hummus.
It
above
appeared.
hummus.
Humus.
You spelled it wrong. Dumbass to hummus.
Right.
Let's go. Wake up, homeboy.
How do you spell hummus? I don't know.
You
Yeah.
just said
RW said it.
You literally said HAMAS and then
No,
typed
I spelled that the
HU.
first time, and I typed it, and it shows up on my
No,
screen.
isn't that silly? It's
And then
not.
I typed in HUMAS, and it shows up there. So
That's
I got
Hummus is
mine.
going to
Hummus
start
above
selling
hummus.
well at the markets.
Now
All
I
these people are
understand.
gonna be
There was a
It's-
little.
using it.
You did a little trick by changing one letter, and it did.
yeah, but you guys don't see both of those, just one.
Nope.
No,
just
When we tried
just
to take it, it actually
HUMAS.
grayed us
I
out.
thought
Weird.
you
I'm gonna take a
literally
picture.
misspelled it.
I'm gonna take a
Did-
picture
did-
and show you
did-
on.
Did you guys see my message?
mine
Where?
is sweet.
Not
No.
for a while. When it comes to Jerusalem, this is going to be
Um,
big. That's the last message I
literally-
saw.
Literally, after Aphid Lips hummus, I put
Ooh,
is
it's both
Hammers
there.
and Allied.
Hard to see, but I get
Nope.
the picture. Yeah.
Yours didn't show up.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so when I did that, it just graded out and said I wasn't allowed to send the message.
Random Goon's got it. He's random editor now.
Ah.
H dot S. That's all we can do. Hey, right.
Right.
Yeah,
Very
Hey,
sweet.
I mean, it could be hates. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's hate
No.
speech.
But well, via my hate speech, I'm gonna fuck off, guys. Thank
Oh
you
wait,
for,
before you go, Goon, I really wanted
Uh-huh.
to catch you yesterday, but it just
Right.
didn't work out
no
because there's people are still adding to the list because I did a band that I checked a long time ago, and now there's a song from them. So I wanted to catch you so I could give it to you, but it didn't happen. But like it was like 2 months ago because it says the date when it was added. So people
Right.
are still adding shit to that list.
Oh yeah, no, there's blood and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not going to give Aphid shit. You give me shit. Dude.
For what? What did he give you shit for?
I was busy doing stuff yesterday. I didn't make it, and he's like,
Oh well, I hate everyone that didn't make it last.
Well, for us on a Friday, it's a Friday, like it's shutdown time. It's hard for us to talk because Smokesteve's playing the guitar. But
I know.
we're trying to say our goodbyes to Random Goon and tuck them into bed. But.
Yeah,
I took time off from work to watch Random Goon's show.
You don't work.
I don't even remember that I don't work.
Oh yeah.
You stopped working in the dark web years ago.
Well, here's what happens on Thursday.
He was on the street corner the other night. Okay, he was earning them big bucks.
Before you go though, did you get a bunch of anybody come in there and give you a bunch of money last night?
No.
I hope so.
Sucks. No.
Now you're gonna be expecting that, waiting for.
Yeah, I know, right?
You got a couple of tasty hits last night.
Oh yeah.
Not like the previous 2 weeks. So those were solid gold.
To be honest, I didn't really give a shit about the money. It's more about like people and their songs.
Exactly.
I much prefer that. If I can keep getting songs and keep playing, then I'm more happy than. I say that. But I'm like, I mean, if you want to throw me a few $100,
yeah, exactly. I'd like to see you getting the dough. Because
man,
it's cool for like us who've all done this, like
modern day busking,
and to see somebody actually succeeding and getting some dough out of it. It's fucking.
That's what the
awesome.
internet is,
I love
isn't it? It's just busking at times, but you don't want to treat it like that. It's just like, it's just hanging with friends.
I treat it like that.
Stream,
I treat it like that because I don't get to go out and watch bands anymore. I'm just a stay-at-home dad, and so it's like an opportunity for me to be nostalgic. And you're like the conduit. So there you go.
Well, Lee might disagree because you were so mean to him tonight, but you're such a likable guy, and you do such a good job with that show and everything. That
I try.
I really wish I could see it every week, but it's a horrible time.
Well, I mean, it's late for me, but then
I know, I understand. I don't want you to change
really
anything.
Weird time,
Right? I don't want you to change it. I'm just saying that you're a good dude.
Right.
Oh. Anyway.
Yeah, for you, that's the end of your work week, Aphid. Like you said, you're
it's
wrapping
like
up all the projects. You're
right, I'm wrapping up everything.
It's wrapping up.
He's an hour earlier than me, so that's like 3:30, 4 o'clock for you.
Right.
That's right. You're just wrapping up as well, aren't you? Yeah.
Me, I'm flying home like 100 miles an hour to get a beer and fucking.
You fly home just to watch me scream.
I promise you, Goon. Every week, I wish, I'm like, man, if I get this done, I can catch the end of a show or whatever, But a lot of times it just don't happen.
Look at the power you wield, man. That's ridiculous.
I know, right? Ultimate power. Anyway, thank you guys for letting me jump in tonight.
Later, dude.
I'll see you guys later. Take care and Godspeed, you motherfuckers.
All right.
Take it easy, buddy.
He's awfully nice.
It's hard not to love that dude. I'm telling you.
I don't try not to, unlike you.
We usually get him in Drone Tech's chat after he's done with his session.
Oh, really? He goes over to Drone Tech's place?
Yeah, we're
last night. Last night it was I hit the hay at like midnight. He was still there, so that was 5 a.m.
Jesus, and I'd be like, the sun was coming up over there.
Yeah.
A lot of the guys over from across the pond seem to stay up religiously.
Mr. Kill C's always been a night owl.
Yeah,
absolutely. Most of my experiences with Mr. Kill C has been, late at night. So.
Yep.
He's never seen me sober, that's for sure. Last night, RW kind of did a de facto sort of host of not de facto, he was the host, but I don't know how to explain this thing. He did like different roles for people that would change every like 3 to 5 minutes, say RW, something like that.
Yeah.
It was super interesting and fun. So like one role would be like somebody always has to agree with everybody, no matter
Oh,
what.
Jesus. Sorry, I was chatting to RW in the chat. I didn't realise he was actually in the room.
Me? Yeah, I'm right here.
No, RW.
RW.
Oh, RW. Yeah, that's him right there.
I'm quiet
Right.
today.
But
But basically, I'm working
it was an
on.
interesting idea, man.
You did good. I'm glad you showed up for that. I'm kind of surprised that you came in to do a ad lib type hangout event. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, my
But it's
wife
basically
said the same thing, bro. She was like, "You did that?" And I was like, "Yeah, it was fucking fun."
it was fun. And that so basically it's called Dicey Debates, which is a play on D&D. And there's chaos rules that are handed out every so often that the players have to take on as a personal rule. Like all of a sudden we pick a debate topic and all of a sudden you're the president, you're a candidate running for the president of the United States, or you're a salesman that's always trying to sell something, or you talk in a different accent, or all of a sudden you're deaf and you have to mute everyone's mics but still stay part of the conversation. So it's pure chaos, but people still try to debate the subject, and it's excellent for group cohesion. And even in 2 beta tests, we brought someone that was on the server that was very violent or offensive or whatever you say towards the server, and he became part of the group through the happy-go-lucky silly debate event. So that was the goal, and I'm tweaking it, but look forward to see what it can do in the future.
One of mine was I had to be an old man who was confused and
you were the demented old man that always screwed up sayings.
Like old
That
rhetoric,
sounds like
old euphemisms, like the squeaky wheel gets the oil, and I don't know. You guys were talking about war or something, and I threw out that's what she said. Like just really bad expressions at the wrong time. What was the other one? The other one was I was supposed to convince people to join a religion, my religion,
the zealot.
A zealot, but it had to change religions with every person that I addressed. So
yeah, your job was to try to convert people to a religion, but it could never be the same religion twice.
Right. But what are those people that would go to the islands and stuff? They call them
missionary.
That's it. Thank you, my man. Yeah. Like
that's a good name for that.
Yeah, like that poor guy.
I mean,
I
like that position.
Yeah, that's what they're most famous for.
You don't like using the zealot in bed?
Well, how about how about that poor kid?
Or the acidic position is horrible.
How about that kid who went to the island off of India there, where there's uncontacted tribes? Did you hear about this missionary? And he went on shore. He got fucking killed, and they took his body, and they never gave it back because they won't contact him.
Well, they probably ate him.
Yeah, they probably ate him.
Whatever they did, we ain't getting it back. They gave him the Captain Cook special.
I'm sure if they pay for the shit, they'll get it back.
No, I read about it.
It's crazy.
Just one more comment, Steve, for the chaos rules. I'm thinking that for the real debate nights, if someone is a bad actor, and instead of kicking them out, give them a chaos rule if they're going to stay in, so that they have another chance to be a part of the debate. Because I don't want to kick people out.
And if they have any semblance of a sense of humor, they'll go along with it. And if they don't, and they act all crazy, then they're a psychopath and kick them out anyway.
Yeah, it's just a last chance.
It's like, hey, if you want to stay here, you have to act like this, so-and-so, whatever it might be. Take it or leave it. I think it's funny as hell. One of my ideas was having a person constantly looking for something like...
You should be a natural at that. Where did I put my notebook? Where's my note page? Where I think it's under the table.
Yeah, I'm always...
That brings up an interesting point. Last Dance, if you were part of the Donner Party, would you have to hold off and not eat another human if it was
Well,
Life
they
or
died
death
of natural causes, right? I would dig right in
so you'd
with
so you'd eat
gusto.
so you'd eat bacon if it was a pig that died of natural causes?
Well, in principle, yes, I sure would.
Oh.
So it's not about the
Well,
meat; it's about the taking of a life.
there should be
I
a
didn't know
thing
that.
like that for vegans where they, you get.
What if the natural
What?
causes were fucking cancer? You want to eat a cancer pig? What are you, fucking maniac?
What if the natural causes were vegans following an old pig around, scaring the shit out of it, waiting for it to die, so that it
Right.
died of a heart attack early?
Right.
Although that being said, theoretically, if a pig has a heart attack, it probably means it has a higher fat content in the meat.
Ooh.
It might be a little better.
I
You don't
need
want a
to-
I don't
healthy
know.
pig. You don't want Babe out there running laps around the yard. Pig's going to be all tough, no fat. You want a
I
fat-
think it means the pig was, snorting lines of cocaine. That's what I think it means.
That's a good
Coke
one.
Could have
pig?
been vaccinated.
Those pigs.
Oh,
No,
I
it's
saw a funny
totally
line.
about it's about the animal rights thing. It has nothing to do with the
Okay.
meat.
You know how
Okay.
All right.
Travis Kelsey's dating Taylor Swift now?
Yeah.
Who?
And
Who does?
Travis Kelsey's this fucking tight end. He's a sports athlete here in the U.S. Well, he's dating Taylor Swift, and he also just happened to do a commercial for Pfizer,
Oh, good
Yes.
on him.
drug company that makes vaccines.
Yep.
And
You
I
guys
heard
know
a
who
really
Pfizer is, right?
Pfizer, yeah. So I heard a funny joke. Somebody said, well, he's dating Taylor Swift and he's doing ads for Pfizer. So either way, he's going to have a broken heart.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
Adorable. I thought he
That's
was
good,
dating her
right?
because she's also a tight end.
Not bad, not bad. But think about it. They're saying because
It's in my opinion, it's ruining Kansas City Chiefs games because
oh, Scum's back.
they keep constantly, switching the video to show Taylor Swift and her reaction. Like anybody gives a fuck.
All
Yeah.
the Swiftie fans do.
Travis Kelsey ran out on the field and looked around, made a big show of finding her in the stands at
Oh,
the
did he?
walk-in. And
Oh.
Travis Kelsey also said the greatest thrill of his life, better than a Super Bowl, is dating Taylor Swift.
Wow.
I mean, this is all. They're probably going to break up in a month.
You don't
'Cause this
understand
is-
the power of Swiftie though, because dudes that are incredibly manly. Like I played a game with this guy, hardcore male game, and he was a Swiftie fan, and I was like, "You're joking!" And all of a sudden, I realized, legitimately, it was very important to him.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
mean,
curious. I'm just curious. What's the definition of a hardcore man game?
Taylor Swift
Diablo,
sucks.
Diablo, bro.
Diablo.
Go ahead, Mr. Kill. I want to hear that.
Taylor Swift absolutely sucks. I mean, her songs are crap. Her music's
Totally, dude.
crap.
Yeah.
I mean, all she ever
You
does.
gotta
I mean,
shake it up, Mr.
what's
Kelsey.
Her next album's going to be all about breaking up with this fucking guy. So I don't even know why this guy.
I think you're right about that, Mr.
And
Kelsey.
you know what's crazy, Mr. Kill? This is no joke. She made $1 billion on her last tour.
Wow.
She made so much money that she gave all the truckers $200,000 extra per primary truck driver for the tour.
Yeah,
The
that's
woman
very
has
nice.
money. She's got money coming out of her ears.
The woman's got fucking money, but I mean, what's it
So-
going to cost for those truck drivers?
Well,
What you and I and Joe Psychopath on the internet over there know about her don't matter. Bitch is bringing in mad cash. Who gives a fuck? She's fucking winning, bro. We're losing. We're
yeah,
fucking
she's winning. A lot of people win.
We're
And,
winning, Steve. We're winning.
but you know what? I have no
I'm-
interest
I'm-
in her music. I'll say that. That doesn't
No.
mean that she's bad. It just means that I don't have even a tiny bit of interest in her music.
I'm
Bingo.
actually
as much
interested in
as
Scum
fighting it, I don't
TV
think.
here.
Scum's the man. He's been on before. Now
despite,
I'll tell
despite
you,
his name.
I
Okay.
do I like one of her songs. I like one of her songs.
Really?
And it was featured in the movie Sing, which is a really cute cartoon with animals that go on a talent show to save a broken down theater from the big evil developer. That's never been done. and they put on the talent show. It's pretty cool. They do like "Shake It Off" is one of the songs they do. They do "I'm Still Standing," which I believe is by Elton John, and a bunch of other really cool, fun songs. And I grew to like the song "Shake It Off" from that performance.
Steve, haters gonna hate, Steve.
Yeah, that's in the movie. Have you seen that? Your kids would love it, man.
I know I know the song. I just think that was an appropriate lyric for the
check out. If you have kids, check out the movie "Sing." It's super cute. Kids.
Let me ask you this:
I think I have seen that. Yeah.
Did she write that song, or did she just sing it?
She writes all her songs.
She writes some of her songs.
Not watching that movie.
Well, either way, she did a good job.
It's probably Sia who wrote the songs.
Mr. Kill, what'd you say, man?
I said there is no way I'm going to watch that movie. No,
I wouldn't expect you to.
But there's a gay gorilla.
When you're expected to watch a kids movie and they throw in music and
you're
like, hey, I'll take it. It could be worse.
I've had kids and basically, there is no fucking way my kids are going to watch any movie that Taylor Swift has composed to.
Cool.
It wasn't composed for it, but there is a gay gorilla.
There's a gay gorilla.
How did they determine? Never mind. I shouldn't even ask. Never mind.
I don't remember the gay gorilla. Maybe I didn't see him that way.
Yeah, maybe you didn't.
His name was Gayrilla.
Anyways, I do like that one song of hers. And, if I'm hanging and partying with my niece, she's the mom. If Smoke niece is around and she wants to throw on some T-Swift, I'm not going to throw shade. I'll just drink a little more and smoke more weed. And hopefully the ringing in my ears from the intoxication blurs out the horrendous sounds coming out of her stupid speaker. But
you have the best attitude.
We do what we have to do.
That's a Smoke niece that's been on here before?
Yes.
Yeah, she's cool. She's cool.
She is cool.
She's wonderful. She's great. And her and I will share music sometimes. Anyone remember the rap song "Teach Me How to Dougie"? Teach me how to Dougie. Won't you teach me how to Dougie?
Yes, the dance was atrocious. I remember it.
It was horrible. Well, like 7 years after that was released, I sent her hey, is this cool? And I knew it was old. She was like, oh my God, are you serious? Cringe. And I was like, yeah. Why? Is this not new?
It's like we've moved on to the stanky leg, Uncle Steve.
All right. It was so much later than, Scum's in the house.
Scumbag.
Sure.
Welcome back, Canada.
Too. If you weren't, you'd be making the world a better place, but you're live.
What's going on? I love that hat, bro.
Hey, Scum. Good evening.
Good to see you guys.
Good to see you, man.
Are they still letting you build parts for Jeep?
Yeah, it hasn't affected my business yet.
Congratulations.
Cool. It's crazy. I'm shocked, but it hasn't. Yeah, maybe a little bit, but a couple releases, no big deal. We're still busy. There's still overtime.
It was kind of unknown there last time you were on when we were getting into it. It seemed like it could have gone any direction.
I think it still can go that way. It's rippling my way, right? So they're still on strike, right? 21 days.
Yeah, I mean, I need new brakes for my Jeep Grand Cherokee, and I don't know. There's how much did the damn brakes cost, and how much is the labor?
Brakes on my fucking Jeep was I got my mechanic to do it. I didn't do it. It was $1,200 for all four.
Oh my God!
All right, I'm going to my guy. We got him. He said $850. I'm getting my ass out there.
They're not that brakes aren't bad to change, dude. You might watch a YouTube
I live
video.
on the roof of an apartment. Where am I going to change fucking brakes?
Do it yourself, you lazy ass.
I know. The funny thing is,
where am I going to do it? I live on the roof of a building downtown. I don't even have a fucking parking spot. park in a
I
public.
could do it.
Where have
Well,
you
in Chicago, they just put it up on blocks on the street and change the wheels out. Or by the way, they don't put it back on or anything.
Who's they?
The people. Them. They, them.
I found a car. I found a car
I
once.
make auto parts for a living. I don't want to fucking work on my car when I get home. I've done that for years. I don't want to do it anymore.
I found a car once. This is no lie. It was on 4 cinder blocks, but somebody had taken a bunch of newspapers, probably out of the old newspaper machine where you could open it, take them all for like a quarter or 50 cents, whatever. And each cinder block on its side had a bunch of newspapers stacked on it. So I don't really understand what they did, but they put this thing up on cinder blocks and took all the wheels and brakes and everything. Was the newspaper to make it quiet? Like, so when they put it down, it didn't scratch it, bang? I don't know. It's the weirdest thing I've ever
The oil
seen.
fucking maybe coming out or something?
I have no idea, dude.
Might have just been to keep from damaging the cinder blocks.
But these were thieves who came and stole all the shit off of the car.
Well, cinder blocks are important for stealing the next car. You don't want to chip them.
No, so they left the cinder blocks.
Oh, they
with
left the cinder blocks.
newspapers
Okay.
on top of each cinder block, 4 under each axle, 1 on each side, front and back, and the car sitting there with everything taken off. And from what I can surmise when they do this, they seem to come up and pre-loosen it, and then they come up with the vehicle and take everything off and drive away. So, like, there's a guy up there beforehand hunkered down with wrenches. That's how it goes down. I'm not kidding. Like, and then they pull the car up, and they pump the thing up, get everything off, get it out of there in like 30 seconds, dude. Like, that's how these these
must have been for
wheels and brakes. Like, that's what they're going for.
must have been to keep it quiet. I can't think of what else could be using it for. Certainly not for reading.
You don't think? Are you sure?
Steve, I got to ask you a question. Do you remember being on my panel 2 weeks ago?
Oh, hell yeah, man.
Okay, all right.
That was awesome. You had a DJ on the screen.
Yeah, that's my buddy. I know him in real life. We've met up.
I was showing that to a friend of mine who's like old 90s guy, and he's like, man, TJ's spinning records. You don't see that? I was like, showing on my phone. I took screenshots. I was like, dude, I was on a stream last night with a DJ, and he was blown away. Like, it seems fairly simple, but we all sit here and listen to tunes when we're buzzed, but to have like a DJ there, just like a little extra.
It's
pretty
great.
cool.
I don't have to play anything.
It was cool. If he was playing random shit that I normally wouldn't be like requesting, but it ended up all linking together. He had a really good flow going. It was cool, man. I had the Quay sunglasses on with the headband. I was looking a bit crazy.
Yeah, check out that channel, guys. It's a pretty good, like, whatever independent news channel on YouTube. He's just he streams all the news shit. He's always on top of all the current shit and pretty much goes live like 5-6 days a week.
What's this one called?
I see they're doing a Swiftie their last dance. Well done, brother.
He's live right now doing all the Gaza stuff and everything or whatever's going on.
Wolfcast, Wolf Nev. Is that him?
Wolf Nev, yeah.
Oh, cool. It looks hot. It's got a lot going on there.
I've actually moved on to Israeli outlets at tonight, Scum, because I'm getting faster updates.
Yeah, he has like a non-biased view of everything and just shows like as many angles as he can type thing. It's not bad. He's a pretty good guy. He doesn't get fucked up or anything. He does it straight every day. He's pretty dedicated to because he's disabled, so he takes it pretty serious as like his second job or whatever his job, I guess.
Did you have an opinion on this invasion, Scum? It's pretty horrendous. Attacking,
videos of the
murdering civilians
down the wall with the fucking bulldozer. You guys see those videos where they came in with the fucking front end loaders or like pushing down the fucking border?
I didn't see that. No.
And you saw you guys were talking about the tank and pulling the guys out of the tank. They were fucking up.
We saw that. Yeah, of course. Yep.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah,
it's terrible. It's terrible attacking civilians.
It's just like the other war that's going on in Ukraine. Like those fuckers have been fighting the shit forever. So I mean,
they've been fighting.
World War III started 10 hours ago. I don't know. It all depends.
Okay, Scum. I literally pointed out to these guys earlier. What's it? This war in Ukraine's been going on for 2 fucking years, and I've been seeing more shit come out of Israel than I've been seeing in the Ukraine war.
Right? And I was saying to everyone too, where's all this footage? Like when NAM was going on, we had killer video and everything. Like, where's the footage over there? Like, it's fucking 2023. We should have like a lot more live showing the war and shit.
Yeah, no, it's literally kind of like all we get is Zelensky kind of like, gimme. Just gimme. Gimme. That's all you get is fucking
Canada
Zelensky.
and America saying, hey guys, let's launder some more cash before everyone's bankrupt.
We're going to launder to Israel now, so we're not done yet.
I mean, truth be told, I am torn with the Ukrainian. I'm going to disagree with you guys.
Do it, Steve. Get him.
It's not like I have a lot of conviction in this. I just do want people to know I feel horrendously bad for the Ukrainian people. They're getting really difficult card dealt to them.
Really, are they? Have you seen the footage?
Oh yeah,
You've seen the footage. You've seen the footage of Ukrainian people.
Yeah, like I haven't seen a lot of footage from inside the front line of that.
Have you seen? I mean, I can actually show you videos of.
Well, I mean, if I've seen footage of,
let me
I've
finish.
seen footage.
I can show you Ukrainian footage of refugees returning to Ukraine because my country is too dangerous.
Ukraine.
And also that's not saying a lot for your country. You're fucked.
Yeah, no, my country is fucked. We didn't vote for it. We didn't want it, but my country is fucked. And these Ukrainian people are going back to war in Ukraine because it's safer than being in my country.
No. Now, Mr. Kill, we can agree here, you and I. There's different geographical locations in the Ukraine. Some worse, some better. Some places are uninhabitable. People have been completely evicted from.
Have you seen the proof?
Sure.
Where?
Entire cities are razed, man.
Where?
I think there's a massive concern that a lot of the videos we see now are super fake, just like the moon landing.
Can you actually show me where?
I can't believe anything anymore.
I hear a click master over here. I hope he's clicking for.
No, I'm not.
Come on, fucking back up. Let's go. Where, he says.
He's looking for local.
Principal's filing a report, boys, as part of his job.
He's searching best vegan restaurant for late night drunk food.
Oh man, you know me.
He's playing Plinko.
I can't get my keyboard quiet. I'm sorry.
Operation and also a mass child kidnapping operation.
Oh Jesus!
That is Ukraine.
Mass child kidnapping, huh?
Dude, Ukraine was a shithole. If those people wanted to stay there, they're fucking stupid. Man. Fucking
Ukraine is the most corrupt country in Europe.
Okay.
That's the most corrupt country out of fucking most of the fucking corrupt countries.
Mr. Kelsey, are you saying that there's no no real war going on over in Ukraine? It's just a money grab.
Oh, it's a huge money grab. There is a slight war going on.
It was a yes or no question, Mr. Kelsey.
It's only a certain region. All Russia want is a path to the Black Sea. That's all they want.
Don't they have a path to the Black Sea? Don't they have Crimea?
Well, I mean, there was, but then NATO stepped in.
NATO took their bases away from Crimea?
What do you mean NATO took their bases from Crimea.
Well, they had Crimea.
NATO showed up on their fucking doorstep and started saying, "Sorry, you can't pass through this way anymore."
So that means Ukraine has to pay the price.
Ukraine was working with NATO to try and get into it.
So they're being punished with an invasion because they worked with NATO.
An invasion. I mean, seriously, you guys are being so fucking played.
Well,
Hey,
I mean, Russian troops and tanks,
I love
rolled into Ukraine, and lots of people have been killed, civilians and soldiers. So,
Steve, on
Really?
Drone
What
Tech's main chat,
civilians?
I
What
pinged you
civilians
a
and
picture.
soldiers have you seen?
Let Mr. Kilseed.
Shake it off. Shake it off.
well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm not precise with the word lots.
Got nothing in my brain.
I sent a picture to you, Steve, on Drone Tech's main chat. It's an Atlas copy, and there's in between Lithuania and Poland, there's a little yellow piece of land that says Russia. What the hell is that?
There is a tiny piece of land that is not listed in Europe. It's not got any name, but it's separated from everything else. It's connected to the Black Sea. What NATO was trying to do was
Baltic
separate.
Sea.
Sorry, Baltic Sea. What NATO was trying to do was separate that tiny piece of land that is unlisted, that is separated from the rest of fucking Europe, that is part of Russia. They were trying to separate that one piece of land from Russia.
Well, it looks like they were successful.
All Russia wanted was a simple path to that land. And NATO.
Oh, no, sorry, this is something else. Sorry, Kelsey. The thing that I showed Steve
What am I
is
looking for, brother? I'm looking at the fucking main chat here. I don't see shiznit.
there's a picture right at the bottom of main chat under your
map?
tag. Yeah, just the map. And that map, see that yellow piece that says Russia right in the middle above Poland?
Yeah.
Is that
All right.
literally a piece of Russia all the way over there?
We'll need our the professor last dance to discuss what the hell that
Well,
thing
what
is.
am I looking at?
NATO tried to stop that
Above-
connection with Russia, and
Right
what
here,
happened
last dance.
was, go fuck yourselves. We want that.
Oh,
little
okay.
connection.
Between. All right. Let me look
Seriously,
at it.
like I was just looking
Google
up the map
Maps.
tonight to understand what you guys were talking about more, and I saw that little yellow speck that said Russia. I was like, wait, how does that work? That seems like a challenging piece of land to keep up with.
I don't know. This map looks dated.
Oh yeah. Kaliningrad. I don't know how that ended up there, but it's
Like nobody wants it. They're like it's cursed, and they don't even Poland doesn't want it. Lithuania's like we don't want it.
I don't. I've heard Kaliningrad, but I don't think I realized that it was landlocked between. It's not actually physically attached to Russia.
Anyway, it's not super important. I just thought that was interesting.
If you go onto Google Maps, it's not listed, but it is there. It's there. It's separated from every country, and it's Russia's. NATO tried to block that off.
It is weird.
What's that, Mr. Kelsey? What's that triangle that's above your head? It almost looks like you're wearing a dunce cap.
Oh, that's
Shadow.
Little birthday cake.
It doesn't look like a dunce cap. It looks like a wizard's cap.
Right.
Is that?
I got dunce cap.
How is it?
Well, you're listening.
It's Shadow.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yep.
Oh.
Is that stairs going upstairs? I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't call me a dunce.
I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. Hey, I gotta tell you guys. So this family member on my wife's side of the family died, and so I didn't wear a hat because I had a suit on, and I was at the I was a pallbearer, and I had glasses, and I was told I was told by a family member. Well, I wasn't. It was a joke that was overheard by my niece. That my niece loves me, and she overheard this heroin addict, this heroin addict member of the family refer to me as the let me put my glasses on, as a as the Monopoly guy. Do you guys
What?
do you guys think I look like the Monopoly guy?
Not without a top hat.
For me to make a good
I
judgment call.
I didn't have the top hat. All right.
No.
Sorry to change the subject for a moment. I just wanted to
You
get confirmation.
really changed the subject.
I'm sorry.
I'm not seeing it.
You're
My-
getting there,
my-
Aphid. I don't know, 10 years? 10 years?
You need to
maybe?
make your mustache more twirly.
Yeah, I do. Thank you. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Okay, continue on about not important things like the war in Ukraine,
Bits of Russia
and Israel.
That was
I
great.
forgot what
That
we were
was the
talking
highlight.
about.
I mean, it was fantastic. I mean, it was about your niece. Yeah, that was fantastic.
Absolutely.
Ooh,
Yeah,
just dropped 3
that
minutes
was
ago.
great.
Hamas spokesman says Iran gave support for surprise attack on Israel. You guys were talking about that earlier. You were speculating.
That was right.
Support doesn't mean a lot. It's pretty vague.
Well, I mean, I can click into it and get more information, but
There's support and then there's support. I don't know what that means.
Fucking Iranians are crazy, man. When I was
There you go.
That they taught me how to fight. There was 3 Iranian brothers, Pajemont, Peruz. They lived on the 22nd floor, and we lived on the 13th floor or 14th, whatever you want to call it. Fucking, I ended up hanging out with them, right? Because we're all those poor kids in this building. And I taught them how to speak English, kind of play street hockey and shit. And they taught me soccer and fucking fighting. And I'd never seen anyone fight like hand-to-hand combat like some Iranian kids, man. They'd been in 12 different countries. They were like refugees. They just came from like Turkey. Fucking, you brought back memories there, man.
Well, I mean,
Cool.
Iran's always been assholes. I mean, I still remember, when I was a kid in the 90s, they took a boat hostage and then they took all the crew hostage. And then it was like Easter. And they were kind of like, oh, we're going to let you go because we're just so nice people, even though these people were not in their territory, but they took the boat anyway.
Interesting.
Iran has always been an arsehole country.
Yeah, I mean, it's a challenge. And there's cool people that come from there. Doesn't mean that every person is a challenge.
Is an infidel hater.
I'm sorry. Am I talking about the people or am I talking about the government?
Government.
We know who you're talking about. The government.
What do you mean they?
Yeah, I mean, you say they. I mean, it's kind of like, oh, they're really cool people. It's kind of like, yeah, I'm sure the citizens probably are, but the government are complete fucking assholes.
Right. Totally. When you hear people refer to Persian, is it Iran and Iraq? Is it one specific country? Is it multiple? Like, what's you guys' understanding of that?
I don't know. I mean,
actually, Persian, I would say kind of like more Arabia, more than kind of like Iran and Iraq and everything else.
You just think they're rugs, man.
It says the Persians are an Iranian ethnic group who comprise over half of the population of Iran. Iran,
yeah, right. Like I follow some guy. There's some rich Persians who like make some cool car videos, and like they seem like chill people. But I feel like a lot of them move out of that country because of the country, probably.
To buy an island somewhere.
Do you want to know why they're chill people? Because they got American dollars.
A whole bunch of them?
That's what I mean. They move out of Iran because they want to get to a better place. And I think the United States provided a lot of good good for a lot of Iranians, a lot of Persian people. I know that for a fact.
Yeah,
So-
they gave a lot of money to the right people. They definitely
sure it
gave a lot
wasn't
of money to the right
though,
people.
Canadian loonies, big pockets full of loonies.
I don't know what a loony is.
Oh, a toonie? You guys still use toonies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's the dollar coin.
I don't think we'll be using them for much longer though, because they got fucking swipe cards on every goddamn pop machine and everything now. So it's like, fuck, just
Right.
tap the card, all that shit. That's the only place anyone used change anymore. It wasn't
No more cash.
anymore. Right?
I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
it's
that
not-
I won't get back into it, but yes, I agree.
Go to an arcade, same thing. It's just a tap card, right? Or swipe card or whatever.
It's digital currency.
I always thought it was weird that the lowest bill in Canada was a $2 bill.
No, there's a $1 bill.
It was?
Yeah. When I was a kid, not anymore. And then there was a $2 bill and it's gone. $5 bills are like the smallest one now, I guess.
I guess my time would have been probably in like the late 90s.
How much does it cost for a bag of milk these days, Scum?
A bag.
I just bought like I think it was a 1 liter carton and it was $4.
You don't sell bags anymore?
I don't like the bags.
They still do it though?
Oh yeah, bags.
Okay.
Did they use a paper bag?
Getting phased out because
Plastic bag.
people don't. I don't know. It's getting phased out. I don't know. People are
It was
finding that it's
culture
easier
shock
to
when I
like,
was a
keep the
kid.
fucking lid on a screw top on a fucking carton.
Instead of just cutting the corner of a bag with the plastic jugs that you put it in, and you cut the corner off the bag and then
Or if
pour
you
it in.
didn't have the jug, you just put it in a fucking stein or something. Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool back in the day as a young kid visiting Canada and be like, what the hell is going on?
5 years ago, I stopped buying the bags. I'd say I still sell them. It's still like the most popular like sold milk, but I can notice that it's getting smaller and smaller over the years. People are switching over to the carton with the screw-on plastic top.
Pretty soon it's going to be the size of a Go-Gurt. You're just like, oh, there goes the milk.
Yeah,
Ladder of milk.
I love chocolate milk and 2% white milk still.
Yes, Steve's wife. It's I believe they sell the bags by the liter, but I can't remember.
My religion is drinking milk before I go to bed. Man. I drink chocolate milk or white milk before I go to bed. It's the last thing I drink after my 8 beers or whatever and food and shit.
It helps leave that phlegmy, gargly sound in your throat when you say you sleep better, right?
Yeah, something like that.
How do you get the milk out of the bag into a cup?
Gravity.
I mean, they don't use like an IV, do they?
I haven't seen that. No.
There's a technique to the cut and the pour and the angle. You gotta know what you're doing, man. And we've all been wasted with the bag and made a fucking huge mess. Yeah, it is. It happens more often.
Hey guys, I'm getting complaints here that I'm making too much noise, so I'm gonna have to call it a day.
Okay.
Good on,
Well,
us.
all right. Well,
So take it easy. It's a great
Stay
show.
class, dance, have fun, man.
All right.
you
See you,
do.
Dance.
Bye bye.
Thanksgiving from Canada.
Sorry for getting you in trouble, buddy.
Oh, it's okay. Really.
Good to see you, man. Scum, you gonna go live tonight?
We go live every night till 4:20 a.m. Eastern time.
So
Strange
what time? What time do you start at?
It used to be 12. Now it's getting like 12:30, a little later. So I have a gap between shit. Figure it out. It's usually like
Do you-
12 Eastern time or whatever, midnight. After midnight.
What about the DJ? When does he come back?
He does 1 or 2 Fridays a month. I've known him for 10 years, right? Like, fuck. We met on the internet 10 years ago, and then I like went to Fort Wayne and hung out with him, and I was going to be the singer of Pantera, and I went to his condo in fucking San Diego area and stayed there for a while and toured around like Mexico and Arizona and stuff. And fucking, so I know him pretty good for meeting him on the internet. Pretty crazy. He's a good guy. Really good guy. He's not just a DJ, like he's actually like a genius. He just DJs as well, like just for fun. And it's because he's rich and building new studios all the time and everything. Sure.
Pretty
He's a
cool.
computer genius. He's actually just a computer genius.
That's cool, man.
Sounds like you've been to a party or two, Scum.
Me?
Yeah, in your lifetime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My life's
Mu-
pretty simple because I work afternoons at a steel factory. So every night I get home at 11 or 12 o'clock at night. And then I start drinking and I party till 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. And then I wake up at noon the next day and do it all over again. So my life's the same all the time because I've had the same job for 20-something years. So, yeah.
I mean, the human body is almost a miracle machine. The fact that it can take that hit daily and you can just get up and start laboring again. Like, I'd be like, they have to take me to work in an ambulance.
I don't do anything in the morning either. I just take a shit, I shower, and I brush my teeth, and I drink some water, and that's it. Smoke 2 cigarettes, maybe. I used to like drink tea when I was younger, coffee, like in my 20s, early 20s and stuff. And like then I used to drink orange juice the last few years because that kind of made me like super sharp and I could run the department at work. And it was like, now it's just like I just fucking wake up, have water and a cigarette, and I feel perfect. It's weird.
Kelsey and Steve,
Like,
sorry.
all that shit that I work with, like I'm not like that. I need 4 hours of sleep. That's it.
I'm just curious if Steve and Kelsey drink coffee and tea for caffeine, or if they're kind of like they're phased out of it too.
No, I drink.
I do coffee in the morning, definitely.
Yeah, I drink. I have a 25-ounce shaker. I fill with ice cold coffee, and I drink. So I know the exact amount I consume every day. It's 25 ounces of coffee, and I have that before 9 a.m. from 7 to 9, more or less.
Okay. And if you don't have that, you don't start the day?
I do a really nice cup of coffee. Basically, I mean, the coffee I buy is really expensive, so I can only have 1 cup when I get up, and then I've got to go to the cheap shit after that.
Coffee
But,
makes me feel like shit. It hurts me, man. It gives me heartburn. It just makes me feel terrible. I can't drink it. It just
no.
I'm not saying it's bad or
A
anything.
good cup
For
of
me,
coffee.
it fucking kills the way I live. It just doesn't like mix with me.
Well, it's good that you're listening to your body, Scum. Listen to your body. If it says no, don't drink it. You're being
I tried to
smart,
push
man.
through it. I'm having a kidney issue, and caffeine is one of the things that irritates it. And I tried to push through it because I love coffee, but
I've got to the point where I drink like 1 of these at lunch after I eat my lunch every day at 7 o'clock at
Pepsi Mini.
1 mini Pepsi. It's like whatever these are, 7 ounce or 8
It's
ounce.
not going to kill you, bro. You're fine. Just offset it with
That is
extra
my
water.
1 bit of caffeine, and I don't eat sweets or anything like that. I haven't for 20-something years. I just don't eat snack type stuff, like weird like that. Just meals.
Yeah.
1 or 2 a day.
just raw bacon.
1 or 2 meals a day, and that's it. You know, never had a cavity like my meat and potatoes. That's it, man. Just weird.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I mean,
Sound like a real American hero.
Come to the steel factory. Viva con vive hard.
There you go. That's my family's background, is from Pennsylvania steel mill. About 2 generations ago.
Nice.
that's cool.
All that stuff's getting shut down.
Has that steel mill shut down now?
Yep. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's tough for them to compete.
Yeah, everyone's getting their steel from fucking China and other places.
Isn't that amazing? They can drive a fucking ship
It's cheaper.
over fucking what 13,000 miles or some crazy fucking distance, and it's still fucking cheaper. What the fuck, dude?
That's people playing with numbers, dude. Just people playing with
Jesus,
numbers.
man.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what you call economics. I mean, what's it? Trump had it right. He charged them a tax, kind of like, yeah, you want to bring that shit here, you have to pay a tax.
Do you have a Trump figure across the pond there, Kelsey? Do you have someone that's running for office somehow, somewhere, working their way up? That's the same
Jesus
vibe?
Christ, are you fucking nuts? What's it? We have a prime minister that wasn't even voted for.
So he's asking, do you have a bombastic character that is hated but yet idolized and loved by others? Like so
Because there's one in
divisive.
Australia.
Yeah, so
okay. Nigel Farage.
Okay.
And where are they in all of it? Where are they at the moment? What are they
Nigel
doing?
Farage is kind of like halfway to almost accepting taking over the Conservative Party.
For
Nigel
the
Farage. I mean, okay, Nigel Farage used to be a Conservative. We're talking probably about 20 years ago. But Nigel Farage saw what the fuck was coming, and he went into the EU, and that's where he started the UKIP party, where he was going to get England out of the EU. And Nigel Farage has been so attacked by everyone because
Okay.
it's not what the plan was.
That's a
And
good
then
example.
he finally succeeded in getting Brexit, and then the Conservatives did their very best to make sure Brexit was as shit as possible. Even though
Right.
they told us kind of like, yeah, Brexit's going to mean we're going to have to leave this, we're going to have to leave this, we're going to have to leave this. Project Fear, we're going to have to leave this. We didn't leave any of it because as soon as we voted, we left. David Cameron fucked off because he failed in scaring us to leave Brexit. And so we got the shittest deal whatso fucking ever. Now,
You're in
the
hiatus for Brexit.
craziest fucking thing going on right now is Nigel Farage is almost scarily going to take over the Conservative Party, the party that has screwed us over time and time of fucking again, just to make sure that we stay in line with the fucking globalist.
No
Welcome to
kidding,
the party,
huh?
Winston.
And that's what they say about Trump here. They say when Trump first got into office, he was trying his best and shit, but then the globalists got to him, and that's so he's a write off now. That's like he couldn't. He tried to take them on, but it didn't work out, and they own his ass now for a long time.
Oh no! The problem with Trump was
I hear a
he trusted too many people. That's the problem with Trump. He trusted Fauci. He thought if I get rid of Fauci, they're going to attack me. If I get rid of this, they're going to attack me. If I get rid of this, they're going to attack me. I mean, it's one thing taking on the media, which Trump did. The media are fucking scumbags. They really, really fucking are. I mean, what's that? I don't even watch the news anymore because they're all just liars. They're all just propagandists.
First thing they teach you in film school is that all media is biased, man. Like, so I mean, as long as you know that, always, it's all good.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
And so the problem with Trump is they're kind of like, well, he trusted Fauci.
Radio.
I mean, they will turn on Fauci to attack Trump. That is going to happen. They will do that.
Well, there was already major discord between those two. It was bad.
I mean, it's so bad that you actually had Ron DeSantis running his fucking presidential campaign of Trump hugging Fauci, and it was deep fake photos. It wasn't real. That's how bad it is getting.
Yeah,
well, here's the thing. Like, well, let's just go real quick, one to everybody. Like, what do you think of Fauci? We'll give a couple sentences.
Fauci is part of the decimation of the human race.
Okay, fair enough. RW?
I believe Fauci is a part of the elite in the medical part of world power that isn't for our good interest. That's, I think, the best I can say it.
I'm going to say, I think I'm going to go with Anticorp to go next, and I'll finish off. Fauci, do you have an opinion, homeboy?
Okay, can I just
Hold on a second, Mr.
elaborate?
Kill. Let's get through this. Scum's up.
I think he should be in prison. That's my opinion. And because I think he told a lot of lies to a lot of the world and changed a lot of people's lives, some of them forever. And I think he's pretty impactful on the entire world over the last few years. And I think people were listening to him more than presidents or anyone for quite some time, and they were scared to death. And I think he has a lot of responsibility to fucking man up to now. And I'm sure he's not living a very comfortable existence with all that money in his bank.
All right, my opinion of Fauci is I think he was leading in his field in a complete sense of the overall public health. Now, when you take the overall public health into account, you should take the individual's health into account as well, and not just the entire population. But to me, he seemed to take all of his statistics from the entire population, which ignored the individuals that may have been having some reactions to this. And then it went ahead and demonized people even questioning it. That was a
good one.
Questionize. And basically, it's like, it's okay to question things. If a few more people than you think have a reaction, then let people know. Don't hold things back.
No carpet.
And I do think that the vaccines may have had a positive effect in the long run. But again, when he only looked at it as the overall hundreds of millions that he's trying to save, and let's ignore the hundreds or possibly even thousands that are having some reactions to this that are hurting them. That's of the side when you're talking like general health and population statistics and side effects that they call like negligible. And that's
why did they push it on the kids?
There's another good question. I chose not to have my kid get it. She's healthy as any kid as I've ever seen. Why would I get her anything?
Why did they push it on? Why did they push it on the kids when kind of like the kids were almost immune to?
That's what I mean.
That is one facet of the nonsense solutions to a problem that didn't even really exist. If you look across the board, and we can get into it if you want, but if you look across the board at the solutions for the problem, it was nonsense constantly.
Okay, next one.
This is the thing. Like they
next
could,
one.
Like real quick, Mr. Kill, they could have just had targeted and said, "Listen, you're like grossly overweight, or this or the other thing, or whatever the thing is to a person," and say, "This will definitely have a greater chance of helping you than hurting you." But not taking like very healthy, very like young people and exposing them for no reason. Go ahead, Mr. Kill.
Okay. Next one. Why did we lock up the healthy to protect the unhealthy?
Why did we lock up the healthy to protect the unhealthy?
He's right.
Why? So everyone across the board, right?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't just the healthy; everybody was locked up.
Why would a guy who's out in the ocean on a paddleboard, right, get arrested? That actually happened. Fucking kidding me?
Why did they put sand in a skate park?
Makes it harder to grind the pool.
Yeah, I mean, they shut it down.
It's just another phase to break everyone down and make us fucking weaker.
Yeah, you're kind of right.
A lot of the fucking docile sheep, they didn't have a chance.
I mean, literally, I've already had the new strain. I've already had the new strain because it was just as bitchy as what's it, the first strain, but it only lasted 2 or 3 days, and then I was kind of like workable again. I
You know
mean,
what, Mr. Kill? That's
you've already had kind of like all of them saying the next pandemic's going to be really, really fucking bad, and what's it? It was only 2 or 3 days, and then I was fucking up and working again.
and Mr. Kill.
And
That for you,
that is
you just got.
literally 1 in 100 years pandemic. But they already told you there's going to be another strain. It's gonna hurt you really fucking bad, and they already told you it's kind of like, yeah, expect it. 1 in 100 year pan fucking demic. It's kind of like, you fuckers. You actually think we're that fucking stupid?
I think they've already proved their point, Kelsey.
Yeah, and they've also outed everybody who they know could potentially be a problem and not go along with the narrative and their agenda in the future because we decided not to go along with their phase one.
Yeah, well,
phase.
you know, I mean,
So I think that sometimes too. I'm like, I've got a target on my back because they know that I'm not going to fucking conform, and they know I'm a possible threat to their little plan, right? So anyone who's vaccinated, they don't worry about them as much.
That data point is definitely attached to your file.
I really do not care. I mean, what's it? What are they going to do? They're going to kill me? Kind of like, oh my god, I'm going to lose my house. I'm with debt. I don't care.
Yeah,
I mean, seriously.
Put me in a fucking camp. I'll die with some honor at least. Fuck.
The question
Well, I mean, to tell you the truth, I did get vaxxed. I'm not saying for me, I didn't. I did.
Did you go with gene therapy or did you go with viral load?
I think it was the mRNA.
I don't care if people get vaxxed or not. It's just the fact.
I'm still disappointed my missus got vaxxed. She got vaxxed behind my back. She was jumping in every fucking hoop. She downloaded the app. She downloaded it.
Yeah, I did it. I mean, I'm not disappointed that I did it at that time.
So are you going to keep up with it? Get boosted?
No, I never did after that. I was fine. I got, well, here's the thing. I got it like a couple times, dude, like 3 times since I got vaxxed. And I was like, one time I did all this work in the yard and then I was convinced that I was dehydrated. I felt like I was dying. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, this dehydration. I was dehydrated and I had COVID. So I was fucked. But like literally 24 hours later, after, liters of Gatorade mixed with spring water
and vodka,
fighting back, I was completely fine. But it definitely took it out of me. But then I started thinking, like, I was sick as fuck for a day. What the fuck? That wasn't that bad. Then I got COVID again. I had the sniffles and a headache. I was like, this is not that bad. And every time I'm getting it, like Mr. Kill C1 just had it, is essentially producing antibodies in your immune system to make you produce a better immune response for it in the future. So why go fucking that up with more shots? Just be careful. Wash your hands.
That's why, yeah.
Don't if somebody's hacking and coughing, just fucking wave them off. Get the fuck away from me.
People I wanted to get COVID and I wanted to recover, and then I'm stronger after it. And I got it twice, and I was like,
yeah, you're fine.
I've got to tell you, one fucking complaint my missus have. As I said, my missus had the the vaccine. The one complaint she has is she's more ill than me and my daughter all the time, and we did not take the vaccine.
I didn't notice that. I've been feeling I never had any ill effects from it from the first second of it till now.
Do you feel as healthy as you did before it?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not that healthy in general, so that's not like a high
Yeah,
grade.
well, I
of
mean
health.
that would match my
You
missus.
know,
She's not healthy at all.
I'm cruising along at semi-healthy. From Monday to Wednesday, I'm pretty good. Salads and everything, lots of water. Thursday, once they attached Thursday to Thursday, it became part of the weekend, you know. And then Sunday, fun day, you know. Fuck, everybody knows. So literally, we're left with 3 days a week now to be healthy. That's how I look. My work week is.
I'm
It's
just
fun
glad
to-
you guys can still party. I mean, I'm 37 and I'm out of the game basically because my body can't handle it anymore, and I don't understand the hell I did to be so young and out of the game.
Well, work hard, play hard. I don't know. I drink a shitload of water. Like I displaced the half of the continent by water consumption. I think you have to do that when
They're like, I'm a laborer. I have to keep going. If I stop, I'll die. That happened during COVID. They shut me down for 3 months, and I was like, I felt like I was going to die after a month and a half. Like, so I can do all the crazy shit. I can drink, party every night, but I have to go to work in the steel for 7-8 hours a day, or I'd be unhealthy. Fuck.
Grabbing the
It's an
beer.
interesting concept because I look at the silent generation, and you got these 90-year-old guys that are still workhorses, man. And these are the guys that worked in coal mines at the age of 13, breathing black coal dust constantly, and then working on the farm, spraying those puffer things of like pure pesticides and all over them. And it's just like, you guys are still alive and healthy at 90, and I'm 37 and I'm fucked. Like, is it Nabisco snacks? Like, what the hell's going on?
Eating is very important. Like I said, I don't eat bags of chips, chocolate bars. I don't eat candy. I don't eat that kind of stuff. I think that makes a big difference in my health. I don't know.
I agree. Nutrition is, we are what we eat, just like they said in kindergarten.
I've had to change my diet since my 40s because I've had some health problems.
I'm pretty sure I've heard crap about your American diets, and it is seed oils.
Well, seed oils is one of them. The chemicals that are used for preservation, what is it called? That thing that where the food keeps preservatives. The fake sugars, a lot of the chemical aspect of it all, and then the antibiotic aspect of it all, and the animal meat and the mutation of genetics and all of those things. I think they all add up. I agree that eating healthy makes a difference, and my family's pretty health conscious for all of those things. So basically, if we weren't that way, I'd probably already be dead. I don't know.
In Canada, we have different laws, like obviously in America for food, and they're stricter. And certain sugars and shit, those imitation shit, fructose.
I'm glad that you're that way.
All that.
I wish we were that way.
To put that in the shit, so that's one good thing. But that's you see, that comes back to like, hey, our healthcare is fucking free, so they want to keep us alive, keep us
out of the hospital,
us
right.
tax dollars. But you guys, they want to kill you because they can sell you more fucking drugs, so you're unhealthy all the time. They keep making money off you. Right?
I thought in Canada they just want you to kill yourselves.
In Canada?
Is that a billy club?
Who's that?
Yeah, in Canada, I thought they just wanted you
Is
guys
that
to
your
kill
next
yourselves.
leg? I'm confused. Oh, it's a knocker. Okay. I thought you were going to be a pirate and were losing a leg soon to diabetes or something.
I mean, literally, what's it? You got the healthcare was kind of like, well, yeah, we can't give you healthcare anymore, but we can give you suicide.
Wait, what?
Well, he's talking about our changes to our healthcare system over the last few years.
Oh, assisted suicide, in other words? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, assisted suicide, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that, I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing America is working in the background to have that as an option also.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they're working it over here at some point behind the scenes. I mean, Russell Brand, the whole Russell Brand freaking situation hid the that hid the internet safety bill.
Yeah, I mean,
make sure no one knows about that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, we had an internet safety bill
Oh,
where
I thought you said bill.
basically, yeah, internet safety bill that went through Parliament without anyone knowing because everyone was talking about Russell Brand.
So it wasn't even like it was attached to something else in a massive read. It was just a simple bill, straightforward, and it still got through without any oversight.
Yeah, no, it went straight through without anyone knowing.
And does this have to do with bullying type stuff or what?
No, it's actually what's it? The government can spy on your activity.
Oh, so you're catching up with our Patriot Act.
Yeah, pretty much.
Congratulations. Welcome to the club, brother.
Yeah, no, isn't it great? It's fucking
Maybe next they'll ban
fantastic.
all the news on your social media like they did in Canada a couple months ago.
What's that?
I said maybe they'll ban all the news channels from your social media platforms like they did to my social media platform.
Oh, that's gonna happen in a month's time.
They did that
That's
a
gonna
couple
happen in a month's time. In a month's time,
Boom, gone.
in a month's
Channels
time,
just
we're
gone.
gonna have
Off your shit, gone. Any news channel on my shit was gone. Rebel
In-
News,
in-
whatever it was, gone.
in a month's time, we're going to have Ofcom patrolling the British internet, which means that we can no longer watch any internet platforms that disagree with the mainstream media. So the mainstream media is going to be our only media, and that is going to be happening in about a month's time.
What was the event in Canada that caused the news to be censored?
It's like some fight over money.
That seems pretty
So
lame.
it's like they want to tax these guys, and these guys pulled out, and they wanted to charge them certain taxes for certain things they were doing on their platforms, and ended up just banning them all or whatever, and that's how it went down. It's something to do with that. I don't know the exact story, but that's what I heard about. It has something to do with like, they tax these people and like they didn't want to get taxed, and I don't know, like the big companies like Meta and all that shit.
There's two events that happened very recently. I'm curious if you guys have any thoughts on them. One is the national alert system that happened in the United States. I had some friends that were way down the rabbit hole on that one. That's already gone.
I know, and everyone's telling me, "Oh no, it's going to be affecting you too." I said, "I'm in Canada, nothing will happen."
Nothing happened. Some phones went off. And the other thing is the Pope released.
I got it.
Yeah, I got it. I was caulking, and I looked at my phone, and then I turned it off, and that was it.
What do you mean by caulking? Using a caulking gun or the other?
The FEMA text.
Okay.
We do that here all the time.
Yeah.
The emergency kid gets abducted. It's the exact same alert. Looks exactly the same.
That's over my head, dude. Whatever that could possibly mean is over my head.
Caulking?
Yeah. The other thing that happened is the Pope released Laudate Deum, which is the second encyclical. The first one was Laudato Si, and that's when the whole Build Back Better started across the globe. And now he just released Laudate Deum, which is an urgent second release of that, telling people and calling out, saying we need to work faster and move faster towards this goal of climate change and all this. So
you don't follow the Pope, right?
I pay attention to him. I do. I'm not one of his followers, but I.
Right. So he's not your religious, God guy.
Yeah, I don't. His rules are not my rules. I'm paying attention to him because his rules impact the globe.
You know what we call the Pope over here?
No.
Nothing, because I don't really know anything about him anymore. I used to be Catholic, but
it says right on my guitar what we call him.
Interesting. That's Benedict. That's the one.
Pope John Paul.
Ratzinger. Oh, no, that is Pope John Paul.
It's John Paul. The squinty eyes, you can always tell.
I drew a couple of fucking little semen demons beside his head coming out of his fucking mouth.
Oh, that's sacrilegious. Anyways,
Did you say sacrilegious?
I don't know. It was from it was from a Simpsons episode when Homer was eating like a candy saint, and he said that's sacrilegious or sacrilegious or something. The most obscure reference you could ever come by.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Anyway, so just pay attention to the global agenda and the climate agendas happening, because from my understanding, it's going to speed up again, and I don't know how, but it will.
Oh, the climate agendas, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to be able to turn around a lot of things in that department, but I'm all for. I don't know what I'm all for. What am I?
Well, they'll let you know. It's the whole thing is they're going to mandate you on how you're going to turn it around.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about what you're going to do. They'll tell you.
Oh yeah, no. What's it with the climate agenda? Basically, you're the problem. When it comes to the carbon, you're the carbon they want to wipe out.
Now that just sounds like Alex Jones speaking. Do you watch InfoWars?
No.
Okay, that's definitely the language, this exact language used on that group.
Okay,
let me tell you this much.
Let me just expand on that. Okay, let me expand. You're no longer allowed petrol cars. You're no longer allowed holidays. You now have to stay in 15-minute cities. But if they want to go on private jets, that's just envy.
Yeah,
I'm curious. Go ahead.
You know what's funny in that department, Mr. Kelsey-1? Steven Spielberg has his yacht over in Italy, in the Mediterranean somewhere, right? And he's got the Obamas and Tom Cruise. No, the other Tom Hanks, and some other fucking Hollywood people.
Yeah, a whole bunch of pedos.
Dude, this fucking thing burns. You know how we measure cars here in the U.S. in miles per gallon? This thing is gallons per mile, and it's like 20 gallons, like 20 to 40 to 50 gallons per mile. It's a massive ship, and I mean, he's just charging around the ocean in this thing, and yet they're the ones that are leading the charge for climate reform.
No, seriously, every single time these fuckers are kind of like questioned on private planes. It's kind of like, well, I mean, that's just envy. I mean, if you wanna tax them, then you can tax them. It's kind of like, well, what fucking good is that for the environment?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Carbon emissions haven't changed ever. It's all bullshit. The Earth
It is all bullshit. It's all communist.
You emit CO2 to the atmosphere. It's all part of how the Earth works. It's all bullshit. Climate change.
If you go net zero on carbon, the world ends.
Fucking animal activists kind of make sense. Climate activists are fucking dumb as fuck. That's my opinion.
I'm sorry,
Aren't they at
but
the
what's
same
it?
table now?
There is 3/4 of the planet that lives on carbon. If you go net zero on carbon, the world ends.
Yeah, and there's fucking unlimited oil everywhere, and there's nothing wrong with burning it in the atmosphere. It's all bullshit. That's my opinion. They actually show. There's actually studies.
I'm actually amazed. I'm actually amazed at Steve's face right now.
It's no higher now than it's ever
Like
been.
he's reading.
Up and down like this.
I'm actually amazed at Steve's face right now. Steve, did you not realize that 3/4 of the planet live on carbon?
Of course I know that. Of course I know that.
He's deep
So
diving.
net zero will kill the planet.
No, I know that. Yeah, that's. I'm just looking up. I'm looking at other things on the internet and getting tripped out by them. So like, like I'm distracted. So excuse my goofy facial expression. Yeah.
I think the implementation of law is what needs to be paid attention to, not so much what they're talking about. Like, yes, let's be kind to the planet. That's fantastic. Let's not destroy the environment. Let's not, just throw stuff on the ground and burn things for no reason, whatever. But when you're implementing laws that don't actually fix the problem, they just take away freedoms from people, then all of a sudden you have to start asking questions. You're like, so now no one can have a gas. I know it's a dumb example, but no one can have a gas stove anymore to save the planet. But that doesn't actually fix anything. It just shuts down a lot of restaurants and makes them revamp to electric, which doesn't actually cook the food in any way, shape, or form the same. So it's just interesting. It's band-aids that, like, just like COVID, they're like throwing these band-aids on stuff that don't fix anything.
Exactly, and furthermore, beyond that, like the amount of percentage that these things contribute to carbon in the atmosphere is tiny, practically immeasurable compared to the overall that's put in by everything between the Earth, which is the predominant factor, is the Earth unleashing its own carbon, obviously through wildfires, various geo events. You know what I'm saying? But
just plant cycles die off of plant
everything. But us reducing our gas stoves here in our country, the United States, is going to reduce the carbon output by practically nothing. And zero difference.
Over here, they're trying to make the price of fuel so fucking high that they're now considering council tax, which is a tax on your home. They're now considering, if you've got a wood burner, if you've got any type of heating that it's not heat source pump, they're going to charge you more.
Damn. That seems unlawful.
Yeah, it's like getting away with murder in the name of climate change.
Well, yeah, not exactly murder.
Thing. So one of the
murder would be actually killing somebody. So
it could kill someone though if they fucking can't afford to put their heat on and fucking freeze to death.
Well, I mean, literally, what's it? For the past few years, you've had pensioners just sitting with their bus passes, sitting on buses just so they could stay warm.
That's not right.
So here's chapter 9 of the Laudate Deum release. It says, in an attempt to simplify reality, there are those who would place responsibility on the poor, since they have had many children, and even attempt to resolve the problem by mutilating women in less developed countries. As usual, it would seem that everything is the fault of the poor. Yet the reality is that a low, richer percentage of the planet contaminates more than the poorest 50% of the total world population, and that per capita emissions of the richer countries are much greater than those of the poorer ones. My question is that true? Because if poor countries are burning wood and dung and all of these things in mass to heat their home and cook their food and do these things and are releasing carbon, they're releasing a large volume of carbon. And in the wealthier countries, we're burning coal at coal plants, and we're burning industry and cars. And I'm curious what the actual numbers are, if that's true, because it seems like there's much more people that would be burning wood stoves than there are people than the pump out of the industry and the car. I don't know. I'm just curious.
Am I right in thinking that coal actually produces very little amount of carbon emissions?
Depending on the burn stack, yes. Because I know that there's burn stacks that basically almost nothing comes out but heat.
I know. I mean, it's just fucking everything is just crazily just not reported properly.
It seems like wealthier nations like our nations are being thrown all of this responsibility to fix everything, to make us have the weirdest laws like no gas stoves or whatever, or have to have electric vehicles because that fixes the problem. And it's all getting slammed on us when these other countries are just going to continue doing what they're doing anyway. And if they are actually a larger part of the problem and we're a smarter part of the problem, but we have to do everything to stop it, it seems like something else is happening. It just
I
it's
mean,
like,
did you guys
they're not going to be able to accomplish that because all these other countries aren't going to fucking do it. So why would we do it and waste all? Yeah,
because we're moral, right?
Did you guys see the 2016 release of the WEF video?
The WEF, like when they were saying you'll owe nothing, and no, that was not that long ago. Which one?
It was 2016.
I'm not sure which video that was.
I saw
Not where he was saying you'll owe nothing and be happy. That was
people on the streets in Warsaw, Poland last week that were protesting the WEF, which I was fucking wild, dude. I'm like, this is a massive protest. It was just.
I wonder if it did anything.
Who knows? But Polish people don't fuck around, man.
Well, good for them. I hope they can show the world what it's like to have.
They understand the WDF is run by Schwab, and his dad was working for the Nazis as a high-ranking guy. So they know that the world's being run by fucking Nazis, and this guy's in charge of the whole climate change thing. So they're like, fuck this, right? Because it's Poland.
It's not that they're just in charge of the climate change thing. They're in a co-partnership with the UN. And if you go to Agenda 2030, you see all 26 or 36 facets of what they're literally changing all of society. It's not just climate change. That's just one aspect we're talking about. It's all of society.
Yeah, it's a Nazi regime is what it is. It's just not packaged the same way, obviously.
They've learned.
He even comes from Nazi blood, for fuck's sakes. I mean, is it any more obvious? Look at the war over there in Ukraine. It's a bunch of fucking neo-Nazis fighting each other. There's no black guys out there. Fuck, they already killed them all.
But my question is, even amongst the Nazis,
Ukrainians in real life, I work with hundreds of people and a lot of steel workers and maintenance guys that are from there. And I have some that are close friends, some that are enemies. And yeah, that's pretty much what they tell me about how it is there when they're in the military there and they're younger and stuff. So who knows? I don't know. I've never been there.
RW?
I was going to say, you know that famous quote from the stand-up comedy George Carlin where he says it's a small club or it's a big club and you ain't in it?
Sure.
Well, what I seem to see is that no matter what government or what nation or what culture of people, once they get up to the high-ranking elite, it seems like there's a club. So not just that it's not the Nazis that are running everything, it's the elites out of that group are a part of this club that seem to be already global. And he seems to be in the club.
Yeah, the guys that hang out at the G5 summit meetings.
Yeah, be nice to have some
Grove Club, the WEF Club, United Nations and NATO fucking club.
Should be the WWF.
All directed towards
more entertaining.
World government, total control by a small group of people. They set up these stupid groups. It's all part of the plan. It's not to fucking save humanity and the fucking earth. It has nothing to do with that. That's just what they tell you, so you go along with it.
The sugar coating. What is the question that you just put up? I don't understand that person's question.
I know. The question is challenging. Are we in trauma mode or realization and protection mode? So I guess he's saying, are we in... have we pulled back our sources to the heart of the beast here and enclosed the wagons, or are we still giving out? If that's the question, I would say stupidly, we're still we're still throwing it out there, baby. Just fucking tossing it away. I mean, our country is hemorrhaging money in all directions. So we're certainly not in protection mode here, at least. Unfortunately, I think we should be.
I thought he was asking the group if like we're in one of these modes currently here.
Well, I thought he was asking on a geopolitical scale.
Okay. I think that we are conforming. Speaking for the United States of America, because I have that kind of power, to me it looks like we're conforming to globalism. So whatever that would be considered in those options you listed.
Yo, Steve, where can I play a short video?
If you put it in the private chat, do you see that over there next to the under brand comments, banners, brand, private chat?
Top right corner, you see comments in private chat. There you go.
Yeah, it's in there. He's quick.
You're gonna have to have Facebook to watch it.
Jeez.
Oh wait, that's you, Antis. Wait, where?
No.
Facebook.
Don't pick my link. It's the Facebook one.
Hang on, it shouldn't be Facebook. It should be YouTube.
It's coming up Facebook.
Now I want to see what Scum got.
No, it's for
my link was
Facebook.
just
It's
a
for
channel that does
Facebook.
news. Like, if I just wanted you guys to see it, because it's just like a modern everyday.
It's for Facebook because I got it through a message I sent to someone else.
It's louder with Crowder. It's 27 minutes long, Mr. Kill.
No, it's it should start at the start of the video, which is further into the conversation.
All right. I'll close all extraneous tabs.
Short video is 27 minutes? I'm confused.
You use such big words, Steve. You make me want to be a better man.
The
All right,
minutes,
hold on.
The video is about a minute and a half. It should start.
It started. It just started. I paused it after 1 second. So I'm going to go ahead and present, screen share, and let's see if I can pull this off.
I'm probably going to call it after this video because I'm starting to shut down.
All right, no problem, dude.
Yeah, I have to go do my show after this video anyways, that time.
I'm going to jump over onto yours.
Yeah, I just
recommend you
after 12. I was like, holy fuck.
I recommend you come over to Scum TV's thing,
Yeah,
dude.
okay. Yeah, no, it's looking at that. It's at the start of the video.
If you drop it in private chat, I'll at least know what you guys are talking about so I can check it out sometime.
This is it, right, Mr. Kill?
Yeah, this is a West video from 2016.
Yep. I can't believe that was 2016, that long ago.
The U.S.
man.
won't be the world's leading superpower. They show those flags. Wow. I'll get back to that. You won't die waiting for an organ donor. How are you going to make that happen? Force
you
people
already
to donate
dead.
organs?
A laser printer.
Oh, well,
they
print
can't get
ones.
right now.
Thank God. You'll eat much less meat.
Printers never fail.
Notice none of these things are requests for people who are listening on audio. An occasional treat, not a staple for the good of the environment and our health.
Your body rejected the heart. Why? It's made by a printer.
That's what they need the meat for.
Yeah.
PC load letter.
Yeah, well, we are doing a better job with the immigration.
Polluters will have to
We're
pay
welcoming
to
them all
emit
in.
carbon dioxide.
Less jobs.
There will be a global price on carbon.
Higher
This will
gas
help make
price.
fossil fuels history. No, it'll help make many people, human beings, history.
What the hell was that?
I mean, these guys are annoying as fuck, but the video makes a great point. I'm not going to deny that part of it. And a lot of those guys are really annoying.
I'm sorry, but I mean, what's it? People displaced by global warming?
They make a great video.
That is
I've seen them
literally
before.
everyone coming to our countries.
Mhm.
Well, that's not from climate change, though. That's from political change.
No, that's from the West. That is the plan.
The West is the best. Quote Jim Morrison.
Okay, play it again so people can actually hear what the West's message it literally was in 2016.
Okay.
Penis?
This is the West's message in 2016. Basically, your children will live in pods and eat the bugs.
Conflict of interest. And by the way, remember, when we're talking about conflict of interest, that offends you more than them currently
I think I lost it. What happened? I'm at the wrong time.
You're at the end of the video.
Oh, Jesus, I suck at this. Sorry, it's not that easy when you're high and having slight buzz. But that slight buzz could soon turn into a heavy buzz.
This is the WEF in
Okay.
2016.
438. 438. Remember that. 438. If I fuck up again, it's 438 where it's his speech that your link starts at 438. That's important because clicking and dragging stuff ain't always as cracked up as it is when it's on an HP piece of crap laptop. All right, here we go. This should be it at 438. There we go. Bingo, baby.
should be happy about owning nothing.
Live in the pod.
Yep. The U.S. won't be the world's leading superpower. They show those flags. Wow, I'll get back to that. You won't die waiting for an organ donor. How are you going to make that happen? Force people to donate organs?
A laser printer.
Oh, we'll print one
right now.
Thank God.
You'll eat much less meat.
Printers never fail.
Notice none of these things are requests for people who are listening on audio. An occasional treat, not the staple for the good of the environment and our...
Right. That's enough of that, because clearly this is sensationalist, to say the least.
I was getting some sensations.
I mean,
Me
come
too.
on.
A sensation to go get drunk. All right.
They're
guys.
not gonna. All right, dude. We'll see you in a few minutes.
See you guys.
They're not gonna fucking. Nobody thought they were gonna fucking 3D print a heart. What kind of a fucking mongoloid is gonna be like, well, free hearts for everybody? What the fuck?
This
3D printer?
This was released. This was released in 2016.
Well, I mean, yeah, it would.
I'm going to drop on
Nowadays-
you in the private, in the back door, that link. It'll just give you the front door to the updated status of all of those predictions. But
You
yeah.
will own nothing and you'll be happy. You will live in the pod.
Did Scum put his channel in the chat?
He never
Oh,
dropped
by
it
the-
for me.
By the, by
He
the
never
way,
dropped it.
that video actually carries on. You'll eat the bugs.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm surprised that was that long ago. I thought that just happened more recently. Time's passing
No,
pretty
that
quick.
was 2016.
Yeah. So we can look and see what they've already accomplished since 2016, and those are globalist goals, and we are much closer to a globalist society.
In Wales, they're already trying to feed kids at school bugs.
It might be better than the pizza. The London low emission zone.
Okay. Do you actually know that bugs contain toxicity?
Of course.
Yeah, I mean
That
anything.
your body cannot handle.
Some bugs do. Some bugs do. Oh,
I'm
man,
growing
this is-
mealworms right over here in the corner, but I save those
Oh,
for the animals. I don't.
To be honest, I'd rather eat mealworms than the bugs that they're actually suggesting.
Wait,
You
I thought
can
they were. I
attract
thought it
one of the
was.
you can get one of the best birds in the whole country with mealworms if you're a birder. The Eastern Bluebird. Ah, it's such a beauty.
Dude, we have about 20 families that live on this property.
I love them. They're such a gorgeous little blue bird.
And we just accomplished purple martins.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. That's
Yes,
awesome.
Steve. Do you want to finish the video?
Shall we end it?
I mean, you guys can, but I need to back out. I have seen that video, and I think it's very revealing. But if people just go to the UN website also and see what the 17 goals that they're working on currently and all the projects attached to it, it's very enlightening. Anybody that's watching now or in the future.
Okay. What are the UN goals?
So I'll just read through the 17 real fast. No poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and partnerships for the goals. And then each one of those, if you just hover over one, let's say goal 14, 10 targets, 79 events, 41 publications, and 2,831 actions. So it just, you can.
Okay. To start with, 1, no poverty.
What
do they just erase poverty?
I would have to look into all of the laws that they're trying to mandate.
What is that base note? What is that note? That base?
I don't understand. I can't hear it.
It ended when you said I don't understand.
Oh.
Yeah, I heard it, but anyway, to
there it
erase
is.
To erase poverty.
That's you, RW. You're doing something.
To erase poverty, do they just erase poverty?
It's quieter.
Well, when it comes to this is just speculation. If they're going to get rid of what do they call it, fungible cash, like just cash, and move to digital currency and reset economy with a brand new reset, that has I don't know how that will affect poverty, but it will completely change the economy.
I mean, there will be no poverty. I mean, poverty will just basically be, well, you didn't stick with the regime.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about eradication so that poor people don't exist, or I don't know what you're getting at, but I'm happy to delve into another time. I think all of those topics are very relevant to our time, and if we could go into each one for hours and look at the backlogs of what's happening. I mean, it's all happening and it's all sugar coated. And I think either I'm a conspiracy theorist for thinking that there's more to it, or there's more to it.
I'm way more of a conspiracy theorist than you.
The trophy is yours, but I think that it's always, if we can never think of something to talk about, I could literally just point at one of those 17 goals and we could hash it out for a long time.
I think I'm going to go ahead and bring this baby to an end, fellas.
Yeah, no, that's cool, man. What's it? I mean, I love the fact that you brought up 17 goals, but they only brought up 5 in that video.
No problem. We always have more time. We're going to go ahead and try to throw everyone over. If you can find Scum TV.
I love the fact that you know the video. You know the video, and yet, what's it? We only showed probably about 5.
We did something, though. All right, we're going to start removing you guys, and we're going to go ahead and call this thing quits. RW. Mr. Kill C1, we will see you guys. And it has been a great night with you guys here. I would recommend everyone go over to Scum TV's channel on YouTube. going to be fun. I'm going to go there for a drink. You know, let's all try to be peaceful. I don't talk to a lot of people. A lot of people don't listen to me. And that's cool, man. I want people to live their best lives. I just don't want people to be hurt or being caused harm or to have hate for each other for any particular reason. I do generally want everybody to be able to appreciate this life that we're all given. You know, we're all alive. This is a good thing. We're all brothers and sisters. We're all human beings. Beyond that, there's nothing. Good night, everybody.